Mike, is there any procedure that allows J.D. Vance to take the leadership role?
J.D. Vance can come to the Senate anytime he wants and immediately assume the position, the presiding officer chair. There is, I've long believed, significant and underutilized authority that comes with sitting in that chair. Just the ability to call the shots from moment to moment, to make procedural rulings upon receiving, but not necessarily always guided by the advice of the parliamentarian. The presiding officer, especially if the vice president, can do what he wants. But I would certainly welcome the vice president coming to do that. And I would also welcome each and every Republican senator weighing in on this and encouraging Senate Republicans.
Why is Glenn looking at us like that? Hello?
Senator weighing in on this and encouraging Senate Republicans to do the right thing. Look, I don't want to speak for anyone else. I don't want to put words into any senator's mouth. It is not my place to do that. But I will say this.
What will you say?
I do think that
fun-loving regular guy is shit-talking you in the chat.
Which chat?
DGG. He says, spend $10,000 on a shit-sounding gaming keyboard doesn't fix his autistic audio setup, so I don't have to hear it. Schizo.
What is he not... What's happening? What is he triggered about right now?
He has to hear your chat clicking. He hears you clicking.
Oh, he doesn't want to hear my keyboard?
Yeah, he hears your keyboard. He doesn't like that.
Okay. Well, how long has Hamster Hawk been here on that account?
True.
In the November elections, I do think he wants to keep both chambers of Congress in Republican hands. And based on my most recent conversations with him, including last night, I think he gets the fact that we can't get on this bill and immediately start heading to cloture.
Hot take. I just had a fucking brain blast. Are you ready?
Yeah.
I think Republicans want to lose the midterms really badly. I think actually them
they
losing,
want a way out.
Yeah, them losing the midterms really badly is actually probably one of the best things for them, because they're going to separate from Trump after Trump is the whole MAGA shit is going to be whatever, right? And then they know that the first year has been wacky as fuck, and they don't want to own any of the shit that happens in the second half of his second term. And Democrats being in both halves of Congress kind of gives them a little bit of an excuse, a little bit of a way out for that. Oh, it wasn't us, guys. That was Trump, not us. And that was the Democrats. So what are you going to do? Also, I'm a little retarded. Are we in a partial funding shutdown right now? Or what is going on with that? Why do I keep hearing?
You're in a DHS shutdown right now. So DHS is not being funded. So airport people, etc.
Why just DHS? How is that possible?
I don't have the answer to that, I guess.
Kill you. In a video game.
Yeah, but ICE is funded. They're funded for 3 years. They're good.
They split it from the funding bill. Gotcha. Wait, legislative change. I don't know how you would do this. I want to start having action. So when I'm talking to good faith actors and everything, we can start talking about radical things. Is IRI streaming right now? No, I don't think funding bills should be difficult. I don't like the way that we do funding in the United States. Are you familiar with how funding is so gamified?
Yeah, they throw it. Yeah, IRI is streaming right now. They throw it into a huge bill, and then you have to pass the funding with all of the other random shit.
So not necessarily like that. So technically all the funding comes from, I think, 12 different committees in the House or the Senate first. They all do their little things. The thing that I don't like is I feel through basically bullshit parliamentarian rules, you can play legislative games. You can play legislative games while doing appropriations. So and then also keep in mind too, this is when we have a fucking filibuster. So let's say, for instance, that Biden manages to pass a big reform over the, or not a reform. Let's say Biden manages to pass a bill that gets a whole bunch of new shit funded for the IRS, right? I think he was supposed to add 80,000 IRS agents, right? One of the things that you can do is when you go to do your next funding thing. Now, Biden passed this, I think, with the IRS people, was that part of the Inflation Reduction Act, or was it part of another big bill he did? But it was, I think that this increase, I don't think this was just funding. I think this came from another piece of legislation. But it could be stuff for the IRA, like green energy stuff too, right? You do this thing to pass this legislation, and then you get the funding for it. But then when Congress goes to fight about funding in the future, rather than like pass a bill that rescinds the prior bill, you just, in the funding mechanism, you just say, oh, well, we're not going to fund any of that. I don't think that should be possible. I think that's bullshit. Because like, that sounds like new legislation to me. And the way that they do like the appropriations and then the budget reconciliation is like, you can decide some things like aren't major funding cuts. So you only need a simple majority to pass it. So I feel like you found a way, maybe somebody can break this process down a little bit more, but like you found a way to basically undo prior like 60 vote filibuster proof legislation. You found a way to undo it with a simple majority. That whole process seems like bullshit to me, unless somebody can defend it or explain why that could be okay. Same with PEPFAR. That money was allocated by Congress. How were they able to defund it? Well, I don't remember for PEPFAR if that money was defunded or if Trump just said we're not going to do anything with it. I don't remember actually. Was PEPFAR part of USAID? Or was USAID part of PEPFAR? I forget.
What even is PEPFAR?
PEPFAR? Wasn't that the...
PEPFAR?
Look it up real quick. Loser. Got him.
Presidential Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief.
I thought that was part of USAID, but maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was a separate thing. Ooh! I like that one, Zulu. Automatic CR if no new budget is passed. Eliminate. I think the debt ceiling needs to go. You're right.
PEPFAR is a major U.S. government foreign aid program initiated in 2003. Wait, this isn't an answer what I wanted. Is not USAID itself.
Continue
let me not
to encourage him to prolong debate on this as long as it takes to get it passed.
Thanks, Mike. I'm going to say something and Mike didn't. I think Thune is a piece of garbage myself on this and worthless. And I would encourage the White House to encourage J.D. Vance.
Wait, they shouldn't be allowed to do CRs. They should just make real budgets every year. Isn't a CR just a continuation of the last budget? So like stuff is continuing as usual, or are you supposed to have like a bigger budget every year? Does the CR not account for like inflation or whatever the fuck else? The Byrd rule is why reconciliation doesn't need 60. Read it, MOUTON.
I'm reading it. The Byrd rule states that any provision that meets one of the following criteria can be excluded from a reconciliation bill. It does not make any changes to spending or revenue or to the terms and conditions under which spending or revenues are accomplished. 2. It makes changes to spending or revenue, but the changes are not in compliance with the reconciliation instructions in the budget resolution. 3. The provision is not within the jurisdiction of the committee that submitted it. 4. The changes in spending or revenue are merely incidental to the non-budgetary policy changes of the provision. 5. It increases the deficit for a fiscal year after the 10 fiscal years covered by the specific budget resolution, or it makes changes to Social Security. 3 most common reasons that provisions have been removed according to the Byrd rule are no change in outlays or revenues, budgetary changes merely incidental to non-budgetary components, and outside committee's jurisdiction.
Break that down for us, MOUTON.
I don't really understand the Byrd. I'm not a Byrd law expert.
A retard.
It's to go over and assume the role. Get this done. If they're not going to do it, encourage the vice president and the president to have the vice president walk in and say, Thune, sit down. Here's what we're going to do.
Sit down, Thune.
If that is constitutionally, if he's able to do that constitutionally, it should be done.
Is that the guy who had cancer?
Who? Glenn Beck?
Yeah.
No.
I get my evil Republicans confused.
Okay. We're going to listen to this real quick.
Hello, and welcome to Ballotpedia.
Hi.
I'm Erica, bringing you our hallmark, nonpartisan, objective information on politics, policy, and elections.
Cool.
In this video, we'll discuss budget reconciliation in the United States Senate and how the procedure, known as the Byrd Rule, shapes how Congress passes fiscal legislation. We'll also point you to our comprehensive content about budget reconciliation at ballotpedia.org, so you can really ramp up your knowledge on this topic. Budget reconciliation is a legislative process that can be used to override the filibuster and expedite the approval of a package of legislation in Congress that changes spending, revenues, or the debt limit. Budget reconciliation bills have limits on debate, so they require a simple majority of 51 votes instead of the 3/5 majority, which is the 60 votes usually needed in the Senate to bring bills to a vote. The reconciliation process occurs if Congress passes a budget resolution for the fiscal year that gives reconciliation instructions. The provisions of reconciliation bills are crafted by committees or added through amendments. The Congressional Budget Act of 1974 and the Budget Resolution limit the content of the reconciliation bill. Those limitations are enforced through the Byrd Rule. So what if, for example, a group of 52 senators support a piece of legislation that can't reach the required 60-vote threshold?
Sorry, buddy. I think I gotta
Could
kill
they
you.
package it into a budget reconciliation bill and try to pass it with just 51 votes? Well, that has happened. And that's where the Byrd Rule comes in. The Byrd Rule is named after Senator Robert Byrd, who introduced it in 1985. It was codified into law in 1990 as part of the Budget Enforcement Act. The rule was designed to keep the reconciliation process focused solely on budget matters and prevent it from being used as a shortcut for other types of legislation. The Byrd Rule achieves this by allowing any senator to raise a point of order against provisions of a reconciliation bill that they believe are not budget-related or otherwise violate the rule. The Senate's official advisor, the Senate parliamentarian, advises the Vice President on these challenges.
Shotgun.
Official rulings on points
Volcano
of order
shotgun.
are made by the Vice President. Elizabeth McDonough is the current parliamentarian of the
explain this
United
to me.
States Senate.
Well, you're not paying attention?
Dude, I don't know what the this lady's talking about, man. This is confusing.
79 and 81 the first. Oh, this guy saw his life flash before his eyes.
The rule. The Senate's official advisor, the Senate parliamentarian, advises the Vice President on these challenges. Official rulings on points of order.
Welcome back. So glad you're staying with us. Washington, as you might have noticed, has a language all its own. Words that mean a lot here, but nowhere else. Why? Because most Americans, for very good reason, have no idea what these beltway buzzwords mean. One of those is reconciliation. So what is that? Well, put simply, it's a way to get a very big piece of legislation through Congress without having to worry about a Senate filibuster. That means a majority party and a working president can do a great many things with very big consequences for your wallet, your health care, the environment, immigration, regulations, all without having to find 60 votes in the Senate. President Obama used reconciliation to pass Obamacare. President Trump used it to open drilling in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. Used reconciliations all without having to find 60 votes in the Senate. President Obama used reconciliation to pass Obamacare.
I thought the ACA was a whole separate thing. Wait, is that true? Or is he just talking about like funding a part of the ACA? The Affordable Care Act was a thing on its own. That wasn't just a section of a budget resolution, right? There was a reconciliation portion. It is just parts of the funding credits were reconciliation. Okay.
President Trump used it to open drilling in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. Ronald Reagan used it to pass the biggest tax cut in American history. Sorry, President Trump, your 2017 tax cut, which also used reconciliation, ranks as the 8th largest tax cut. President Biden used reconciliation to pass the $2 trillion COVID-era American Rescue Plan. So how do we get this word, reconciliation? Well, this part will sound familiar.
I don't like the way that this is presented. Like, I think there might be an argument to be made whether or not you should have any part of a funding thing through reconciliation. I think it's fine. Oh, I'm so sorry. But to say the whole thing was passed through reconciliation, I don't think it's strictly true for any of the things, or for a lot of things he mentioned, but whatever.
Once upon a time, Congress was enraged that a president was trying to kill spending Congress had already approved. This president was accused of exercising imperial powers and trampling on the Constitution. Where have I heard that before? The president in question was Richard Nixon. In 1974, Congress passed the Budget Act to take power from Nixon. Politically weakened by the Watergate scandal, Nixon signed the law on July 12th, less than a month before he would resign the presidency. The law did many things we talk about today. It created the Budget Committee for the House and the Senate. Trump's bill stalled today in the House Budget Committee, and it can't pass without winning approval there. The law also created the Congressional Budget Office, a nonpartisan set of economists and analysts who tell Congress how much a bill will cost or save or how it will affect people receiving benefits. How the CBO scores legislation tells the country what it will do. As an example, The CBO score tells us under the Trump bill, now before Congress, at least 8 million people, possibly more, will lose Medicaid health care benefits. That's our primer on reconciliation. We're bringing our reporter panel. Laura Davison is the Washington Deputy Bureau Chief for Bloomberg. Daniela Diaz, congressional reporter for Notice. Remember, Notice News of the U.S. So we have some news this afternoon on this budgetary front. Moody's downgraded the United States credit rating to AA1 from AAA, saying...
Do you feel like you... I feel like these explanations are all very bad, or at least that was really bad.
I'm not understanding, dude. It's like really complicated or whatever. Or at least they're not explaining it well.
What the He's the guy that comes up?
What?
Is that what I Googled before? Or was that just the next video?
You want me to get IRI in here?
Maybe.
In the Senate, it takes at least 60 votes to advance a bill toward passage. Well, usually. Without the agreement of all 100 senators, it's the most commonly understood way to get a bill passed in the chamber. Politicians love the analogy of the Founding Fathers' vision of the Senate as a cooling saucer, calming the whims of the populist rabble-rousers in the House through necessary bipartisan compromise. But the truth of the matter is, there's a way around the Senate's fabled bipartisanship. It's called budget reconciliation, a parliamentary tool that allows the Senate to advance certain bills with just a simple majority, largely eliminating the need for any kind of cross-party agreement. Back in the 1970s, the Senate decided to make an exception to its usual rules for a special category of budget bills that affected the national debt. They were called reconciliation bills because they would help reconcile the federal balance sheet. But in recent decades, lawmakers' intentions in the 70s have gone by the wayside. The reconciliation rules refer to changes in revenue and spending amounts, not specifically to decreasing the national debt, which means the process has been used time and time again to advance bills that actually increase the deficit. That's what happened in 2017, when Republicans passed a sweeping tax overhaul bill during Donald Trump's presidency, with a slim partisan majority in the Senate, ballooning the deficit. Here's how the reconciliation process works.
Okay.
Both the House and Senate must adopt a budget resolution.
Okay.
This is a non-binding tax and spending blueprint,
Okay.
which means it doesn't need to be signed by the president, and can be adopted by both chambers with just a simple majority. The budget resolution gives instructions to various House and Senate committees to draft a reconciliation bill, which is compiled into one package by the Budget Committee. This bill is the actual deficit-altering legislation that will have the force of law behind it if passed by Congress and signed by the president. But not just any policies can be thrown into a reconciliation bill and shoved through Congress. A reconciliation bill has to meet the requirements of the so-called Byrd Rule, named for the legendary West Virginia Senator Robert C. Byrd. The Byrd Rule law gives senators a handful of ways to object to various elements in a reconciliation package. Some of the most common objections are to policies that only make incidental changes to the budget, or are outside the jurisdiction of the committees involved in reconciliation. Another objection is to any provision that would increase the deficit outside the 10-year budget window. The approved reconciliation bill is sent to the House and Senate floors, where it can pass both chambers with just a simple majority. Debate is limited to just 20 hours, so no senators can stall or kill the legislation with a filibuster. So there's no need for that 60-vote threshold to end debate. And even when the Senate is divided 50-50, the Vice President can cast the tie-breaking vote. Once identical versions of the bill are passed by both chambers, it is sent to the President to be signed into law. The process essentially makes the Senate abide by the rules of the House, a lawmaking body that can pass bills with a simple majority. The process is usually only utilized when the same party controls both chambers of Congress and the presidency. That in itself is relatively rare. In those situations, particularly in polarized environments, the majority party knows they have a limited window to act. So they do.
Okay. You got that now?
Just know that I am in DMs with IRI. we're gonna get him to come explain that. We're gonna get him to come explain that shit. I don't know if anybody knows what this thing does.
It sounds like after you have a normal budget, if you're trying to balance out a budget, you're trying to make it so it won't have a negative impact on the, I guess, on the debt over 10 years or something, then you can do simple changes to the House and the Senate that don't require a full 60 votes to pass again, basically.
Being sent me this, TLDR, the reconciliation process comes from the Congressional Budget Act of 1974 and focuses on mandatory spending or spending that is required by other legislation. Examples, Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, and cannot touch discretionary spending, example, defense, education, etc. The Byrd Rule prevents any extraneous provisions from being added to the bill, such as those that might influence mandatory spending. The Byrd Rule can be waived with a 3/5 vote. There are 60 senators.
Hi.
What's up, Dan?
Say it.
So,
Uh-oh.
a few things I kind of learned in the process the other day. I'm curious if you knew this. Did you know that once you vote, that you as a person can no longer verify after that point that your vote was counted correctly, but simply that you voted?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
of course.
You know what I mean when I say that, Moot, right? Like, it means, like, later on, if you thought that, like,
Well,
voting
you can't go see, like, you voted for Kamala. You could just see that you voted.
Yeah.
Correct. And then in, like, 27 states, there is no paper ballots that are printed out of the machine after you do it. So, essentially,
Wait,
you could...
link me that. My understanding, at least for 2020, I don't know about 2024, but for 2020, every single electronic machine, every single one produced a paper ballot after the vote was done. That was my understanding. Or somebody in chat tell me, is he wrong? Am I wrong?
No, I'm looking. And this is one of the things I don't mind. It's like,
I think that the idea behind the vote verification thing was that if you could verify who you voted for after you voted, it would make it much more easy, or it would make it possible to buy votes. Like right now, if I were to buy a vote from you, you would have to violate some law to prove it, or some statute, because I think it's generally usually against the rules or against the law to take a picture in the ballot box, like of your ballot after you fill it out. I don't think you're allowed to do that technically. Or I guess arguably maybe with mail-in ballots you could prove it, but if you could verify after the fact, then you could definitely pay people to vote a certain way, and you could verify that they actually voted the way you intended them to vote.
sorry, I'm looking for the thing. I talked to Hutch yesterday, and he said, well, someone said essentially, and he looked it
Wait,
up, but it was like
come here, buddy. I
23
got you.
states.
Hold on. I don't have a defib, but I'll bandage you. You can make it. I believe in you.
23, 20 states, 27.
You can go in person, override a mail-in vote. Wait, is that true? Or do you have to specifically declare that? Maybe that's a state-by-state thting?
Can you mail in and then change your vote? I don't really like Kamala anymore. Fuck. I'm swapping.
Wait, what did you Google? Can't you just Google, do all electronic machines produce paper ballot or something?
I mean, like, I don't. So they all do produce paper, but what I mean by that is like the signature matching part of it, right? Because what I essentially mean is like for the user themselves to verify what's happening. Like,
yeah, I think you can verify that your vote was counted, but you can never verify who you voted for.
Right. So what I'm saying is, I understand that all of these machines, when you go to the machine and you press the D or you press the R, whatever, right, depending on what's going on. What's going to happen is in the database, it's going to be like, okay, who's this guy voting? Okay, this is Dan Saltman. Got it. We're about to count his vote. He's pressing D, so we're going to put 1D at this timestamp in the column for right now, and we're going to print out a paper thing saying that a D happened right now. And I think that's universal that all things do that. But the thing that's missing is apparently, I'm looking for this, is that most states don't do anything that verifies that the paper ballot part of that was something that you signed or signature matching or something along those lines. And the Cliff Notes is that, like, we could be in a world, potentially, where since you can't ever verify who you voted for, but just simply that you voted, that if the government was to go in there and put in some like silent software in some of these voting machines that essentially, when, an algorithm or just a 2-for-1 or whatever you want to do, but something that could silently remove itself after it's done, even if I go to the machine and I press the D button and it says D, successfully recorded, if the database stores that as an R and the paper ballot that spits out the back that I don't get to see also says R, that's going to pass every audit that there is. That'll just be the end of the story. And you as a user, not a user, but as a voter, will never be able to verify that's the case. And it sounds like 20-something states do not have that signature matching part of this for in person. So that's a little bit scary because I don't understand why they stole.
I mean, you can do that, but I mean, theoretically, there's nothing that can protect against if a bunch of people decide they want to start with your stuff, right? But the reason why this would be so hard to do is that one, states all run their own elections, so this would have to be on a per state basis. And then two, the counting is usually not very centralized. Like it'll be counted like per county. So you could theoretically have counties that are rigging it. You would just have to have the people involved. You'd probably need quite a few people on board because you'd have to get somebody who would get access to the machines and then install some bullshit on the machines. And then people would have to be okay with that and then not checking or anything.
Right.
This is one of the reasons, like what you're saying is a thing that would require a lot of different things to happen that generally just should never happen. But this is one of the reasons why that Tina Peters story was so scary, is because for all the accusations that Republicans were making about Democrats rigging stuff and the coordination, everything you need to do that is just, I don't think you can really show that. The Tina Peters person did actually do that. She allowed, I don't think it was Musk people. I think it was Mike Lindell people, right? Or it might have been Sidney Powell people, but she let some Trump sycophant into the election stuff and allowed them to make copies of the election software, like the Windows machines, I think some of the drives, to give them access to what those systems looked like. If you had a bunch of like Tina Peters tier people that were operating in these districts, you could theoretically do that. It would require a few people intentionally acting that way, yeah. And it would have to be per district and per county and everything else, yeah.
Sure. I'm just wondering, because I've been desperately trying to understand, and I think it's naive to just be like, well, Trump doesn't like that, people say he lost the last election, so he wants to prove it, and that's why he seized the voting machine.
It is.
I just feel like there's something more nefarious than that going on.
There's not.
Okay.
The reason why... Oh my God, the dead guy. The reason why you can know that's the case is because you can look at the cases that they did actually present in front of state assemblies and in front of the courts, and in the cases that they did present, they were very, very weak, and in some cases, like obviously fraudulent cases that they were bringing. And I don't think a person who genuinely believes that they were genuinely robbed of an election would actually conduct themselves in that manner. So like one of the examples, the strongest one that I looked at is like, you heard the, you've seen, like, do you remember the accusation about like the State Farm stuff, that arena? This was, I think, the Fulton County, the ladies, like... You
mean the water pipes
That
bursting?
Was one of the things that came from Fulton County, yeah, but there were lots of conspiracies made about Fulton County, but the water pipes bursting was one of them, yes. And then, I don't think I'm even near the extract. And then another one was, I'm trying to remember. Oh, another one had to do with the Ruby and Shay, that they had like taken boxes from underneath the table out of nowhere or whatever. Do you remember this? Like the black boxes of ballots that appeared?
Yeah. They sued people because like they...
but more importantly, there's two things, right? So one, nobody ever watches the video of her presenting I don't remember the name of the lawyer, but she presented this in front of the... I think it was like a state assembly board or something. She made a presentation about this evidence, but if you look at her presentation, she, when she's talking about these black boxes, she makes the claim that they looked for hours and hours to figure out where these came from and they couldn't figure it out. But if you watch the video that she's watching, there's a 10-minute thing that she tells the person showing the video. She tells him to skip over 10 minutes. And when you go and you look at on Vimeo or something, they actually uploaded the full videos of all the State Farm ballot counting stuff. You can see that the 10 minutes she skipped is when they're putting the ballot boxes underneath the table that they were previously counting and then pulling them back out 5 minutes later. So like that was an intentional 100% lie, and they knew they were lying, and the way they presented that was a lie. But I just don't think that you would do that. I don't think you would act in that manner if you genuinely thought you had, some kind of story. Like if you really thought it was rigged. Does that make sense? Unless you could go with maybe they thought it was rigged, but they couldn't prove how it was rigged yet, so they lied about some things with the hopes that they can investigate more things in the future. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. It's so I think the thing that I was talking about is that some states only use optical scanning of verification of the paper ballots only, or they're. I'm just going through here and just making sure I understand exactly what this is. Well, I'll just read it out loud. It's fine. Types of voting equipment. The following types of voting equipment are used in the United States, or have been used in recent years. Optical scan, paper ballot systems. Voters mark their votes by filling in an oval box or a similar shape on a paper ballot. The paper ballots are scanned either at the polling place or at a central location. So that's optical scan paper ballot systems. Then there's direct recording electronic systems. DRE systems employ computers that record the votes directly into the computer's memory. These interfaces may incorporate touchscreens, dials, mechanical buttons. The voters' choices are stored by the computer on a cartridge or hard drive. Some DRE systems are also equipped with voter-verified paper audit trails, printers, which produce paper records that can be preserved to be tabulated in case of an audit or recount. And then ballot marking devices and systems. A ballot marking device allows for the electronic presentation of a ballot, electronic selection of valid contest options, and the production of a human-readable paper ballot, but does not make any other lasting record of the voters' selections. Initially used primarily to accommodate voters with disabilities, BMDs are used by all voters in some locations. And it looks like the optical scan only is about, is that 27 states on here? Yeah, I think that is.
I mean, the easy answer for this is like, if people want to change them, then go to your state legislatures and change your electoral process. Like, yeah. The issue is like Republicans had no problems with any of these provisions until they lost elections, and now all of a sudden they're claiming it's being rigged or whatever. If you don't like the way that not you personally, but if they don't like the way that these are being ran, then just then change it.
I'm just wondering if there's any cause for concern. Hutch didn't think so. You may not think so either, and that's fine. The idea that like Dominion is now owned by kind of a Trump ally, and they're seizing voting machines in Georgia, which I don't even know how that's possible, considering it's over the statute of limitations. And I guess they just found a state.
Well, I think it's like right on the cusp of because I think it's a 5-year statute of limitations. So I think they were right on the cusp of it.
And well, yeah, but you would have to bring the case before. When did they seize this thing?
I don't know, but you could just fucking file it.
Oh, you know what? They can just I think they can just keep lying. Did you know with statute of limitations, there's this thing called tolling, and they can just keep it going perpetually if they just come up with some bullshit. Say like, oh well, we couldn't reasonably know that this was the case by this time, so the time keeps tolling essentially.
Sure, maybe, but I imagine that's got to have some restrictions, or you can't make something up. I'm sure there's got to be some reason.
Who knows with the Trump administration?
True.
But anyways, yeah, the idea was the thought is, I wonder what the harms are of not being able to personally verify that your vote was counted correctly, even in person, even when you're right there at the time, because at least then, you know that they have to actually physically go and change out these paper ballots for these ones. But it just seems weird to me. I think that you can't directly, even at the time of voting, prove that your vote was cast correctly. You just have to have faith that the machine correctly stored it, and that the thing
there's not a printout that tells you who you voted for at the end.
No, because if that was the case, then people could demand to see it to prove who you voted for, which I guess is the big thing that everyone's concerned with, coercing people into voting.
I'm trying to remember how it worked. Here, you filled out a thing, you scanned it in a machine, and then you took.
The best you could do is like screenshot your thing saying that you voted for this person, but I don't think at the end you get a confirmation. You can only do it like on the I selected.
Maybe, huh? Well,
not screenshot, but take a photo of.
Yeah.
So
I mean, if people don't like it, then they should change it. But yeah.
Well, yeah. Realistically, we could be in a world, though, hypothetically, where like there could be. It says that you voted this way and everything else, but it's not. For the paper ballot that gets printed and the entries stored in the database internally all just say the opposite thing. And I feel like if this was clever enough software, which it certainly could be, that it would be one of the things you would just never know. Like you would just be looking at the results and they would be coming in normally and all that, like when you're watching CNN or whatever and the votes are getting tallied up and it would just be like, wow, Georgia really overperformed for Republicans this time. I didn't expect it to go that way. I guess the trans stuff was a bigger issue than I thought, and you just wouldn't expect anything because it's not going to be like Tulsi Gabbard going there and seizing the machines and changing the results. It's just the votes are going to come in and they're just going to be like closer than you thought or not the way you thought. And then
it seems like one of the things that would need like a people to keep their mouth shut in order for it to work.
I mean, maybe not really. Maybe just someone to literally put software on these voting machines and that's it.
And you don't think they ever check the voting machine? Like,
I feel like if it was that easy, maybe I'm being a little bit too sure about it. There's got to be something more.
Well, I think the thing that's kept people from doing this in the past is the fact that we haven't had like actual criminals as politicians and like criminals.
Well, but if it was so easy to
DOJ.
just, I don't know. I mean, I feel like somebody would have tried now.
That's a really far bar that I think has never been considered before with any other politician.
There's a huge payoff if you do it, though.
There's a huge risk if you do it. And I think that up until this point, when you have the DOJ and all these people directly just not even being qualified, just literally being Trump's lapdogs, that there's no concern. Like, you can do it in these cases. Like, there's a reason. Like, Putin's not actually getting 99% of the vote, right? Like, they have voting there. So what's going on, right? I understand, like, it's because people think that they will get in trouble if they don't go along with it. So,
well, not good. Here is why the theory of evolution fails. At some point in the evolutionary past, organs like livers, brains, eyes, etc. did not exist. They had to evolve into existence. Wow.
Prove it.
I think someone said, what's the alternative? I think the alternative is that you should accept that there may be a risk that people may try to coerce votes, but you should make that a significant penalty for any reason whatsoever. Paying for votes, threatening to do something for a vote, cashing in for showing a vote, any of that type of stuff, any benefit whatsoever should be like an insane punishment. But I think that you should be able to have a receipt saying that you did vote for a person. And I think that's important to do. So when I go and I click a button and it says, oh, okay, you pressed the button for option number 1, I think that I should get a printout and the time and the date showing that that's option 1. And if things get really crazy, I think the ability that I am able to have that and prove that the system didn't store that is worth the risk of people trying to corrupt elections by either enticing votes with monetary gain or enticing votes by, with carrot or stick. Either way, you just make those both incredibly difficult.
Yeah, I think there are penalties now. I don't know if they're severe enough or not, but yeah.
I mean, what do you think? Do you think that, or do you like that system?
I would have to dig into it more. I can't believe that it's so trivially easy to just change that many votes. But I would start.
It's probably not. People probably go and check the machines.
Well, yeah, but who's checking the machines? I mean, sometimes it's going to be state people, I'm guessing, right? But if it's scary if it's in a certain district and, it's certain people that are loyal to the Trump regime or whatever, like, that's kind of nervous and all this, like, yeah, I don't know. And, like, where do you challenge it? In the state courts where maybe it's in a red state and it's not going to go that way?
I mean, the red state's going red anyways.
Damn.
I mean, for anyone saying, like, the machines are tested before and after, like, I just feel like it's pretty naive to assume that people couldn't develop software that is very hidden.
I just feel like you're doing, like, the Destiny Tombs of Scoria argument where, like, you're creating a plan and it's like,
what?
well, yeah, if there's lava in the room, then we're all
ingenious.
dead. I mean, like, if there's a million people working on it, creating so much software that no one's ever going to be able to tell, then, I mean, yeah, you're kind of fucked. It feels like a needless argument.
Wow.
You know what would solve it a little bit, maybe, is like when the ballot comes out of the machine, you can look at the ballot and it won't have your name on it, but you can see that it just printed a ballot and it says, and it had your votes on it.
Well, sure. Couldn't they just print more ballots without names then?
Yeah.
I mean,
or just say like it'll print a different thing than
well,
what it actually like tabulates or whatever. No.
Well, no,
Couldn't
I'm saying
just
like
get a
like
voting
you,
machine and then do a bunch of like ballots in the back where they're just like putting them in, even if they are paper ballots.
Well, I mean, again, the idea here is that you're assuming that they're not just going to throw out all the voting machines and then do new ones. I'm trying to go with the idea of how do we keep the existing system and have it user verification, which I think
what I'm saying is that like couldn't the
important.
machine print out something different than it actually adds to the database if we're going to go with the rigging thing?
No, because they have to match ideally, right? Because if the whole thing is we're concerned with the idea of too many moving parts is the foil of every master plan, if the idea that eventually they'll do a recount and have to look at the counts that are in the machine and balance them against the ones that were printed out, I think that it's a lot more difficult to balance these ones were printed out and don't match the ones that are in the database. What the f is going on here? Because, right, like that would be a pretty easy thing. Now, when you start getting people involved with why do these paper ballots not equal the ones in the database? It gets a lot more complicated. There's a lot more people, a lot more moving parts, a lot harder to do, a lot harder to rig, right?
Too big to rig.
I think the idea that a voter, after they vote, I think it would be nice that when the thing prints out, it shouldn't be internal. You should see, it shouldn't have your name on it, but you should see that it just printed a piece of paper with your votes on it. I don't see any reason why that would be a bad idea.
Too
I
big
mean,
to
I don't
rig?
think that having paper ballots is a bad idea. I don't disagree with you.
That's not what I'm saying, though. We already have those. I'm saying
Not in every state is what you're saying, right?
No, they are, but they're scanning them optically. That's not really the point of here. I'm saying I think that
Hold on one second.
the first stage of anti-fraud stuff would be letting you, MrMouton, after you press the button on the machine, look at the piece of paper that just got spit out. You can't touch it. It's in a clear plastic box, but you look at it and yep, that's exactly what you voted for. A receipt that you can't take with you.
Sure, I don't care. Yeah, sure. But why? I don't know. Because Dan's concocted like some way to rig an election, I guess.
No, not but why? Because otherwise you really don't know that it was stored correctly. At least right now you know for sure. Like, oh, okay, yeah, there's a piece of paper and those are my votes. And that's there at the very least. I think it does a little bit of positive reinforcement that things went correctly.
Yeah, but what if inside the voting machine someone put a white out and then it whites it out and then swaps the vote at the end, Dan? How would you defeat that?
Well, I mean, you're obviously being silly here, but...
No, I'm not.
Okay, you're being real.
What if there's an incinerator at the bottom of the machine after it shows you the vote, right? And then it really printed 2 ballots, but the ballot on the inside is the ballot they're going to count. But there's an incinerator, so it's going to incinerate the one that you saw. I mean, what then?
You would have to have an incinerator task force that's able to go around looking for hidden incineration machines inside of each of the voting machine to look for.
You see why this is retarded? Because you can always find like a way around it. Like there's always going to be a conspiracy and there's always going to be a thing that you can add on. It just feels like a really retarded thing to think about.
That is the dumbest thing you've ever said. Because I can hide a piece of software very good. As we know, this has almost happened in the past with like various different things of code bases that have been infiltrated with upstream attacks and people barely noticed. So I think that it is possible. At the very least, hiding code is something that's easy to do. Hiding a incinerator at the bottom of the voting machine is not so easy to do. So,
sure, but in this idea, it's going to be state agitators who are involved in it. So they're going to be the ones going and looking at the machines. So they're going to know that the incinerator is there, and they're going to choose to ignore it. I mean, it's literally the same thing.
But I'm talking about systems where you need a lot more people to do vote rigging, and your system requires a lot more people. Mine just requires one dude to sneakily somehow get software on a bunch of shit.
Okay, but people at the end of the day go and check the machine.
Sure. The software would be hidden.
Okay, the incinerator's hidden.
But it doesn't. What you're saying.
Your argument is retarded.
It's not.
I just destroyed you. I just dog-walked you.
I mean, when you say that you destroyed someone and you dog-walked someone, it means that you got dog-walked and destroyed, honestly, unfortunately.
Thanks, Reader.
Good job, guys.
Thank you.
Really came together on this one.
MrMouton just hates Jewish people, so he wants to talk about hidden incinerators. I don't even know what this has to do with anything. How many people died in the Holocaust? Tell me.
Like 3 million?
Ooh.
Okay, there we go. Okay, it all makes sense now. Perfect.
Allegedly.
Only allegedly. Got it.
No, they did. They did.
Perfect.
Okay. Time for my daily asthma
what?
slop.
IRI is going to come at some point.
If Elon Musk had not bought Twitter, I think that we would be living inside of the same cancel culture hellhole that we existed in before. I think the truth is that if Elon didn't buy Twitter, we would probably be still talking about how...
God, this guy.
Are you doing Saturday debates? Oh, hey, IRI.
Next Saturday, yeah. Hey, what's up, buddy?
I heard you've been fighting with Hutch lately.
Nope. I love Hutch.
You heard wrong.
Really?
We're having fights, but they're good fights. They're important fights, I think.
No, I don't think you hate him or anything.
I do
you
actually
just disagree
hate
with him.
Just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. No, I think there are good fights, and I think there are bad fights. I think that, like, fighting over Like whether we want to be socialist or fascist, I think is probably not a good fight. But I think fighting over like strategy forward for what messaging should be for Democrats, I think that's a good fight. I think it's a worthy fight.
Sure. It's a good conversation.
Okay. Walk me through how a budget is made and passed in Congress. Go.
Well, I'm not an expert, but I mean, it normally starts in the House, and the appropriation committees come up with something, obviously working with the White House at the same time. Then it goes to the Senate, and they pass it. I mean, you're talking about like the annual budget?
Yeah. What is a continuing resolution? Oh, wait, that budget that you just talked about, that budget needs to be, the budget bill, that needs to be 60 votes in the Senate, right? Filibuster proof?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then a continuing resolution is?
An extension of the previous budget because you weren't able to come up with a new one in time.
Okay. But that previous budget is just going to keep things funded at like current levels, so nothing will shut down, but like it should be going up or something, or?
Well, technically it's considered like a cut because if you keep spending levels at the previous year's level, then that's not going to rise to the,
inflation.
That's not going to deal with inflation.
That's what I'm going to say. So it should go up. So it's kind of like a cut, but it keeps things funded at current levels, basically. If I pass a bill, let's say that I pass a bill for $100 billion in green new energy investment, does that $100 billion, does that have to be like allocated during the next congressional budget bill, or is it like automatically there as a result of passing that bill, or does that make sense?
So you're talking about it's part of the budget that they agreed on?
Well, no. Let's say that I pass a totally different bill, and it's called the Green Energy Investment Act. And this, I make $100 billion for the U.S. government to invest in solar panels. Okay. If I were to make that bill and then it passes both halves of Congress, is that not at all funded until the next like funding bill is passed, or is it automatically funded because I passed that bill?
I don't think they have anything to do with each other. It's totally separate.
It's totally separate. Okay. So then when I pass a bill that would mandate like $100 billion in funding, that's just something that when Congress goes to make their funding bill, they have to do, and you would hope they would do it.
I don't think it's not included. It's something totally separate. So like we passed $1 trillion for infrastructure and has nothing to do with the budget. It's just we agreed to spend that much money.
Oh, okay. So then that money can't be fought about later on when it comes time to do it?
It could be rescinded. It could be pulled back by a future administration, like what Trump did with his One Big Beautiful Bill, pulled back some of the money from the Inflation Reduction Act. So you can like fight over that and go back and forth between administrations.
Can you explain to me, how do you claw back money?
It hasn't been spent yet. So a lot of these bills unfold over years, a decade sometimes. And if the money hasn't been spent yet, you could claw it back through new legislation.
Could that new legislation just simply be the next funding bill, or does that need to be like a new bill to rescind the prior bill?
It could be included in the budget bill, sure. Doesn't have to be a separate bill.
I'm sorry. When you say included in the budget bill, what I mean more specifically is, can it just be included in the budget, or would this have to be like a separate like pork or line item or something to rescind it? So like, for instance, I think that Biden, I don't know if it was part of the IRA or another bill, he got, there was supposed to be funding for 80,000 new IRS agents, right?
Yep.
My understanding is that basically got taken out somewhere.
Yes, during the debt ceiling fight, he gave back like, I don't remember, 10 billion or something. He agreed to that in order to get the Republicans on board for raising the debt ceiling.
Do you remember where that? So how did he lose that 10 billion? Was that part of a new bill, or was that like a rider or an add-on to the spending bill, or was it?
It would have been, I assume, it would have been language included in the debt ceiling increase bill.
Okay.
Because that was a piece of legislation they had to agree on to pass, and so I assume the language is in there that fund, that pool of money was reduced by X amount.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the IRS agents, it's not like 80,000 IRS agents. It was actually money to fund future staff, fill holes. It wasn't like hiring a little army to go out and
to go after the small business owners and middle class people of America.
Yeah, it wasn't armed IRS agents knocking on the door of every Dairy Queen owner demanding they pay their $100,000 more in taxes.
Gotcha.
But yeah, you can rescind money through future things. Like they did it with the one big beautiful bill with the energy provision, some of the green energy stuff that was passed by the Inflation Reduction Act.
And is that?
But
I'm sorry.
think
When I ask if it's part of a bill, what I'm asking is like. Is there going to be like an item for how much money you're going to allocate to this, and you just put 0 there? Or are you saying they have to attach like an additional piece of legislation to the bill saying we are rescinding the $10 billion allocated?
I don't know that level of detail, but I assume that they're including some clauses in there that are beyond what the budget normally says, just to include that language to deal with that.
Gotcha.
You can put whatever you want in a bill. Like there isn't like the budget bill can only be this. It can include all sorts of stuff if they all agree on it.
Okay. I don't like that. Do you think that's an okay thing, or do you think not? I don't like the way we do a lot of the funding. Well, I guess so. My issue is that like, let's say that you fight for. Let's say that you manage to fight for a really big piece of legislation. Let's say it's $100 billion to build windmills, turbines. Sorry. Okay. And then let's say that you do this fight, you do it in front of the American people, Congress fights over it, and eventually Congress passes a bill for $100 billion in turbines, specialized bird-killing turbines. Then let's say that your government comes up soon, you've got to do the next budget, and then let's say that you're in a fight over the budget, all of a sudden, the solar panel fanatics in Congress are like, fuck you, we're going to take away that $100 billion from that last bill that you passed for the solar panel stuff. We're not going to do that anymore. Fuck you. And you're like, okay, well, and then as you're arguing the budget, finally as part of the budget bill, you rescind that $100 billion. I feel like funding the government should be like a separate thing that doesn't have all prior legislation up for debate every single time we do like a budget. I guess I just don't like that.
Well,
because it feels like it trivializes the fight for large, individual, unique pieces of legislation and can cause you to lose a lot of stuff in a very trivial, very quick way that there might have been an extensive public, very visible fight for in the past. Does that make sense?
Sure, but people would argue that this is the only way to get some pet stuff approved by putting it all together in a must-pass bill because it's the budget, and the government will shut down if you don't pass it. So it's like you're extorting the other side in a sense. But I mean, they don't really fight that much over the budget, like on these little pet things. But
okay. What?
This is one of the few must-pass pieces of legislation. You have to pass a budget, otherwise the government shuts down.
Yeah. Well, or you can do continuing resolutions or whatever, right?
Yes, but a continuing resolution is must-pass legislation as well. So you got to pass something to keep the lights on. Otherwise, their lives get harmed. And though it doesn't feel like that, because we had like a 43-day shutdown recently and didn't seem like anyone gave a damn. So they usually have to compromise on something. So they usually don't go too crazy.
Sure. Okay, here, actually, wait, no, because I want to fight with you on this. I super disagree on this, okay? But maybe you can convince me otherwise, because I think you're more familiar with these processes, okay? So, in my mind, I guess I want there to be fights over novel legislation. So if somebody wants to pass a healthcare thing, if somebody wants to pass an overall abortion ban or something, I don't know, people want to do these things. I think that these are good fights to have in Congress, in front of the American people, with our lawmakers. I think these are good fights to have. I feel like when it comes to funding the government, I feel like this shouldn't really be that much of a fight. I feel like that should be like a pretty standard, easy thing that when it comes time to do a budget bill, what Congress's job is doing is Congress is tasked with appropriately funding all of the things that the United States government ought to have funded, meaning whatever programs are currently running, that includes all things passed before, et cetera, et cetera. That's it. That the funding bill should not be a time where we're going to have to fight over things that we've previously fought over, because I feel like we just end up in these situations where you're fighting over the same shit over and over and over again until you finally manage to win in some area, rather than like, this is a settled deal, now we're making a budget, now you're funding everything, go. Does that make?
In an ideal world, yeah, but there's very few times where you get to fight. So, like right now, Democrats aren't funding DHS.
When you say there's very few times you get to fight, but the times you fight are when those changes are being proposed.
Well, but proposing something is different from it must pass. And so, like, it can just be ignored if you don't include these kind of fights in a must pass bill. So, for example,
Well, but if it's
DHS
going to
right
be
now is shut
ignored,
down.
if it's going to be ignored, then I would argue then that we
Yeah.
should have never been passed in the first place. Like, it sounds like a thing that wasn't a legislative priority. Congress already doesn't seem like they do much in terms of passing bills and everything. Like,
Well, that's why people pick these fights with the must-pass bills. They're like, they know they can't get anywhere. They can't get it. They can't move it forward any other way. So that's what I was about to bring up the example of DHS being shut down right now over demands of changes to ICE, how they act, right? Like, so do you disagree with the Democrats not funding DHS over ICE not wearing masks and wearing body cams and no more racial profiling? I mean,
yeah,
would you disagree with the Democrats on that?
kind of, yeah. I think we should fight for it because this is the system that we have now, yeah. But like, I guess I just don't like the fact that the fight is happening as part of the budget, you know? Like, I feel like it's just an inappropriate area to have the fight. I'm saying inappropriate, I'm sorry, and unideal, because if this is how we're doing it, then this is how we're doing it. But like, imagine you're part of like a household and you guys have decided next year we're going to start putting explosive devices on babies. And you're like, okay, fine. Actually, no, we're going to fight over this. And then we're going to say, no, we're not going to do this. And then finally, you all come to an agreement. You're like, no, we're not going to do explosive devices on babies. And then you're fine. But then when you go to make the household for the budget next year, you know, they've got you in a gridlock because you really need to buy your insulin. And the guys that know you need your insulin are like, okay, that's fine. You can go ahead and get your insulin, but we want $50 million for putting explosive devices on babies. It's like, well, fuck, we already had that fight. But now we're reintroducing this fight because every time we're going to do a funding bill, we have to reintroduce every legislative fight we've ever had. It just seems like not a good forum. And I feel like how many of these continuing resolutions, everything we had to do, I feel like we've had so much trouble funding the government lately. It feels like this has not been a very effective process for figuring stuff out. Like, it's causing more headaches than not.
We had like Nancy Pelosi and Biden's budget extended for over a year. And so like those are their priorities that got passed, you know, and so that upsets a lot of people. But it's due to the dysfunction of Congress that these sort of policy fights are happening in the budget bills because they're the rare must-pass bill. So it's the opportunity to draw a line in the sand and say, I'm not going to fund this.
I don't disagree
agency.
with what you're saying. You're giving me like as the system is, right? So like I'm just saying like what I wish the system would be. I don't disagree with you that like we have to fight here because it's the only time we fight. I guess I just don't like that. If I was to make a big change, it would be that if you want new legislative agendas or whatever, you're gonna have to really pass a bill for it. You're not allowed to just do you're not allowed to fight for this over the budget stuff. So it would force people to hopefully depoliticize the budget stuff a little bit. I don't know, or a lot of it. Really, I don't think passing a budget should be that political. I don't know if that's a retarded statement or not. I feel like you should just fund whatever legislative initiatives that pass Congress, and that's it. It'd just be figuring out like whatever the funding mechanisms need to look like, and that's it. And then that's I guess that's my take on it. But
I agree. In a perfect world, obviously, we would just deal with keeping the lights on and the government funded. But Congress is so dysfunctional; they can't move anything forward unless it's must pass and it has a deadline, and the budget falls in that category.
Are you okay with the debt ceiling, or do you think that should go?
I think they should get rid of that. It's just a tool that the Republicans use to extract concessions from the Democrats. So we should totally get rid of that.
I'm so stupid. Okay, but could I not just use the same arguments for the debt ceiling as you just used for the budget? Like I'll say, well, the debt ceiling is the only time you can get important legislative agendas passed because that is when you're forcing people to, because you have to do something about the debt, right? If I use all the same arguments there, what would your defense be of the debt ceiling?
Well, the debt ceiling isn't something we should play with because we can crash a whole world economy and we can really cause some damage. So the fact that the Republicans even play around with that is really disgusting. So that shouldn't even be something we debate. Obviously, we can live with the government shutting down, but the debt ceiling is us not paying our debts and our credit rating going down, and that's very bad.
But I mean, arguably funding the government is similar, right? Like, let's say that
similar.
Let's say the Republicans were right about how there really were mass illegal immigrants, killing everybody and doing all these horrible things, and now ICE or DHS goes unfunded because of a bill lapsing. Theoretically, like, what if a major terror attack happened during a lapse of funding or something?
That's what they're setting up right now, by the way.
Yeah.
Donald Trump is begging for 9/11 2.0 so he can go, look, the Democrats didn't fund DHS over their stupid demands, and a sleeper cell that snuck in during Biden's administration and his porous southern border has now hurt you, and it's all the Democrats' fault. It has nothing to do with me.
Sure.
But that's a side note. But yeah, I mean, all sorts of games. Look, we don't have a great system here, okay? I'll be the first to admit that. And the budget reconciliation process is even worse.
Walk me through that.
Well, that you have to focus on spending or taxation or something. So you can't do like immigration policy or abortion. But boy, you can do some pretty big spending there. And you don't need a single person from the other side, which is totally against the way our system is designed right now.
For the budget that you passed with the whole budget reconciliation, is that a whole ass new budget that is just a simple majority, or is that like a continuing resolution with some changes, or?
It's like in addition to the existing budget, you're reconciling the existing budget, and you just need a majority for that.
Okay, so it would allow you to basically keep the government funded by amending. What are you amending, like the last budget, or?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
And you're adding all this new stuff on top of it. But what I wanted to say about the debt ceiling fight is, I do think the Democrats need to start talking about the debt. I don't think it's a big deal, but to a lot of Americans, it is, because they think about it like credit card debt. And so I don't think we should cede the argument to the right and just be like, oh, who cares about the debt? It's not a big deal. The right is getting everybody fired up about it as now it reaches $1 trillion in interest payments. And so we should talk about it. We should own the debate. We should be involved in that, talking about how we want to pay it down or deal with it.
Yeah, I agree with that. Especially, I do think there's probably a point at which the debt becomes a big deal, and the Republicans feel like they're hurtling us in that direction. If there were any big...
Well, they're winning the narrative on that. They're convincing people that we don't give a shit and we're outspent. We're just burning money like we don't care, and they're the only ones who care about it, even though that's the exact... they're the ones that are actually doing it.
Somehow over the past 30 years, I don't know why or how. I don't know if you saw my conversation with Tom Bilyeu, but like, if you ever ask conservatives about this, like, why, like, because some of these crypto bros or finance people were like, well, I think the debt is the biggest issue ever. And I was like, okay, you can think that, fine, but then you should vote a Democrat, right? But it feels like people, I don't know how they've won the narrative so hard on that when the Republicans have destroyed our debt so much between the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and all the foreign wars, and now a new one maybe that we're getting involved in. It's unbelievable to me. I don't know how they continued to win on that talking point.
Because we don't talk about it, and like you said, it's not a big deal. I think we outgrow the debt. Like, if you have 10 grand in debt and you only make 50K, that's gonna hold you back. But if you get a job for 100K, it's like, oh, okay, my 10 grand in debt's not that big of a deal anymore. So I think we just outgrow it.
I agree, that's probably possible, but right now we're not. That's not the course we've put ourselves on, or the Republicans have put us on. So, but I don't disagree that might be a way out of it. But we'd probably still have to curb our spending at least a little bit. Would be my guess, because we're not going to grow so much that we're going to be able to outrun all of that. But
right. I just don't want to give up the narrative to the Republicans, and we're not even trying. So hopefully we start leaning into that a little more.
Yeah, I would agree with that 100%. Yeah, especially with all the insane spending recently over the Iran war and everything. Yeah.
Have you been following the politics of that?
Lightly. What do you mean in particular?
Just how it's going for Trump. I mean, Trump is out there saying Iran stole a tomahawk and fired it against an elementary school. Just crazy shit like that.
Business as usual, you mean? Yeah. He is always saying just the most... The problem is that, like, so much of America is so stupid and that they don't understand, like, what's being said sometimes, like how ridiculously crazy things would have to be for a thing to be said. And Trump is just able to expose so much of this in the United States. Because, the idea that one, they're shooting cruise missiles, and then two, that they're shooting cruise missiles, which the whole point of these are to be highly precise weapons at their own schools. It's just such a stupid statement on so many different levels. I will never be able to take a Republican seriously again about anything. Like, you want to talk about, like, this is a point that I fight on, and it's not popular. I don't even think my own audience thinks that it's a good fight, but I don't care. I will always argue that Trump is dumber than Biden. That whatever you want to make about senility for Biden, like, show me examples of Biden being senile outside of that one bad debate performance, and I can give you 10 examples of Trump being worse. And nobody has ever won that fight before with me. We're like, well, because, like, the only way... No, you can't win that fight. Trump sounds like a retard, literally, with every single thing he talks about, and it's unbelievable to me. Yeah, that statement is crazy. But there's like a statement like that every day. So yeah, sorry, don't get me riled up on that. Fuck.
Yeah,
I still don't know.
Even,
Wait, can you tell me? I'm sorry, I've been asking people this because I actually don't know. Maybe I just don't follow enough American politics. Why are we at war with Iran again?
Well, the reason keeps shifting.
But they keep saying it doesn't.
Yeah. Well, originally it was for regime change and because they've been threatening us for 47 years. That's the talking point that was given out as a firmware update. 47 years, 200 plus Americans killed by this murderous regime, and they'll threaten us no more. But, the problem is I thought we obliterated their nuclear program in June of last year. I guess that didn't work out. So why should we believe Trump's going to remove the threat this time? But now he's shifted the goalpost to say, well, the goal is to destroy their Navy. I never heard about Iran's Navy being a threat to anybody, but I guess the Navy was the biggest problem.
Okay.
And eliminating the missile threat. But I don't know, man. This is not going well. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. 20% of the world's oil supply is caught in the Persian Gulf, can't move. Doesn't matter if we release oil from the reserves, we can't make up for that. So I don't know where this is going, but it's not looking pretty.
Yeah. Okay.
Hello. What's going on?
Hey, what's up, North? Wait, what do you call yourself?
North. You put like North is live. Like
well, because I don't know who the fuck North is, and your
there.
YouTube channel is North is live, so I don't know. What do you want me to say? Okay.
It's like at North is live, but like you don't do like the whole thing.
Well, whose fault is that? Sounds like your fault, Logup.
It's my fault. You're right. It is my fault. Everything's my fault. Blame the Republican.
Based.
Thank you.
All right, I got a scheduled talk with North here. So, do you have anything else, Ira, that you want to drop on us? Any wisdom or anything else you want to impart on us? Or
no, I'm good.
Okay. You can also you can hang out for this if you want. I'm not kicking you out. I'm just saying I've talking with this guy, but
no. If you guys have a scheduled talk, it's all good.
All right. Well, hey, I love you, buddy.
All right, bro.
Stay safe. Be careful. And yeah.
Yep. Later.
What's going on?
Just watching my country collapse.
Sounds like a fun time.
Yeah.
So I four specific topics I specifically DM'd you about. Do you want me to just start, I guess?
Yeah, run it down.
Or do we...
First of all, introduce yourself.
Okay, yeah. Hello, I'm North. YouTube.com/NorthIsLife. Gotta get that shill in. I'm a never Trump Republican. I'm willing to work with the Democratic Party because I think that the current MAGA movement is trying to destroy our Constitution and destroy our republic. And want you guys to beat the illiberalism out of the Republican Party so that we can return to some sort of normalcy.
Wow.
That is sort of my position, as it were.
Okay, and then run them down. What do you got for us?
Okay, so 4 specific things. What does it mean to erode/reinforce a liberal institution? What is a deterrence and how do you create it? Possible prescriptions for fixing the system. And then the way that you currently use your rhetoric in your community and how that's kind of radicalizing people.
Okay.
So I think there's 2 things that we kind of have to agree on before we 2 or 3 things we have to agree on before moving forward. The first one is that our overall goal is to return to a liberal democratic framework, like going back to where people operate in the system in a good faith manner.
Correct. I agree with that. The second thing, the way you phrase that, yeah.
Okay. And then
when I say that for that second
scenario,
the reason why I say the second way you phrase it is because I don't think it's enough to just return. We need to return. Returning can't be taking 5 steps back. Returning needs to be taking 5 steps back and then going down a new pathway. So not just resetting the clock, but trying to change the way that we're doing. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. Which I think is what you meant. Yeah, just clarifying. Yeah.
Yeah. And then the second thing that we have to agree on is that the hypothetical scenario that everyone is giving is a Democrat win in 28, generally involving a majority in the Senate and the House. So with these 2, and then what was it? One more thing. We agree that a use of force is needed to create a deterrence for bad actors in the future.
What do you mean by use of force?
As in, like, there's some sort of negative outcome for
Yes.
the
Okay.
people that are using like illiberal actions in our government currently. Yes. So these are sort of the three things that we agree on. And now what is generally disagreed with between the Connor and the Hutch conversations is how is that the negative outcomes achieved? Is it through quote unquote Hunter Bidening them, or is it through using existing codified law in order to punish these people? Would you agree that that's sort of the disagreement happening right now?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay, so let's get into what it means to erode / reinforce a liberal institution. So this is what the general vibe that I've gotten from your live streams. You would say that you can temporarily divert from liberalism and generally obeying the Constitution in good faith in order to save the Constitution, in order to save liberalism in the future, I guess.
Sure. Yes.
Okay. You ever watch Code Geass before?
Yeah, that's my example. Go ahead. I'm not gonna get stabbed though, but go ahead.
Okay, in Code Geass, there's a quote in there, in which they ask Lelouch, if you use evil to destroy evil, does evil remain? And they kind of point out obnoxiously that it's a paradox, because if you use evil to destroy evil,
yeah,
evil
classic
will remain
anime tropes. A lot of yeah.
Yeah. I'm kind of taking sort of the same logic, in which if you want to create a future system in which everyone adheres to liberalism and like operating within good faith with our government, you have to be able to punish everyone involved in illiberalism, and you cannot selectively punish just the other side or the ones who started it first. Otherwise, you're creating a like a reinforcement mechanism of that being the most effective way to institute like change in our government.
I think I disagree with what you just said. Can you restate that?
So,
or I can state it for
MAGA
you. It sounds like you're saying that like,
or
go ahead. Yeah, go.
No, you go ahead. You restate it.
That sounds like what you're saying is you cannot utilize, or we'll say illiberal, and hopefully Hutch isn't coming. You cannot utilize illiberal actions against one other side simply because the other side acted first. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the system.
You cannot selectively punishment and expect to go back to a liberal system,
yeah.
I guess. Is
okay, sure. Okay.
It needs to be universally punished, no matter if it's on your side or if it's on the other side.
Okay, so I'm going to challenge this a little bit. We can speak around this and how you feel, okay? One issue that I have with a lot of these types of conversations, and to be fair, this actually comes up a lot, even in ordinary behavior, is I don't know how you would describe this in moral philosophy or whatever, but I think fundamentally the second actor is not the same as the first actor. So, for instance, we would say, we understand this intuitively when it comes to like the concept of self-defense, right? If somebody takes out a gun and shoots somebody, and then he's going to go shoot somebody else, and then you go to shoot that guy, nobody would ever say, if you're trying to stop people from shooting people, you can't shoot him, because now you've just created more shooting, and you're never going to stop people from shooting people, right? Well, they would say, well, hold on. The reason why the second guy is shooting, paradoxically, is because he wants there to be less shooting. Does that make sense? What I said. You don't have to agree with my full thing, but just, are you following that so far?
I understand the analogy you're trying to make. I would disagree with it.
That's fine. Okay, we can get to the disagreement. But so
okay.
So I think that when it comes to like shooting, I think that there's like two different things we could talk about. We could talk about like the actual physical, like the actual act of shooting, right? And I would draw a parallel to that to like the formal organization of a liberal democracy, like the system. But then we can talk more abstractly to an environment of shooting. And I would abstractly refer to that as like the concept or the principles of liberalism. That there might be times when we might have to unfortunately violate the norm of no shooting, but it's because ultimately we really are trying to enforce the ideology of the concept of no shooting, much the same that like there might be times we have to step outside the formal structure of liberalism in the hopes of enforcing the ideals of liberalism, and that whether or not that action is good or bad. Now, you might, even looking at all of that, you might agree with my whole framework. I don't see you do, but you might agree with my whole framework. And you say, I understand everything you're saying. I still disagree that that's possible. That's fine. But fundamentally, the second actor here, who's trying to adhere to the concept of liberalism, but is working outside of liberalism, those actions are fundamentally different than the person who is working outside of liberalism, attacking the concept of liberalism. Does that make sense?
Okay, yes, I can say that the intent given between the two is definitely different, and you can create a differentiation between those.
Okay.
But the outcome that is achieved is not one in which we return into someone where there is no shooting, and we can get into this more if you want.
Gotcha. I disagree with you there, but we know where our disagreement is. That's fine. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So, the analogy of like, so you're going to be using a gun in self-defense in order to prevent someone from shooting you. That I don't think we would necessarily disagree with that, but it's more of a like let's take the example of like war, for example, or like a civil war. In war or a civil war, you have to inherently use illiberal tactics in order to defeat your enemy, right? Like no one would say like, oh, why can't we just like vote away the Japanese after they attacked Pearl Harbor? Like you inherently have to use some sort of force.
And we would prefer otherwise to never, ever, ever have to use, right? In an ideal world, we are never, ever going to war, blowing people up, blowing ships up, whatever, right?
In an ideal world, yes.
Yeah.
But the scenario that we're presented with, that being a Gavin Newsom win in 28, it's not so much as you're using your gun in self-defense. It's more like someone broke into your house, you tied him up, and now you're deciding whether you want to execute him or not, and then call that self-defense. That would be more of a proper analogy, in my opinion.
So, what if it's not tie them up and execute them? What if it's whip their ass? And the reason I say whip their ass is because we're not actually eliminating the entirety of all political opposition in the United States, but we would do some damage to it such that it would disincentivize all that future behavior. The reason I don't like using the kill analogy...
Yeah, but I'm saying that instead of beating their ass, you just call the cops, and then you have the system handle it.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that's... Unfortunately, we're begging... Like, if I felt like this was a thing that the system could handle, then, I mean, we would still be speaking within the system, right?
Sure. But then if you feel like this is something that the system would handle, obviously we want to be operating in a society in which we don't take these actions into our own hands, and we have more of a system in order to do good. So in order to, if we feel like the system is inadequate or needs change, then our effort should be on fixing the system in the future. Otherwise, we have a society in which, in order to resolve our problems, we're just beating each other up.
Yep, I agree.
In order to like create deterrences.
Okay, can you put a pin on this here, and then I want to back up to another thing that I think is kind of important for us to resolve. Do you think that there's any system of... Wait, first of all, can I ask, what's your background? Are you like a college student or...
I'm just a random college student.
Okay. Gotcha.
I'm a first year community college, going to go into political science.
Okay,
so.
Gotcha, cool. Just curious.
I'm a pilot, if that helps.
Yeah, no. Edgy joke, sorry. So here's a question. Do you think that you can devise any system of rules or devise any system... Yeah, we'll just say that. Can you devise any system of rules that will be impervious to bad faith actors? People that are continually trying to break said system of rules.
In the moment in which the bad faith actors are actively in power, no, I believe that is impossible, and I think you would agree with that.
Yeah, but then my next question is going to be, can't we just run that...
Well, sorry. Let me back up.
Yeah.
There is a stipulation to that.
Go ahead.
Like, we can create rules and systems to prevent bad faith actors from happening, but we in an ideal world, we want our executive to be able to operate with some degree of like freedom in order to execute the power or to like protect America, ideally.
Sure. Not necessarily getting to like executive or anything like that. Just like basic questions on like rules, I guess. On like, is it possible to create a rule system that can survive bad faith actors? And when I say
while they're currently in power, then no.
Okay. So I would argue that even when they're not in power, I think that that's impossible. And when I say bad faith actor, what I'm referring to specifically is a person who is trying to circumvent the rules in a way that still accomplishes what the rules were trying to prevent. So an example of this might be in Monopoly. You land on a property and a person has like 4 houses on the property, but when you look at the board, like one of the houses is actually like a little bit scooted off. Have you ever played Monopoly before?
I've played Monopoly before.
Yeah, sometimes when you're hopping pieces around the board, things get like scooted around the board. And so you're like, oh, actually, I'm only going to pay the rent for 3 houses because one of those houses was kind of like, it was knocked off a little bit, right? And I mean, like, by the letter of the rules and the laws or whatever, I guess I would have to read the exact wording in the Monopoly rulebook, but it's not unfathomable to me that the wording could be such that you could get away with that. If it's like, well, 3 houses placed on a property, it's like, well, it's not placed on it, is it? Because it's a little bit off, right? Like, I don't think that my contention is, this actually might be fundamental and important to, this might be where our foundational disagreements are. I don't think you can create any system of rules that is impervious to people that aren't engaging in good faith with your rule set.
I think you can. And I think this is like the fundamental disagreement.
Yes.
You maintain that you can use some sort of force after the fact in order to create like a deterrent to prevent bad faith actors from doing things in the future.
Yep. And then also just real quick, just as
where's the disconnect?
Wait, real quick, just so I can also have ultra crystal clarity on that term. A bad faith actor is somebody, again, who's trying to achieve the outcome of breaking a rule without breaking a rule. Bad faith actors are not people who break the rules. So, for instance, let's say somebody knew for some reason that 2 states didn't have like an extradition agreement or something with each other, and they got an AR-15 and they sniped and killed their neighbor from across state lines, knowing that for some really weird reason they'd never be held accountable for it, even though all of us agree that like murder is bad, we don't want people murdering. That would be a bad faith actor. Somebody just murdering somebody would not be a bad faith actor. That's just a bad person who's breaking the rules. Okay, just to understand my distinction there. When I say bad faith actor, I'm not talking about people who are breaking rules. I'm talking about people who are trying to effect the outcome of breaking a rule without breaking the rule. Does that make sense?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay,
I wrote down a definition of like what it means to erode like an institution. So like usually an institution has like a mission statement. So if you like abuse an institution in a way that it wasn't like originally defined or created for, then that might be considered like eroding an institution or like using powers that were usually not given to an institution. Or maybe even failing to use those powers when you're supposed to. Like that would be. Would you agree to this definition of like these being erosions of institutions? Or
it could be, yeah. These could be some examples, yeah.
Okay. So I agree on your definition on bad faith actors. I just don't see the connection between the use of force, which we agree on, creating a deterrence, and why that use of force cannot be codified in law. Is the limitation that the law applies, like the narrowness that prevents it from being effective, or what exactly makes
because my issue is that
in law the use of force ineffective?
Because you're trying to codify something in law where you're trying to effect some outcome, but the thing that you're trying to codify into law is being used against people who already know what the law is, who are trying to circumvent those outcomes. So in the future, they're just going to find more ways to try to circumvent whatever law you pass.
Yes, I would agree that they would do that, and that's how it's been for the history of law in like all of human history.
I would disagree with that.
That's the point of the Republic is we do not. That's a good thing about having a liberal democratic system is that it's not stagnant. it is able to change. For
Yeah,
the
but I
future
would
in order
disagree.
to
I don't
account
think
for
that
these
the
new things.
The law system, yeah, it's supposed to account for new things, like new laws that you might need to pass for new technologies or new environments, or whatever. But I don't think it was there to try to patch itself against bad faith actors.
No, it has, and we've done this before in history, and our republic didn't implode because we didn't punish people retroactively for them operating the system in bad faith. Are you familiar with the spoils system in U.S. history?
No. Does that have to do with Game of Thrones spoils? No, I'm just kidding. Something to do with looting ships or battlefields or
I've never
something?
watched Game of
No, what is
Thrones,
it?
so- Okay, so in U.S. history, we had this thing called the spoils system. So basically, we've always been a two-party system. Whenever one party would come to power, they would basically fire everyone involved in the opposite party. And then whenever the reverse would come around, the opposite party would just fire everyone who was in the opposition party, and they'd hire all their friends. Basically, it was massive political corruption. And this ended in like the 1870s with the civil service reform acts, I guess. And basically, it gave more rights to people working within the government, so they couldn't be like arbitrarily fired just because they were associated with a previous administration. I would argue that this was people operating with our system in a bad faith manner, and we're able to reform the system for the future, and our republic didn't implode because there was no retroactive punishment.
Can you give me an example of like how do you feel like that's acting in bad faith? That kind of just sounds normal to me. Like when a new administration comes in, you're swapping a ton of civil service. Seems like it was. My guess is at one point in time, the government was small enough that maybe this wasn't as big of a deal. But as the government grew in size more and more, that just wasn't a very realistic way to govern effectively in the future. But I don't see any part of that that's necessarily like bad faith.
Like you would say that it wouldn't be expressly illegal, but it was not like healthy for the republic, and it wasn't, I guess, necessarily like what the founders intended when it came to how our government was supposed to operate.
I agree that it might not necessarily be
considered
healthy.
bad faith.
I don't think it's healthy for the republic, but I think that's like an appropriate thing to legislate out of, because it's not like the people that were doing that were trying to functionally avoid. Remember the earlier definition I gave for bad faith actor, somebody who's trying to affect some outcome that was supposed to be avoided with some rule in place. And I feel like that was just a thing, maybe again, because the federal government was so small or had such limited roles in the very beginning of the country, that was just a rule that we didn't have, that nobody really agreed should even exist, because it was just not a thing. It just wasn't an issue. And then when it became an issue and they started to pass rules to make it so that wouldn't happen, then that no longer became an issue. But I don't see that as being similar to people that are trying in bad faith to circumvent. Like, what rule would you say those people were trying to circumvent other than just like general principles of governance that...
I believe there were like earlier civil service reforms. Like this was a series of acts, and it ended with like this one massive legislation. Basically, they would create the civil service reform, and then people would try to like bypass it with like some new loophole, and then we would eventually keep patching and patching and patching until we were sufficient enough that this wasn't really a problem for the future.
Sure, I guess I don't know those loopholes. I mean, I would say some of those people might have been performing in bad faith, I guess. I'm not necessarily opposed to like closing some loopholes. I don't think that's necessarily bad, especially if they're glaring and obvious ones. But I don't think that a system can survive if you're trying to reform your way out of or patch things against people that they really know the rules and they're really just trying to break them. Or not break them, but they're really trying to go against what the spirit of that rule was, in ways that are stupid. That's not a great way of explaining it. Are you familiar with all like the J6 stuff?
Yes.
Sorry, not okay.
I'm familiar.
Yeah, so like for the electors thing, right? Like their plan was they wanted to break the Electoral Count Act, and their
Yes.
claim was, well, we think Pence might have a constitutional thing here that he can, enact on because the vice president has the authority, blah blah blah. But also, they knew, and I think Eastman said to Rosen, that if that was before the Supreme Court, initially said they'd probably lose 2-7, and then maybe they'd probably lose 0-9. But also it wouldn't matter because Trump would already be president. Like, these are bad faith actors that aren't just like breaking norms or whatever. They're like intentionally, well, I guess here it's bad because I'm saying they're breaking a law actually, but I mean, they're thinking they're adhering to the Constitution.
Yeah, this is literally breaking a law.
Sure,
I think you could create enforcement mechanisms. So I think I have prescriptions that I want to get into in the future.
Sure.
I don't know if you want to get into now.
Yeah,
but I think
get
one
into
of the
them,
things is the fact that
Well, I was gonna say we can get into them, but like this is pretty foundational because like I'm probably gonna agree with most of the things that you're gonna suggest, or maybe not. We'll see when we get there. I just don't think that they would be effective in deterring future people that are like intentionally trying to circumvent whatever the rules and laws are. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, well, there's circumventing like the rules and laws, and there's acting in like a criminal manner. We can differentiate the two, right?
Yeah, but I'm fine. The criminal stuff
yeah.
is fine. Act like a criminal because if you break a law and you're doing a crime, you're gonna get. We have a good system for dealing with people that are being criminals.
Well, I would argue that that's one of the reasons why the Trump administration is able to act so corruptly is because it's not sufficient enough and it needs reform.
Okay.
So basically, like the presidential immunity when it came to official actions, that Supreme Court ruling, that needs to be narrowed way the fuck down. I think in order to create like a more healthy system, and then probably
I agree with that
either
100%.
eliminating or reforming like presidential pardons, where like Congress is like able to get rid of specific or maybe all presidential pardons with like a simple majority vote. I think that would make our system a lot more healthy as well.
I agree with both of those. For pardoning, I thought that I feel like it'd be interesting if the president just submits a list at the end of the year. These are the people that want pardoned, and then maybe the Senate or Congress, has to just sign off on it or something. Like I feel like there should generally be a rubber stamp.
No, I think pardons are good for like I think they can be good for doing it beforehand and just being able to undo them after the fact. I don't think that's there's a lot of people that have been discussing and saying that's retroactive punishment by undoing a pardon after it's already been given. I wouldn't think so.
Wait,
again,
why do you think
now
being
I'm
able
thinking about
to wait? You're saying you should be able to undo pardons?
Undo pardons, yes.
Why is that?
That way the president can still have the ability to just like pardon people if they see fit, and you don't need to create it like a partisan Congress issue. If you want to, if there is someone that legitimately like probably should be pardoned for whatever reason, the president could just operate like that. But if they ever operate corruptly, then the Congress can keep them in check.
Why not just have them so that Congress has to approve them?
I mean, you could have it that way as well. It's just my personal opinion. Both of them
Okay.
achieve the same thing, that being that the pardon power is kept in check.
Okay. Sure.
That's more of like a very minor thing.
Sure. Some sort of congressional check on pardon power, I think would be good. I think it's good. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. What else?
What were we talking about before we got to prescriptions?
Your mom.
You
Just
lose my
kidding.
train of thought.
No. It was bad faith actors. Can you make rule systems against bad faith actors? And then I told you to put a pin in it because we were discussing. Were you about to go into reforms you wanted to make?
Well, yes. Well, I have a whole list of reforms, but another thing is what is a deterrence and like how do you create one as well? Like I kind of want to get into the nitty gritty of that.
So for deterrence, for future deterrence, is this for future deterrence?
Yeah, future deterrence basically. Because I think we can argue that if you have a bad faith executive specifically, with like a Congress that are unwilling to check them, there isn't necessarily much you can do to punish them while they're in office. Any like negative action you're going to have for them is going to have to be in the future after they're out of office. So that's why we call it a deterrence, is future fear of punishment or a negative outcome.
Yeah. For like, how would we hold these last people accountable? Or wait, I'm sorry. Wait, I'm sorry. When you say deterrence, you're only talking about going forward, right? You're not talking about the current people in office, right?
Going forward, yes.
Gotcha. I mean, I guess.
Well, and I kind of want to get into that specifically as well. Of do you need to have precedent in order to create proper deterrence? That's like a big thing.
What do you mean by that?
It's a lot of people I've been arguing with in your community that have been making. They basically say you cannot create any proper deterrence unless you have some sort of punishment created, like in the present, even if it's not like codified in law. That they just need to be punished first, and then you can create reforms, and then that's how you create the deterrence.
There's like two things going on here, I think. If you're talking in general, you can deter things in a lot of different ways, but with specificity to this current moment. And then, hold on, I'm trying to think of how to phrase this. I think deterrence exists for good faith actors is who deterrence exists for. But I'm using good faith. I'm using a very weird definition here. I don't know if it's fair. Like, generally speaking, I don't know how, what we could tease it out. Like, I view criminals to be different than, I view criminals differently than I view bad faith actors. So, like, I would say deterrence works against criminals. So people that are just out there breaking laws, robbing, murdering, whatever. Those people can be deterred with laws and stuff because when they get caught, that's part of, that's part of the game, that's part of what happens. But for bad faith actors, I don't think you can deter them with reform. They have to feel like there's something outside of that can get them. Otherwise, I feel like those people are undeterrable. So I say that because you said you're arguing with people who are saying, well, you can't deter anybody without doing anything retroactively. But I think more so what's happening is you're trying to set up deterrence for people that are trying to circumvent the rules. However, you just can't do that. But that goes back to, that's why I said we kind of had to go to that other conversation about, like, do we have a fundamental disagreement here? Because I don't think you can deter bad faith actors using reforms. Maybe you can patch it up a little bit, but they're always going to find some wacky loophole or wacky way around it. Yeah.
I think you can create a deterrence with reforms, and even if they're operating in a bad faith actor, I think there's legislation you can create in order to prevent people from operating like this in the future. But yeah, if you want to go back, we can talk about what legislation could be created, or I guess if you can definitionally create a deterrence through reforms. Want to go back to the pen?
Want to go back to the, what did you say? Pen?
The pin.
Oh, the pin. Yeah,
Sorry.
sure. Go for it. Yeah, go.
Okay. Do you have any historical examples that you know of that is feeding into your opinion, or are you kind of like vibing this out when it comes to there can be no reforms created to prevent a bad faith actor from operating?
I think I'm vibing it a little bit, but I think I'm looking at stuff like, unironically, like Nuremberg or whatever. To where...
What do you... people keep talking about Nuremberg, and I feel like people don't understand what Nuremberg was.
Probably
like,
not.
What do you mean when you refer to Nuremberg?
That was very touch and go, so maybe I just don't understand. But my understanding for Nuremberg was that these were historically held trials for the events that had gone on in Nazi Germany, and then people were held to be responsible, such that there were executions and stuff, for the activities that they engaged in during kind of like the reign of the Nazi regime, I guess, for things that weren't like, because the Geneva Conventions and everything came after World War II, so I don't know if these were considered, I don't even know.
No, the Geneva Convention was something before.
Was it right before? Was this World War One?
I think it's before World War One was the Geneva Convention, I'm pretty sure. I think it was Crimean War, if I remember correctly.
Geneva Convention was 49.
Was it 49?
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was before, but maybe I'm thinking of a different Geneva Convention.
Or I'm sorry, maybe I should be more clear that when you talk about Geneva Convention, there are multiple Geneva Conventions, but I think like the big ones that we rely on today as cornerstones of international law, there are 4 Geneva Conventions.
Oh, or like 49. Yeah,
there were 49. Yeah, there might have been some prior to that. I just don't know. But I guess I don't know 100% what the authority of the Nuremberg trials rested on. I guess I would have to check.
So the authority, this is a discussion during the Nuremberg trials, this is what the Nazis try to bring up, was basically, is this justice, or is this basically the power of like the victors being imposed on the losers? And I feel like a lot of people like to classify it as that, which is like the Nazi framing, is that ultimately what created what was right and what was wrong was this is just a show trial. No matter what, these people were going to be found guilty and executed. But a lot of things that people tend to forget is that the Nuremberg trials involved, like, there were set criteria that they were indicted for, and these people weren't just like executed after their crimes were shown. People were found guilty and acquitted. Some people were like 10 years in prison. Some people were completely given away. And of course, yeah, some people were executed. There's the mindset, I feel like a mindset that you have is that these people need to be punished no matter what. Like, if there's law to support it, that's good, but if there's no law, you just still do it anyway. But then I don't think you can necessarily appeal to Nuremberg, because that's not what Nuremberg did.
I don't think prior to Nuremberg, was there any example ever of other countries like holding individual actors accountable or responsible in any kind of legal manner for how that country treated its own
This
citizens?
was another discussion about this, is the legality of the Nuremberg trials. Arguably, for them being indicted for genocide and actually, I think not genocide. Sorry, being indicted for crimes against humanity. That was like not a thing really based in international law that you could indict someone for. But it was what crimes against peace and then like war crimes. These were things done during the Nuremberg trials that was like already precedent. So like a conspiracy to invade another country. You could argue, like, well, you have a peace treaty between the two countries, so if you're conspiring to break that treaty, then you could be like held accountable for that. Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying, but when you say you held accountable for that, wasn't that generally the state? I don't think it was generally applied to as applied to individuals.
Well, the Nuremberg trials was specifically putting each head of like the Nazi Reich on trial.
Yeah,
so like,
but
like
individuals.
The guy was
but I think
banks,
prior
the
to
guy
that,
was in charge of like
I don't think there was any
yeah.
precedent for going after individuals in a country, especially especially about treatment of people within their country, and then holding them accountable for crimes like other countries doing that. My understanding is that was unprecedented, but
it was unprecedented in the fact that it succeeded. We tried doing it after World War One, and failed, mainly because we didn't really occupy the country afterward. But like the law that was used as the basis to prosecute them was not fully unprecedented. If you ignore the indictments of crimes against humanity, that was unprecedented, and that was made up just for that trial with like the London Charter and all that.
Sure. Like I'm seeing here, I'm just reading real quick. It looks like apparently there were people that shortly before the German surrender, however, the Freedom Council worked with a clandestine committee of lawyers to elaborate a proposal for a War Crimes Act that included the death penalty. The Prime Minister appointed another committee consisting of civil servants and judges. These two proposals were merged into a subsequent bill. A major point of difference was whether the law would be retroactive to only the 29th of August, 1949, when the Danish government resigned, or all the way back to April 9th, 1940. So, like, I'm pretty sure this is like a kind of a violation of everything. Like, you don't usually have retroactive laws.
For part of it, yeah, I do agree that part of it was retroactive.
Which is not a thing that but that's like illegal, right?
Well, depends what you define as illegal. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you would generally consider it illegal and illiberal too.
Yeah.
But so is this what you specifically wish to emulate in the context of the Nuremberg trial, or?
Well, I don't know. I just bring up Nuremberg as a way that like to broadly punish people. I don't have like the specific legal framework in my brain for it. That was one of the things I was going to do. I'll start working on it, I guess, as ideas for like how you would do this. The reason why I just haven't contended with this much is because I feel like if you want to get creative, like I feel like, but I think that we just have some fundamental disagreements here. I think that my earlier contention was that if you don't want to play in good faith, that you can always find ways around everything. This includes my side too. So if we decide that we want to go like hard on this, then figuring out like however the we want to do it, like it would be trivially easy to do within like the letter of the law. So like as an example, this was this was in the Harvard Law Review, right? So somebody emails me a summary of this. So this is how we could do literally whatever we wanted via like the Constitution even, right? So one, we can get rid of the filibuster, and then two, you get Congress to admit each one of Washington, D.C.'s 131 neighborhoods into the Constitution as individual states. And then three, the Democratic Congress passes a law with a simple majority to admit the 131 new states into the Union, and the Democratic President signs that into law. Four, D.C. is obviously overwhelmingly Democratic. Each new state will send Democratic senators and representatives to Congress. And then five, now with a supermajority in Congress and a 3/4 supermajority of states, Democrats can pass literally whatever new constitutional amendments we want. Like, all of that is 100% legal letter of the law, 100%. So, like, we could do something as crazy as that if we wanted to. And I'm sure that if you were to sit there and, like, look at the documents, you could find 50 trillion things just as wacky as that. That's what I mean when I say, like, if you don't want to play in with quote-unquote good faith, like, you could do whatever you want, really.
Sure, you could argue that's constitutional, but when we talk about wanting to return to a good faith liberal democratic framework, we're referring to not imposing like a one-party state through turning every individual DC neighborhood into
yeah, that's fine. But the thing that you're talking about,
state, yeah.
The thing that you're talking
like,
about,
we can acknowledge that would like destroy a republic, and
maybe
that's what we're trying to avoid.
It could, but the thing that you're talking about would be playing within the rules.
It could. It would probably, definitely.
Well, sure, but I'm saying that that's following all the rules.
Yeah, but you could arguably follow the rules, but it still being like unhealthy for the republic in general.
I agree with you 100%. Okay, keep going.
Okay.
I don't even think you necessarily disagree with that. I wasn't saying that as an own. I'm just saying that like that's part of the thing that I try to stress is that like you can have people that are following the rules and everything, but you can still get to really, really, really bad places if people are not playing within. You're required to have a partner playing in good faith, is what I mean. Like they have to be playing in good faith, otherwise no rule system. You can't reform your way out of crazy shit. It would just never be possible.
Sure,
yeah.
but okay, if you're willing to contend with that, then you also have to acknowledge the fact that having it so that both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party operating in quote-unquote bad faith at the same time will probably do a lot of harm then.
Maybe,
right?
But it might be more harm.
Wait, why do you say maybe?
Well, because it might be that if one side thinks they can act in bad faith and the other side thinks that they will never act in bad faith, then the harm that would result from that is more than if both sides think the other side can operate in bad faith, because it would check their bad faith tendencies because they know that they're going to pay a massive price if they engage in some tomfoolery.
Okay, sure, but we can... If I were to say that if both were operating in bad faith, that would probably spiral towards the destruction of our nation, would you agree with that? Or do you contend with that?
If that were to continue back and forth, yes, but I don't believe that would be the outcome. I think that the other side would check itself because they wouldn't want the entire because they wouldn't want the entire country and themselves to be destroyed.
But if they feel like they'll get destroyed anyway because the other side is operating in bad faith, and
well, but they won't get destroyed because the other side's operating in bad faith.
Only operate in order to gain power is for themselves to operate in bad faith. Then what incentive? So, I think MAGA is purely.
Wait. Let's not move on this. Let's not move on this. Right?
No. It's kind of related.
Well, kind of, but we can stay right on this, right? Just as a quick sanity check, okay? Or I say it's not sanity check. That's not fair. But as a quick thing, so you asked me if both sides are operating in bad faith, won't that spiral to the destruction of our country? If that continues indefinitely, yes. But I'm proposing there's a mechanism by which if one side sees the other side could fight it really hard, that it's not going to do that, right? They would have some self-interested incentive for survival. So it wouldn't want that. But now I'm asking you, if one side feels like they can operate in bad faith indefinitely, and the other side feels like it has to operate in good faith always, does that not lead to the spiral destruction of our country?
Not if by operating in good faith you were able to sufficiently punish people operating in bad faith.
But that's that goes back to that foundational disagreement. I don't think you can do that. But
but that goes back to the disagreement that you think that you cannot punish people operating in bad faith by operating in good faith. Yes.
Correct. Yeah. But okay, go ahead.
Do you think that MAGA is influenced by attaining power purely?
When you say MAGA, what are you referring to there? Like the
MAGA movement, the people leading it, I guess, generally. Like Trump and his cronies.
Well, yeah, because I'm drawing a big distinction between like the voters, between like the MAGA Trump.
Yeah,
people,
obviously the voters are
and
different.
then,
the voters indulge
Rubio,
what Trump does, but Trump and his cronies are the ones like pushing forward.
Mm-hmm. And then okay, so ask me that question again.
Do you think that MAGA, as in like the leaders, are influenced by the idea of gaining the most amount of power?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think by selectively punishing illiberalism, you can force MAGA, or the Republican Party in general, I guess, whatever you want to call it, to operate in good faith? Yes or no?
Kind of. It would more just be they probably just wouldn't participate.
What do you mean they wouldn't participate?
I think that if Donald Trump thought there were severe punishments for him, his family, his dynasty, for the behavior that he was acting in now, he just wouldn't act in that behavior. And maybe he just wouldn't even have interest in even being president. I don't know initially what he thought he was going to do as president. He probably would have ran the first time anyway because he's retarded. But in general, I think it would curb a lot of his behavior. But I think right now he's acting the way he is. It's because he feels like there's going to be zero consequences for every single thing he says and does.
Okay, sure. Do you think... So, you're familiar with the carrot and the stick, right?
Yeah,
like
you push and pull, like you incentivize some behavior by rewarding and you disincentivize other behavior by punishing.
Yeah, so there's been a lot of discussion about using the stick, basically, in order to create an incentive structure for the Republican Party to operate within a good faith manner again. The problem is that the operating in the good faith manner is getting them to stop using the stick themselves, if that makes any sense. I feel like you also need to provide a carrot. By providing a carrot, I don't necessarily mean like you bribe them, but more you demonstrate that operating within a liberal democratic framework is the most effective way to achieve political power. Thus, in a positive direction, they would want to move that way.
Yeah, but that's never going to be the case, right? Like, rules are literally there to constrain you, because generally speaking, if you break one, you'll gain some unfair advantage. It's probably true of almost every game ever. Like, let's say a guy bought a second Monopoly board and brought all the extra money with him and was cheating in a game. Like, how can you incentivize the guy not to use fake Monopoly money? Well, I mean, you can. It's obviously that's a huge advantage. This is why you need like punishments and stuff. Because cheating is always going to be good to do. Cheating is literally
punishments, but then there's also like the incentive structure of obviously no one's going to be having fun if we're divulging ourselves into whoever has the most power is the one that's going to be achieving the most getting the most like outcome, right?
Well, I mean, you can if you believe the other side
is to avoid me going to my neighbor and I have a gun and he doesn't, so I take all the shit,
Well, yeah, but if you think the other guy's never gonna do the bad things you're doing, then you have a ton of incentive to act like that forever. Like if I think I can cheat and the other guy's never gonna cheat, well then yeah, you should just cheat all the time, right?
But you can. That's why you use the carrot and the stick. Like you use the carrot as an incentive for operating within liberal democracy, and then you use the stick to punish them when they don't.
Sure, but whatever carrot you offer in a legal rule system is always going to be worse than the carrots offered by cheating, definitionally speaking. To prevent somebody from cheating.
But the carrot that you're offering, the carrot that you're offering is to operate outside of the rules. Like you're reinforcing that. You understand that, right?
No, I don't. I think in a short term it might look like that, but I think right now
you're using the.
I would argue that I would argue that your system is what incentivizes the operating outside of the rules because you know that you'll never really be held accountable for it. That's my whole argument.
No, but my argument is that by reinforcing the use of illiberal tactics, that is by reinforcing the usage of illiberal tactics, you're encouraging the other side to keep doing that because you're just demonstrating that you're demonstrating that is the best way to achieve your outcome.
To punish illiberal tactics. Not that we should use illiberal tactics always, but that the other side will.
But you're not punishing all liberal tactics. I would agree with you if you punished all illiberal tactics using liberalism, then that would be like a disincentivizer, but you're only selectively punishing it. You're rewarding yourself through illiberalism.
I guess, okay, sorry. I'm trying not to jump around too many analogies, I guess, but like here, I guess this will be my last one, okay? I'm curious, okay? So you have a UFC fight. You're supposed to be fighting with hands, and you find out next time that the guy is going to bring a machete. And you feel like there's probably no way that you can win just like trying to punch through his machete, right? But let's say you tell that guy, well, fine, if you bring a machete, I'm going to bring a gun. Do you think that the guy shows up with his own gun, or do you think the guy shows up and he's like, okay, fuck it, we'll just use our hands?
Well, if he was going to show up with a machete to begin with, and if the goal is for them to, like, I guess, kill your opponent, then by showing up with a gun, I don't see why they wouldn't show up with, like, let's say you show up with a pistol, I don't see why they wouldn't show up with, like, an AR. Because you're just continue escalation with no off-ramp.
Okay, but why would they not just say, like, or why wouldn't there be an incentive for them to just say, like, okay, fine, like, I'm just going to show up with my hands, and we just fight like we were supposed to, rather than trying to bring an even bigger gun where, like, the risk as soon as we introduce guns is that people are going to obviously start dying.
Well, to follow the analogy, you would, I guess you would give the ref a gun, I guess, and
well, no, we don't have a ref. We don't have refs, obviously, because we unfortunately
so that people start
the system
using their fists again.
But well, if we had a ref to appeal to, then we wouldn't have an issue here, right? Because we are the ref in this as well. But I guess, like, because in your world, I'm trying to understand, like, they're gonna bring their machete, but you're saying, like, we should create such a cool way of, like, fist fighting that that nobody wants to bring a machete anymore.
It's not really a cool way. You have to create an understanding that, like, if the goal is to win, like, you have to bring them to an understanding that if they don't want to die themselves, it's ideal for both people to operating with fists instead of both people operating with guns.
Yeah.
I guess.
Wait, yeah, I agree. But I feel like the only way that you would not
That's
bring
the
the
positive
machete...
incentive structure that you need to be encouraging, though, but you aren't doing that.
Yeah, but how do you get them to not bring a machete unless they think you're going to bring something bigger next time? Like, how do you incentivize them to fight with their fists? How do we do this?
Well, you say that there's no reps to appeal to.
No, we can't have refs to appeal to
scenario.
because if we just had a ruler to appeal to, then this would be very easy, right? But obviously we don't have refs to appeal to because these are the people who are making the rules.
Well, yeah, well, that kind of makes the analogy wrong. I
No, it
guess,
makes it one-to-one.
because
There are no refs we can appeal to. We are the government. We are.
There's no inability to create a ref, I guess, in real life. So that's kind of where the analogy kind of falls apart.
Wait. No. Adding a ref destroys the analogy. We don't have refs right now because we're making the rules and enforcing the rules as well. That's what the government does. There are no refs in real life, right? That it's just us doing the rules, right?
No, I guess like there are rules.
Who's
that
the
we
ref between the
operate in as
Democrats and the
society.
Republicans? If the Democrats and the Republicans all show up to fight each other, who's the referee that they can appeal to?
Well, the referee would be the law and the judiciary, assumingly.
Well, that's all ran by either the Republicans or the Democrats.
Well, if it's not codified, then yeah, and that's the world view that you're operating in is that nothing is codified. If there is something like codified, then you can appeal to it.
Well, no, let's say we can have it codified. Okay, it's in the rule book that you're supposed to fight with your fists and not bring any weapons. But like if they bring weapons,
Well, then you can make it so that in the rule book, you're allowed to bring an AR-15 with you if they bring a gun.
okay, I feel like we're back at this. Either
Yes,
I'm
we're
really
back at the thing
bad.
in which we
I'm either really bad at
I think
communicating this, or
we
well,
need
hold
to
on, wait.
resolve this. Yes.
Something is happening where I think that I feel like for some reason a bunch of people that are on the other side of this argument from me, and I'm not saying I'm necessarily 100% correct, but I know I am correct on this, in that you guys seem to think that the other side is either not really violating the rules that much, or you can seduce them into playing by the rules by. I actually don't know what the proposed mechanic even is. Why would anybody ever want to perform in good faith when there's so much more reward for performing in bad faith? Definitionally, like nobody cheats. Like imagine somebody comes to my house to play Arc Raiders and like, bro, why do you have like Parkinson's on your character? It's like, oh, I downloaded a sick hack that simulates Michael J. Fox. Like, why the f did you cheat that way? You're making the game harder for yourself, right? Everybody cheats and violates norms and rules because they think it gives them some advantage, and it usually does. That's why we have rules here to constrain behavior. So I don't know how you could possibly incentivize somebody away from bad faith acting, other than the fear that the other guy might like act in bad faith too, and now we're actually going to race to the bottom. We're completely But if the other side, if you know they're always going to be constrained by the rule book no matter what, then you have so much flexibility to do crazy shit if you want to act in bad faith. I don't know how you resolve this by just saying, what is the incentive structure to get the other side not to perform in bad faith? I don't understand.
Well, the incentive structure, which is what we talked about before, is you create a deterrence through the law, I guess.
So what could have deterred... Okay, I guess maybe we can just try to go to the particular, suggestions, or... Because I don't feel like you can ever deter that type of behavior. But I guess it's fundamental, I guess. Yeah, I just feel like that behavior is never...
Well, like, as I said, one of the major things that I feel like encourages the bad behavior that we're currently seeing in office is the fact that there's so much presidential immunity, and we already kind of talked about this before, is that even if there are... Because on top of the fact that they're operating in bad faith when it comes to the Constitution, they're also just breaking laws, like corruption laws, and arguably, like, the crypto stuff is probably breaking some sort of commodity law. Would you disagree on that?
I actually don't know, because I know they've
Like
changed a lot of
the Qatari jet is
that really
probably breaking
breaking
some sort of like corruption law.
Is it?
Bribery? I would assume so, yeah.
Okay. I don't know, actually. My guess, when it comes to stuff like this, there's probably like huge latitude in terms of like what the president acting as the president can accept or not. My guess is my guess is very little of the behavior of the current administration is probably definitionally illegal. That'd be my guess. Or criminal in behavior.
Do you think like them violating the ECA, they couldn't be prosecuted for that?
Well, technically they didn't, right? Because Pence didn't go along with it.
What do you mean? Oh, they tried to violate. It's conspiracy to violate the ECA, right? Wouldn't that be what they would be charged for?
That would theoretically, that could be a crime, conspiracy. Yeah, they had a plan to it, and they took one step towards the behavior. I would agree. Yeah.
Yeah. So there are things that you can do. I think I might generally agree that I don't know. I don't know any reforms you could make to the system or to the Constitution to punish people operating in bad faith with like in the context of the law. But when it comes to people indulging in like criminal action, usually if they're going to be operating in like bad faith, and breaking our constitution, at the same time they're also going to be doing like illegal actions as well that you can't punish them for.
Sometimes,
like,
yeah. I mean, if we can, I think we should punish where we can for sure.
Then, is that not enough, or do you also want it? Like, oh, what is your?
Well, I mean, in terms
focus?
if you want to talk about this, like by the end of this administration, Trump might do mass pardons for literally everybody, right? So if we're going to talk about just criminal stuff federally, then they're all beyond reach if we want to do that, right? So now we're looking at future laws, and this whole administration walks on that.
And that's where we get into like the reforms. Like, I think you could introduce an amendment to just undo all the Trump pardons for his all this shit.
Would that not count as like go on.
I was gonna say, and I know Pisco has. I talked to him briefly about this. I don't agree with it, but it's probably technically legal that you could declare Trump mentally incompetent for like his entire administration, and
probably I would argue that's a bad faith usage of the law, but I agree.
It is a bad faith usage, but I think it is something you could do.
Yeah, they tried to do that with Biden, right? That was what the whole auto pen thing was.
Yeah, they did, and they failed to. And I kind of want to get into that as well, specifically like advocating for certain, like the usage of your rhetoric. Let's see, we still have an hour left, right, till that other person comes in.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, prescriptions. I think you should be able to create federal corruption laws that are not pardonable. I think that would be something good for reforming the system. So basically, let's say Donald Trump and I don't know, Pam Bondi decide to steal Kentucky's election result data. Arguably, that is illegal, would you say?
What's happening right now with the election data? No. Or are you proposing a new thing where they just like walk in themselves and steal it?
Yeah, they just walk in, steal it, no warrant, no nothing. They just go in.
Oh, yeah, that would, I imagine that'd be illegal, yeah.
Like just them operating in an illegal manner in regards to like corruption or like stealing, or by corruption I mean like accepting bribes, cooperating with like foreign states against like...
Yeah, we'll just say like a clearly, obviously illegal thing, yeah.
Yeah, clearly. I think that there's certain corruption laws you could create that are not pardonable, specifically in regards to people operating within Congress and within like the presidency, and you could just prosecute them after the fact. I think that would be a good deterrence that you could create to prevent that bad faith behavior in the future. And then another thing, which I think would prevent Trump term 2, what is that Supreme Court decision? You should be familiar with this. The one in which they said that they couldn't remove Trump off the ballot, even though he committed insurrection, because it's Congress is the only one able to do it.
It's like Trump v. not Richardson, or I don't know. But I'm familiar. It was Colorado. It was a big game.
I think
that was the immunity case.
This is something you could do without even introducing an amendment. This is just appealing to the 14th Amendment. I think Congress should have the ability, with a majority vote, to divulge that power to the judiciary and just let them prosecute people who commit insurrection and prevent them from holding office in the future. And probably also alongside jail time as well. Would you disagree with that? Or do you think that's like not legally
Do you think it's kind
possible?
of weird to make laws that would have to be enforced by the executive? If it's an executive who's thinking about breaking these laws in order to win an election, therefore avoiding all enforcement?
Yes, but I think we agreed at the very beginning of this conversation that there is no way to be able to punish an executive while they're currently like in office. Anything that will have to happen will probably have to be after the fact that they've like left office, or they're like after impeachments, I guess. Like because we want our executives to be able to operate within a good faith manner.
Good faith is the operative phrase there, yeah.
And like we don't want a president to fear being able to protect individual citizens of the United States for like ever invaded or something like that, right?
I understand what you're saying there. This is the Roberts argument for criminal immunity, but I think we do want a president who's afraid of being a criminal. I think that would be good, right?
Well, yes, that's what I said before about, excuse me, narrowing what it means to do official presidential actions and the immunity involved with that.
I don't think
Like,
I think all that. I
the way they
don't know how
understand
you
like,
do it legally. Like that whole ruling should
They
just be
took the
tossed.
presidential like immunity decision and they applied it to documents related to January 6th. I believe that there should be a way to narrow that to allow those documents to be like usable against the president of the United States.
Okay, you would have to
Am I
overrule like a
misremembering
Supreme
that, or-
Court decision basically in order to do that.
Well, that would require an amendment probably, or if you wanted to, you could just pack the Supreme Court, I guess. But you want to do that anyway, so
Kind of, not necessarily, but kind of, sort of, yeah.
okay. And then yeah, if you just force the president to divest themselves, and if they don't, then I don't know, make that grounds for like a civil majority impeachment, I guess.
I'm not sure about that. I've thought about that, but I don't even know if it applies in American politics anymore, since these people always have access to so much wealth anyway. Because I guess like the idea is like, what if a brave farmer wants to run for president, and now in order to be president, he has to give up his whole family's peanut farm or some bullshit in order to be president? Like maybe that would be shitty.
Well, you don't give it up. You just
Or divest
divest it,
actually just means that
I guess.
does that mean somebody else runs it for you, or does that mean that you have no?
I believe so. Yeah, like you could probably create some sort of federal agency that would be in charge
That
of
would
like
do it?
running it.
Sure,
Or maybe
yeah.
not federal, but yeah, just some sort of agency that the president doesn't have direct control over.
Yeah, sure, maybe. Yeah.
And then this is sort of a thing. I don't know how it would necessarily be applied. This is sort of me spitballing it when I was trying to do prep for this conversation yesterday. It's a dereliction of duty amendment. So basically, I was wondering if there was a way to, if the president is supposed to be upholding some sort of duty or action and intentionally decides not to do that, if there's any way to like do like some sort of soft punishment on the president.
Well, aren't we literally just?
I don't know how that'd be enforced though, or how that'd be defined.
Yeah, like we
either.
would all be like whatever the arguments over this would be the same arguments we'd be having over whether or not the president is committing a criminal act or whether or not we're being liberal. Like because what you're saying in terms of like being able to hold a president accountable for not upholding a good faith, whatever the rule of law, he'll just say that, well, now this is preventing me from acting vigorously the same way that a criminal statute would if I didn't have presidential immunity, right?
Yes. Yeah, that's more of a spitball, not really an official prescription that I would recommend.
Sure.
Do you think any of these prescriptions at all would be like useful as like a future deterrent for a president operating at least in bad faith with the current laws that exist?
No, but I
books?
think they're good laws though. Like I don't know if there's anything I necessarily disagree with. I just don't think that if somebody really wants to get around the rules, I'm not sure that any of these would prevent somebody from doing that.
Well, in the moment, no, but because all of this is meant to be done in the future.
Well, in the future, I think they would just
defend it.
try to find ways around these particular laws or these particular things that you're stating, and then it would just be a new set of things that we would try to reform against.
Sure, but that's just like how democracy works in general, right? And how governments worked in like all of history. Like,
I disagree. Trying to create better laws and a better structure, I think, is different than constantly trying to make rules for people that are constantly trying to break the rules.
why is there differentiation there?
Because I think one party is acting in good faith with adherence to the rule structure, and they're trying to maximize the advantage they have, and the other side is constantly trying to break the rule set. And the types of rules that you would make for these things, like, I think one is a fun...
But that's how it's always been in like all of human history. You understand that, right?
I disagree. I think the vast majority of law is created with the understanding that people are generally going to follow the law, and people are generally going to like try to stay within the bounds of the system as it exists, right? And then if there are loopholes, we patch
What I
them.
mean is there will always be actors that will always be attempting to try to break the system, and we recognize that. And as we move forward in the future, we will continue. It's like the constant battle of trying to create a more perfect system.
Sure, I agree with that, and to some extent that might be impossible to get rid of, but I think it's a bit different when it's like members of government that are doing it. So like for criminal stuff, we can speak so much to state of mind and everything for criminal actions. Like if I drop a knife off a building, it's not enough for me to tell the judge, well, I didn't stab him, I dropped it, ha ha ha, because the judge is going to be like, you obviously are trying to kill somebody, this isn't okay. When you're talking about the people that are making the rules and playing within the rule book while they're making the rules, like, I guess holding an executive accountable is so much different. The person who's supposed to be enforcing the law is so much different than just like a citizen, I guess. Like the people at the top are, yeah, the enforcer. It's really the executive, right? This is why we used to have that term. We don't use it anymore, but the constitutional crisis thing used to come up so much. What do we do when the executive is acting in bad faith? Like it's said to be a crisis because there's really nothing you can do. You can try to make rules in the future, but like who's to keep any future guy from just acting in bad faith again?
But that's the same argument that can be applied against you. Is the use of force in the future is never going to be a perfect disincentivizer from operating in bad faith.
I think it heavily disincentivize it, but I'm okay with that. If somebody's like, well, if you guys were to do this, then we would, do this. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Then then none of us will do this. That's fine. I'm totally okay with that.
It's that the system that you're proposing has no off-ramp besides an assumption that these people are going to learn their lesson. And
I think that's a good assumption, though. I argue that your system has no off-ramp. I think we've been on the ramp to death for the past 30 years, and I don't see an off-ramp by playing nice again. Like Biden was the nicest president you could possibly get after Trump, who's like the most disgusting person you could possibly get, and it seems like that did literally nothing. And now we've accelerated. I don't know what president you could have gotten that was nicer than Biden.
That would be arguing with the lack of using. Like we agree that using a stick is necessary in order to prevent bad faith actors from operating.
Yeah, so but what was the stick? We had 34 felony.
Too nice
we had felony charges and convictions in New York State. We had a special prosecutor. We had a special counsel, Jack Smith. He got strung up by Eileen Cannon in Florida, and then we just didn't have enough time, I guess, because of the Supreme Court kicking stuff down the road for the J6 stuff. What else?
We can recognize that was the system working as intended. It just wasn't fast enough.
Sure, but then that's the system. Like, what, are you going to speed up criminal prosecutions? Are you going to speed up investigations so they're more sloppy? Are you going to overrule federal judges? Are you going to...
Did the Supreme Court basically say that definitively there could be no criminal prosecution until the J6 committee was done?
No, but I think the presidential immunity decision, that criminal immunity thing, that kicked back the Jack Smith indictment, right? That kicked back the what was the process here? This was Trump v. Anderson. Why was it Anderson? Wait, that was just for the Colorado thing? No, this was Trump v. United States, I think. Sorry. Yes. So the Supreme Court kicked back the indictment that was this was the end of 2023, and they kicked back that indictment, so now they had to redo it and then get a new indictment because of the whole criminal immunity shit. Theoretically, this is going to change the entire way that Jack Smith would have to restructure the entire case, maybe. So, you're kind of... right?
Yeah. What was the timeline for how many months or years did it kick it back for the indictments?
Well, it doesn't really matter because you're getting into a scenario where I don't know if... Well, if you're in 2024, you've got the election spinning up. The election season is upon us. I don't even know what the policies and procedures in the DOJ are allowed to be for pursuing charges against a guy running for office, and just the whole cluster scenario of all of that. You're just kind of at that point, because I think generally policy for our executive agencies is you don't want to be doing things to mess with an upcoming election, even though Comey all that up. Yeah, I just don't. The biggest criticism that I give and other people give, and I don't actually know how fair it is that Garland should have appointed Jack Smith on day one or faster, but maybe that would have been seen as improper or something. I think that
they've indicted him on because obviously there's a difference between an indictment and a formal
an indictment on day one. Right? No, probably not. No.
Would you just need a grand jury, and then grand jury says yes, and then they go to the indictment, and then the actual prosecution can happen later.
Well, but you have to show evidence to the grand jury.
Circumstances.
You have to show evidence to the grand jury for an indictment. That's what the grand
Well,
jury.
maybe not day one, but you could gather that, I would assume, within at least the first month or two, maybe even 3 months of investigation.
Yeah.
And still have
You could,
3 years.
but ideally,
over.
Ideally for the federal government, if you're bringing an indictment, it's because you're confident that you can chase this case down beyond a reasonable doubt. Like, you don't want to just get the probable cause standard met for the indictment that you're issuing. You want to know that, like, I'll win this case in court, not issue an indictment, secure the indictment, and then start doing all of your research. Especially because I don't know how long the prosecution is allowed to delay trial. Because if you know that, like, they're indicting you immediately because they're trying to get an indictment, and you push to have the trial as quickly as possible, they might not even have time to build that investigation. And I don't know what the.
But you're saying that the people that are operating in bad faith already know that they're going to be attempted to be punished for this, right? So, they would them knowing whether they're going to be indicted or not doesn't really matter. They have to be operating with the mindset that they will inevitably be indicted.
Well, no, my assumption is that these people don't think they'll ever be punished for what they're doing. That's why Trump acted the way that he did.
Sure. I would argue that they thought that they couldn't be punished for it. Wait, do you think because they knew that there would be like a presidential immunity decision in the future? Or
no, they just figured he was going to be president. He could just dismiss everything. He doesn't give a fuck about any of the rules, basically. Yeah.
Oh, you mean like in the moment during January 6th, he thought he would become president second term, and then he wouldn't be punished for it.
Sure,
That's
yeah.
what you mean.
Or that, like, their campaign in 2024, he was campaigning for his life there because he thought that if he lost, he was going to get criminally, so he knew he had to win that election.
Yes, but then with the system not working as is, or as effective as it should have been.
I mean, I think it was. I don't know what more they could have done.
Lawless behavior.
Right? I don't know what more they could have done in 4 years. It's a very ambitious case. It's a very crazy set of behaviors from the president.
Yeah, it was very crazy case, very ambitious. I just feel like even if you gave it like a year of investigation, I'm surely you could have come up with something in a year in order to be indictable. Like, does it really take that long in order to like redo everything, or to like come up with a case in order to prosecute them for this? Was it that complicated? I don't think it was.
I mean, this is a big criminal thing, and I don't know how many roadblocks people are throwing up every step of the way. So, like, if you're subpoenaing for records, you're going to have to go to a judge. You're going to get this off with the subpoena. You might have other people that are throwing up roadblocks saying, you know, like, well, I don't think I should have to turn these over, so you would challenge this in a court hearing. Or, you like, the process and procedure on such a sprawling investigation might be quite large, such that it would take you a couple of years to really have a case strong enough that you feel like confident. But maybe not. Maybe I'm saying this maybe. Like, maybe there is a way they could have literally rushed it. But also, you got to be real careful, because that's like, you don't want to fuck that one up, right? Like, imagine Jack Smith managed to, you know, rush through it and get the indictments out quicker and then get it to trial, but like they just missed stuff, or they had stuff that they could have had lined up better, but they just didn't, and then Trump like actually wins in court partially because of how sloppily the investigation was ran. Like, that's a rough one, you know. I don't know if you want them thinking they're on like on a
that would be very rough, because then that would give them like, oh, Trump did nothing wrong, he won in court.
Yeah, exactly. I just don't know, like, what are reforms, or what are things you think we could have passed reasonably? And when I say reasonably, I'll say with, what are things that we could have passed like that, like would have made sense publicly prior to Trump taking office, that could have prevented Trump from doing the things that he did? When I say reasonably, what I mean is that, like, I don't know if anybody.
But wait, what do you mean specifically for the things that he did?
So, like, I don't think reasonably, I don't think anybody ever could have gotten on board with, like, we need to do something about the Electoral Count Act, right? Because this has just never, ever, ever been thought to be violatable, like, ever. Like, nobody thought that. It's like, what are things that could have been passed in Obama's time that could have inhibited Trump's first term's behavior?
I think you could have had a bipartisan effort to, I guess, define what it means for criminal immunity for like the president of the United States, because you could argue that you could sell it to both parties. You could say, oh, we don't want to have another Bush come in and do an illegal war, and we want to be able to like prosecute them for whatever reason. This is rhetorical appeal, obviously not necessarily legal.
Yeah, but I
sound.
I don't know if there would have been.
And you could also do the same thing with like the Republicans, because, you know, they hated Obama.
Yeah, but I don't know if there would have been
drone strike Obama.
I don't think there would have been an appetite among this for either the lawmakers or the population. And I don't want to retreat to just
Maybe
saying,
not at the time.
Yeah.
No,
I don't want to retreat just to
but-
saying that, like, well, in time, obviously, sure, but like you can make that argument for everything. But what I'm saying is that like that's almost a necessary condition because the kinds of changes that you want to make to prevent the abuses in the future are almost always going to be retroactively in response to the things that have happened, right? So like when I try to think of reforms that I would make to prevent the next Trump from doing the Trump things that he's already done, I'm thinking of all the things he's already done. But then by the time I make those reforms, it's too late. And to try to prevent future abuses, I would have to be able to convince the population that this is a thing that is abusable. So we need to do something about it, even if it hasn't been abused yet. So that's why I bring up the ECA example. Like nobody in the public and no lawmaker is going to be like, oh shit, you're right. The ECA is abusable. We need to find a way to patch this, you know?
Well, I guess you can't, I guess. Well, I mean, I guess you can look at the rhetoric and see where they're trying to go and try to maybe reinforce it beforehand. Like Donald Trump was already espouting election conspiracy theories beforehand, and maybe you could say that there was some sort of foresight.
Well, not before
individual politicians could have
the
made.
whole ECA plan that came up that was like a Chesbrough invention. Like nobody was talking about that type of shit beforehand before Trump did it.
Well, yeah, but you're right that there is no way to be an oracle and look at the future and be able to create like the perfect reform that will prevent it from happening. Everything that we do
well, that's my point.
In a sense, in response to what someone else does.
Well, sure. Wait.
I guess
that's my whole argument, though. I thought we disagreed on that point because my argument before was there's no set of reforms
contention
you
is
could
whether
make.
that will destroy the republic if we operate like that. Which I would disagree.
Do you think that we could survive like another Trump tier president who's trying to be as bad faith as Trump is?
If we institute the right reforms afterwards, yes.
Like I would argue that Trump has already done
Like if we
stuff.
do nothing, I would agree with you that if we do nothing and just like let it keep happening, then of course that'll destroy a republic.
Well, but it's not
more
like
of a matter of
It's not like we regain everything once we patch it, right? So like the damage that Trump has done to trade, the deposing of Maduro, the regime change that's now happening in Iran, our relationships with everybody else around the world, diplomatically and economically. Like these are things like ongoing wars that we've either supported or not supported. Like these are all damages that we can never reform away out of the damages. We might be able to change some particular behavior.
But your system wouldn't reform that either. That's just like a matter of fact. You're just stating a description and with no solution.
I think that if Trump thought that if he was on some shit, or if all the Republicans in Congress thought they were on some shit, that Republicans would be more willing to impeach him because they'd say, well, fuck, I don't want to be held as an insurrectionist and then not allowed to ever run for office again or criminalized for this behavior. I think there would be more checks than right now where I feel like, largely speaking, every Republican lawmaker and Donald Trump and most people in his administration, their feelings right now is there's just going to be no repercussions for what they've done, regardless of the rules on the rule book right now.
I think there can be a case in which repercussions are done in the sense that they've broken laws that could be prosecutable. And if you pass an amendment that would take away the pardons, I would agree that it would probably be harmful if you don't do a reform like that. But even if you don't punish them, like when we talk about creating a deterrence for the future, our goal is to like create fear that they will never operate outside of the norms and of like operating in bad faith again.
Well, but you can't make bad faith illegal, right? That's the issue.
No, you can't make bad faith illegal. We can only just respond to what they've done previously and make that illegal. And then as long as you signal that you're willing to prosecute that in the future, then that should be fine for addressing those things.
I understand, I guess. I understand your point. I guess I just disagree with that. I just don't know. Like, if everybody gets out right now scot-free, which it sounds like in your world, especially if Trump does the federal pardon, that's just all but guaranteed, right?
I'm not saying it's ideal, but I'm saying it can happen and won't destroy everything. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why the next time they're in power, they wouldn't be looking to similarly wild the fuck out, knowing that as long as they're not breaking any current
laws. Well, how about they get out of it in the future? If you take away the pardon and you take away like presidential immunity except for very broad like official actions or very narrow official actions. Sorry,
Yeah, I mean, the goal would just be to find other
That's
ways.
like a major thing that's giving them comfort right now for being able to operate lawlessly.
Sure. I mean, one, we're assuming that we can get rid of the pardon, but I'll grant that. Let's say that we can. But I mean, they would just find other ways to, in bad faith, conduct themselves such that they can break and like bend the rules, I guess, to their whim to get some kind of political power. But I guess you feel like that people who are operating in bad faith with the law aren't really fundamentally different than just criminals. You think that these people are kind of sort of the same thing, but I feel like they're...
Yes, I think that if they're going to be operating in bad, like I don't think there'll ever be a president that tries to operate bad faith in regards to like the Constitution, and also not being indulging in just like bribery and corruption and...
Yeah, but when they do that shit, they know it's illegal. Like the whole... I should research this more, but you know, like the whole Nixon Watergate thing, right? Like when he fucking fired everybody.
I'm familiar of the Nixon Watergate. People talk about the reforms that happened, and they said like the DOJ was like less independent.
Well, sure, but I'm saying
I'm not familiar.
when Nixon was president and he was engaged in all of the dumb shit that he was doing, I think that he knew he was operating under the assumption that if he got caught, he was going to get like that was his assumption. The whole Black Friday. Black Saturday, the Saturday Night Massacre. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
That whole ordeal was about him firing a bunch of people because he thought that there was... I don't remember if he fired his attorney general or if he told his attorney general to fire a whole bunch of people at the DOJ who were like a special prosecutor and people that were trying to investigate him because his assumption was that he was going to get fucked, right?
Yeah, that was his assumption.
I don't think Donald Trump has that assumption.
He got pardoned,
because
and then we recognized that the pardon created a negative incentive structure. Or a positive incentive structure for committing bad actions because he ultimately wasn't punished.
Well, no, but he was already disincentivized. He knew his behavior was illegal.
Yes, but then he knew his behavior was illegal. He thought it would be punished. He got pardoned for that. And now people in the future... there's your example right there. We could have appealed back to Nixon and realized that the pardon power is an incentivizer for people acting lawlessly. Because even if...
No, but what I'm saying is the difference is that Nixon had to do this whole Saturday Night Massacre thing. Donald Trump doesn't have to do that. Donald Trump will just publicly say, Pam Bondi, fire all these people, get rid of them. Like when Biden came into office, wasn't there a special prosecutor holdover, or did he appoint one immediately related to Hunter Biden stuff? Am I making this up? Was it her that was a holdover from the Trump admin or something?
I would assume there will be a holdover between the presidencies.
No, well, for a special prosecutor, I think it was Biden. There was one, I believe there was one holdover. Somebody can go look up. I forgot the shit. But that was a special prosecutor that if it was Donald Trump, Trump would have just fired the special prosecutor. He would have told the AG, he would have told Bondi, get rid of these people. There is no Saturday Night Massacre in Trump's world because Trump doesn't give a fuck about any of the norms or anything. Trump would just tell openly. He'll go on TV and he'll tell Pam Bondi, do all this horrible shit. Like that's it.
So yeah, but I think we can agree that there could be no reforms that could prevent that from happening while Trump is in office. Anything that happens has to be after the fact.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I just disagree with that, but I don't know how we would ever prove that. Other than,
what could happen in using illiberal tactics while Trump is in office to prevent that from happening?
Well, while they're in power, I don't think there's much you can do, but once you get power back, you have to find a way to punish them.
Yeah, there's laws that you can use that are currently on the books to punish them for the illegal.
Yeah, but it's going to be weak sauce.
Maybe not for that specifically, but you can punish them for that.
Yeah, but it's just going to be super weak.
You can't punish them, I guess, in general.
Punch them or punish them?
Punish them. Sorry, not well. You can punch them in Minecraft, obviously.
I guess I just don't think that it's going to be. I don't know. Like the things that you could like hold them accountable for would be things that are going to be much less than the crimes that we would actually want to hold them accountable for. So like if they actually had a bad bank transfer, it's not going to be as satisfying as like holding them accountable for trying to destroy the liberal order of the United States, you know?
Yeah, and then another thing is, generally I would like to, do you think we should be closing illiberal uses of power in our like system?
Clothing?
Closing, sorry.
Oh, closing?
My mouth. Yeah.
No, you're good. Closing illiberal uses
like if we recognize that there's like a way to abuse the system in a unfaithful way, should we be like officially trying to close that power from being executed?
Yeah, to some extent, I think so, for sure.
Okay. Do you think by leaving the illiberal usage of power open for the future, because in order to create a deterrent, it has to be repeatable. Do you think that might have like a negative impact on the system and can be used against you?
I'm never, ever, 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 ever. I think that when you say things like that, like, are you worried this might be used against you? I think that this is a statement that demonstrates that we are worlds apart in terms of how we view the situation. I'm not worried about that because I figure that's the world that I already live in. That's just a thing that's already happening. So I would never even consider that as a serious question. Like, if Trump wanted to do something highly illiberal, Trump is going to do it, or they're going to find a way to do it. We've watched ICE murder American citizens now, or regardless, I guess, whatever you think about that. So I'm not really, I'm already thinking they're operating as maximally as they think that their powers are capable of operating at. Would be the first thing. And then the second...
Well, hold on. That statement, they're operating at powers that they're capable at operating at that. Like, we recognize that they're operating, using the powers that they are given.
No.
They're trying to abuse the system. So
no, a lot of it is just
to restrict
frankly,
that in like some sort of way, then they might be operating in a different manner.
No, a lot of the stuff they're doing is bluntly illegal, right? So like a lot of the deportations they've done are just flatly illegal. The Supreme Courts, it just takes a while for the courts to rule on it, but they eventually do. But they still reaped all the rewards from it. A lot of the tariff stuff, the tariff shit got shot down, but they've just found a different way to tariff now. So remember when the Supreme Court...
We can get into this. So Donald Trump intentionally does all of this illegal bullshit in order to institute his agenda illiberally.
Yeah.
And you're also making the claim that through this illiberal tactic, it is the most effective way in order to get your agenda done.
Mine or his?
In general. For if either side were to do it, that would be the most effective way to get it done.
Oh, I guess something outside of the system, sure, yeah.
Why do you think that is? Because whenever Donald Trump operates in this illiberal manner, he's getting punished for it constantly.
How?
Well, the courts are fucking him over.
When you say fucking him over, wait. When you say, I don't know why everybody says this. You say the courts are fucking him over, right? If there was a law that said that I wasn't allowed to fuck a pillow, and then I fucked a pillow, but it was like a shaped pillow for like 2 years, and then eventually a court was like, hey, that shaped pillow counts as a pillow, you're not allowed to fuck it. I get to fuck the pillow for 2 years. How am I punished there? I don't understand where the courts are punishing Trump. They've stolen over $250 billion in taxes from tariffs. Well, they don't give a fuck about electoral. It's his last term. He doesn't care.
I think they do give a fuck electorally, at least to a
I don't think Trump
degree.
does. I don't think Trump and his cabinet do. They're here for one more term, and he's not. He's a lame duck president. If he was older, I would agree, because he would want to run for a third term, 1,000,000,000,000%. But I'm saying that like Trump got to do illegal things
emulating his
years.
tactics, and ideally you would want the Democratic Party to keep winning for a large amount of time, correct?
Wait, say that again.
If we're talking about emulating his illiberal tactics in order to get your political agenda achieved,
Well, I wouldn't be trying to emulate his illiberal tactics, because any illiberal tactic that I would want to use would be for furthering or further entrenching kind of our liberal institutions. He's using it to attack them. I think there's a difference there. Remember, you guys were the ones, when I talk about conservatives, don't say this sure to me, right? Conservatives were always the ones who were, I heard this over and over again, the tree, I'm not endorsing violence, I don't endorse violence, the tree of liberty has to be watered with the blood of patriots, every blah, blah, blah. There's that quote, what's the other one? It's a citizen's duty to rise up against a tyrannical government. Men that trade peace for security don't deserve...
Like, I don't necessarily disagree with that, but that's in a system in which we are unable to, like, affect change democratically. The scenario that's given is a Gavin Newsom win with the Democrats taking Congress in 2028. So that's like fundamentally different. We can acknowledge that, right?
Maybe a little bit, but I don't know how much different that is. If Donald
Trump, a little bit. I think that it's vastly different. Yes.
If Donald Trump has been able to achieve all sorts of amazing things through illegal actions, and then the courts kind of stop him, but it's kind of just too late, and then they lose that election and go to the next thing, is that like a big victory for liberalism?
I think it's a big victory for liberalism if... how should I say this? I think if the way to affect change through democratic means still exists, you shouldn't be at all advocating or divulging for like the usage of force or violence in order to achieve your means.
Sure, I mean, I think these should be done.
Democratic system.
I think they should be done democratically. I just think they should be kind of illiberal. I think maybe be outside of our liberal system. But like, obviously, I would never say that we should do this if our like if the public can't support it. That's why my arguments are generally that we should be trying to win the support of the public for stuff like this. But I don't think like Newsom should come in and to the detriment, like if some idea that I have about retroactively punishing some crime is like it polls at like 3% by the time Newsom's in office. I don't think he should do that. I say we just lost that fight then, I guess.
But you're also maintaining. You've said before in your live stream that if this is not done, that a republic is basically over. Correct?
I think it's really, really, really bad. Yeah, but potentially, yeah, puts us on or at least gets us closer and closer to it. We move closer every day, or depending on who you ask, it's already over. But
I feel like it's a little bit different than the rhetoric that you were using previously. You were very dramatic before.
Well, I mean, sure. I mean, realistically, it depends on what you mean by is the republic over, right? Like, when is a republic over, right? Generally, these things happen
and affect change, or when is a democracy over? I guess.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like it's over. Like it's like
when,
a recession.
when you cannot affect change through like votes. I guess.
Sure, kind of. Yeah, but it's like a recession, right? You define these things retroactively. Like the moment if the democracy in the United States were to fail, you would never say that like, okay, well, this was the day that Trump blocked the election, so that's the day that democracy failed. If Trump were to find a way to block the midterms effectively from happening in like 3 states, if Trump were to find a way to block that, I think historians would say that the start of the fall of the republic, they might go all the way back to Gore v. Bush. That was the start of the fall of the end.
Jesus.
Or they might go back to maybe they would.
Well, hold on. Well, we can differentiate between like the start of the end and like the end of the republic. That's what I'm talking about. The end.
Well, yeah, sure, but
not
I mean,
like the start of the end.
Sure, but okay, sorry. Then when I say it's over for us, what I should have said was it's the start of the over for us. I guess. I don't think there's much differentiation here, but.
We only got 30 minutes left because you got to bring in Hutch's mod.
29 minutes and ticking.
Oh my gosh! All right, let's quickly go over the prescriptions that you've previously given on your live stream. How they're kind of ambiguous, and because of their ambiguity, it is kind of radicalizing your community. So, Connor and Hutch have both tried to get you to like give prescriptions for like how to make everything better, and it feels like you're intentionally, maybe not intentionally. It feels like you're kind of dodging in a way. Like you said that it's arbitrary when it comes to like the usage of illiberal tactics.
Sure.
I believe that's like a quote that you used. Are you familiar with like when politicians don't commit to like a specific policy or like specific rhetoric? Like I'm an American and I love democracy. Like that doesn't really mean anything when they're running. They're trying to appeal to like a broad amount of people, and anyone can interpret what is being said through that rhetoric.
Sure.
I think that's kind of what is happening whenever you are giving prescriptions to your community about.
Sure. When I say, I don't know how many more times I can say this, but like when I say that like I don't care particularly about the thing, is because the thing is arbitrary. Because if you decide to do the thing, we can figure out what the thing is. An example of the thing would be that email that I read you earlier about like submitting every single neighborhood in Washington, D.C. into the United States Congress as its own state, and then passing amendments and Supreme Court backing from there, because now we have, 200 states in the Senate and like 180 of them or whatever are fucking Democrat, right? That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
like, I'm saying like if I were to sit through and pour through the Constitution or go through a bunch of Harvard Law articles, I'm sure I could find like 50 different like goofy, funny things like that and just do that. That's what I'm saying. Like it's arbitrary, whatever. Like if you decided you want to do the thing, you can find an infinite number of goofy things to do. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, yes, you're not wrong there. But when you are giving specific prescriptions, it's not necessarily like that. How should I... Hold on, I need to think of a way to... Okay, when you're operating within law, there is like specific text that you can refer to for like where the limitations are, how it should be applied, and then there's like, I guess, a higher authority like the Supreme Court that you can appeal to if there's any sort of like ambiguity in how the law is applied, and that's like a good thing. When we're talking about using illiberal tactics / unconstitutional tactics, whatever you want to call them, in order to get your political policy done, there's no line in the sand, as it were, to sort of appeal to or like limit your community.
Well, my community, just to be clear, I'm not. Hold on, wait, real quick. I'm not advocating for like assassinations or whatever. I'm not advocating for illiberal, radical like legislative things or whatever, or maybe even executive actions. I'm not saying that like we have to go shoot up schools or whatever white people do when they get guns.
Like I'm not saying that you're advocating for that specifically either. But do you remember that conversation you had with your Reddit mod?
Yes, Hobbit. Well, yeah, I understand this is a different. This is a different topic. I'm just saying that like radicalizing is a term that's usually used like in a negative context, and I agree that most of the time it's pretty negative. But like, I mean, in response to like a radical administration, like I don't know, maybe like radical action, not like violent action, but radical creative interpretations of legislation. Maybe that's required. You know, like the people that were doing sit-ins and everything for the civil rights marches. You know, they were radical people. Arguably, you could call them extremists or whatever. These are people that are fighting against the cultural status quo. They're fighting against like current law and everything else. I mean, like, and they're breaking the law doing it via civil disobedience. Like, this is pretty fairly radical. I think to some extent, like, I do want to foster some kind of radical thought in my audience because people need to understand that what's happening right now is not normal. If anything, I would say that a huge failing of the first 4 years of our media in the Trump environment, and some people caught this early on, but everybody kind of gave into it eventually, was we allowed Trump to kind of normalize just unfathomably insane behavior. And rather than having kind of like radical responses to it or seeing for how radical it was normalized. And then it just has become like part of the epic daily Trump memes where Trump is saying that Iran is shooting our Tomahawk missiles at their own grade schools. Like that's just like something is broken there.
Yeah, but when you were confronted about this in particular, and there was an appeal to like where's the line in the sand for like how your community should be acting, you've talked about before, it was very unsatisfying. Your response. You just said, "Oh yeah, it would be really bad if like there was a shooter that came out of my community." Like that's not like the line that I think people are really looking for.
What is the line that I don't want my people to be? I don't want anybody in my community to go murder anybody. I think that's a little bit extreme. But like, what line are you looking for? Like, if your response is like, "Well, I think that some of your audience is getting a little bit of a radical view of the U.S. government," good, they should be. I think that it's so funny because I remember Asmongold actually just explicitly said this on Twitch, which is a much softer platform. I'm trying to radicalize people. I want you guys to be radical or whatever. But his is for like literally for a authoritarian single party state. He's trying to radicalize people towards. But yeah, when you say unsatisfying, like, what is the answer you're looking for?
It can be interpreted that, like, it can be interpreted by people when you leave some ambiguity that they would be okay with, like, a single party authoritarian Democrat. By Democrat, I mean like. The Democratic Party running things state, and they punish MAGA, and for like a decade they run things through authoritarian nature, and then you return back to liberal democracy at X amount of time. This is what I mean when like your prescriptions are arbitrary and your line of the sand is vague, and thus people can interpret things however they want. Like maybe they're not being radicalized to the point where they want to like go out and kill people, but it might be to the point where they're saying like we need to temporarily divulge from democracy for a little bit, or if you're a Republican, you need to like be forced into a re-education camp for 5 years or something like that.
Sure, these are things that the Republicans have already said. By the way, when you say like we need to temporarily diverge from democracy,
I'm aware, yes, yeah. But we criticize them for that.
So they don't give a fuck. Okay. Yeah, Trump has literally said.
I would prefer there to be at least some sort of distinction between like the two sides, besides outcomes that you want to achieve.
The distinction is what the distinction is what they thrive on. That's what allows them to operate that way. We're going back to that fundamental disagreement again. The fact that they know that you're always constrained by some rule that they've decided to abandon is their biggest ally.
Okay, let's just establish a line in the sand right now. Like, what would you say to your community right now in specifics that they should not be advocating for, or where does the illiberalism end?
Well, I mean, my goal, we should have a strong Republican Party. I don't want people punishing, or I don't think there should be a push to punish like MAGA or like people that voted in a certain way. I think is probably too much. I think that punishing future Republicans or trying to destroy like the Republican Party completely is probably too much. But it's just holding the current administration and lawmakers are accountable, and then probably people related to the media. These are like the things that I'm generally harping on.
Appreciate it.
Well, but I don't think that's different than anything I've said in the past, no?
I don't know. I've been talking to people in like the Hutch disagreement Discord server, and Connor as well, and people in your Discord, and a lot of scary vibes, I'll say that.
Yeah. I agree, which is why I kind of want to... I need people to calm down a little bit. But, like...
But, like, the calming down begins with you, which is why I was making this appeal to you.
which I've already said and done publicly, which is more than you don't understand how upset it makes me to like have these conversations when the president of the United States is tweeting about executing people in Congress. Like it just feels like
that
you're not aware. I understand that you're
upset,
saying that. I'm just saying it's such a deeply, unbelievably crazy environment that I have to sit here and navigate through. Like, what is the responsible way for rhetoric for my audience when I have the president tweeting about how he can break no laws and that he has the popular mandate to do anything, and that there are certain sitting members of Congress that we should be denaturalizing their citizenship of because he doesn't like them and shipping them back to Somalia, or that he should be executing. Like, that's just a crazy world. And I don't see any moral or virtue in pretending otherwise, that there's some like arbitrary rule book. And I say arbitrary because the other side, to them, they treat it as guidelines. If that, it's just a deeply unsatisfying. It's just that environment run into the future, like, is the destruction, in my mind, is the destruction of this country, more so than any reciprocity or tit for tat or anything that I would be advocating for. I think that easily puts us on a worse path for the other side to act like they can operate with such impunity.
When we're talking about moral or virtue in terms of like the usage of rhetoric, I guess, do you think that it's creating a positive or negative outcome by adopting this? Like, I understand you would say it makes your community feel good, but if your goal is to expand the Democratic base, I guess, do you think that is helping or hurting?
I thought about this a lot on my own. I think honestly, I think on my own, it probably hurts a little bit. It would need to be something I would be more, I would have to have, there would need to be more people on board with it. But I mean, like, I think if more people were on board with it, I think it would help. And the example that I would point to there is Donald Trump. He got to do a whole ass insurrection and then won the next election. Did they do that by being nicer to the other side or by saying that they would play within the rules more? Or did he do that by promising to break all the rules, do whatever he could as president, be a 3-term president? How many times did he say he would be a dictator on day one? And then he won not only the election, he won the popular vote, right? So why are we acting like my rhetoric is so uniquely harmful?
Well, when we're talking about
damaging?
winning the election, and
Right.
that's like changing the voter base. That's an entirely different conversation.
What? No, he won. I'm saying he won the election and the popular vote in 2024, right? By engaging in whatever rhetoric you think I engage in, it was that times 10.
Well, yes, but you're appealing to two different people, right?
It can't be that we're that fundamentally different. If so, then the democracy is already over. Then the project is done. If we have one side of lawless heathens,
do you think that in the appealing of rhetoric and the usage, like saying that you want to be dictator on day one, you don't think that there is any difference, or there should be any difference
between the
two
voters?
parties?
I don't think it should be that Republicans are all bloodthirsty animals that are hungry for violence, and the Democrats are like, well, guys, we got to chill out. I don't think that system, if the differences are that exaggerated, I don't think that's sustainable. But also, I don't think the differences are that
I'm
great.
not necessarily saying that. It's more of a matter of do you think just people won't vote for Democrats if you're using that rhetoric? I guess. Like,
If
I think
no,
that when
I
Republicans
think that,
use that rhetoric, they're rallying their base and they're appealing to a certain archetype. But if you adopt the exact same talking points, I guess, I feel like you just might end up hurting yourself more than what you're gaining.
No, I disagree. I think you'd be adopting the same style of rhetoric, but you would be adopting it for different policies. So I think that would be the difference. And I think that both sides, like the idea that Republicans actually love it when you dehumanize their opponents and when you attack them viciously, but Democrats don't. That's not true. I think this is like a fundamental human nature thing. There's never been like a crazy dictatorial rise to power built on radical empathy or whatever, right? I think like these are things that radicalize or they motivate something deep in the human spirit when it comes to fighting with perceived political enemies. As sad as that is. All that to say that like if a person on our side were to find a way to like adapt Trump's popularity and rhetoric, that I don't think that Democrats would be like uniquely human and that they'd be like, oh my gosh, like this is horrible and terrible.
Do you think that there's people being, I guess, alienated by the Republican Party when they adopt this rhetoric that are running to the Democratic Party? Or
no, I don't think so. I think that some people would make that argument, but I think, I don't really know if I have a way to prove this, unfortunately. I think that people are they're feeling too many things that are impossible to mask, and as a result, they're starting to leave kind of the Trump movement and he's losing popularity, but it's not because of his rhetoric. That's why we said my biggest fear for Trump term 2 is that he just doesn't do anything. He just rides off of like the IRA and the infrastructure bill and everything else, and that he would get all the credit for anything that Biden passed. That was my biggest fear. But I think that right now, if the economy was doing super hot, if we were getting a ton of oil from Venezuela and the gas prices were low and inflation managed to go away or was reversed or whatever, I think that broadly speaking, I think he would still have the support of his base. I think so. but it's just been issue after issue after issue after issue that they're getting hammered on, that people are feeling the effects of. I don't think it's the bad rhetoric. People might say it, but I would say they're lying, or there's a revealed preference there, because the bad rhetoric didn't affect it before.
Well, the rhetoric issue would not necessarily be because of the second term. It's more of a matter of, I guess, a reshifting of. This would be like a first term reshifting, I guess.
I mean, Trump had brutal rhetoric. I mean, he was literally screaming like he had chancing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, though. I would say that him in his adoption of his brutal rhetoric appealed to certain people that, like, obviously after every time you have like new people running for the presidency, there's going to be a reshifting of the parties a little bit. Like some people will go from Democrat to Republican, some people go to Republican to Democrat. I'm making an argument that through his rhetoric, he was appealing to certain people that used to be Democrat and they brought them to the Republican Party, and then alienated people in the Republican Party and brought them to the Democratic Party. By adopting the exact same rhetoric that he uses, that you might be hurting yourself.
No, I don't think there were major
creating
party
no
shifters or
differentiation
anything.
between the two parties.
No, I don't think there were big party shifting things happening. That's my understanding. I don't think that was the case.
I'm pretty sure there is. I looked into like statistics about this. I think there was, I forget what it was. There is a shift. Not like major, like 50% or anything like that, but it's noticeable.
I'm sure there were independents maybe that moved over that were motivated to go vote that weren't, like some single digit small percentage in the middle. But it wasn't.
Well,
like
I think the
reshuffling
specific thing that I
parties.
was referencing was not independents. It was literally like Democrats becoming Republicans and Republicans becoming Democrats.
Was it Democrats becoming Republicans, or was it just like? Because keep in mind, you're comparing as well, like the historically huge outcomes from like Obama 1 and 2 as well, right? Like the Obama first and second term were I think the two before Biden Trump, I think were the like two largest elections in history, right? Like Obama was a massively popular person, so like any change afterwards might be exaggerated because of how popular Obama was. But I don't know. I guess I haven't seen.
Sure. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, as a counter argument.
I don't know. 14 minutes. Any other
14 minutes.
thoughts, feelings?
Trying to think of. I can't really think of anything else to go over in the moment. MrMouton, got anything to say?
Yeah,
yeah. I get triggered when people come in here who are Republicans who are like, "Oh, Steven, your rhetoric to your community, you're being dangerous." Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Okay.
Whoa!
Trump is literally out there saying to protesters, "I want to punch that guy in the face." He's saying the Second Amendment people, okay, they need to do something about it.
Firing squad for Liz Cheney. There was that.
In 2021, he's saying if you guys don't fight like hell, we're gonna lose everything. He literally started a fucking riot in the Capitol. Yeah, I just don't care. I just don't give a fuck. I don't know why you guys are all crying about it. I hope you vote Dem. If you don't, then you should probably vote.org yourself.
Do you understand why I'm willing to work with the Democratic Party? Or
disavow.
What?
Say again?
Sorry, I just had to disavow.
Do you know why that I'm willing personally to like work with the Democratic Party as a Never Trumper?
No.
Okay. Well, the reason is not because I'm necessarily a shill for the Democratic Party. It's that I want to use the Democratic Party as a tool for punishing the populist element of the Republican Party.
Are you going to vote Democrat?
Yes, assuming. Well, depends.
Assuming what?
Actually.
Why does it depend?
So
back 1 second.
if there is a principled conservative Republican candidate that runs in 28 for whatever reason and wins the primary, that Republican needs to win, in my opinion, because it needs to give a reinforcement that.
Okay, I don't know why you're even on the stream. I don't care. You are literally an enemy of the United States right now. If I'm not kidding, if you look at what Trump just did and what the Republican Party just did, and you're like, well, hold on, maybe they'll be good this time. I don't give a fuck.
That's literally not what I'm saying.
That pretty much is literally what you just said. You
said no, that's not what
Republican.
I'm saying if there is a principled conservative Republican, that one needs to win in order to signal to the Republican Party that that should be like a future candidate, type of candidate that we should run. But if there is a like fascist populist that is running as a Republican, that person should be crushed by the Democratic Party because I don't want to see that person winning. The goal is to create incentive
whoever goes up there, you're going to think they're a principled Republican who's on your side. I mean, we'll see. In 2 years from now, you're going to be voting Republican, and I'm going to be here laughing. It's simple as. What about in the midterms? Are you going to go vote Dem in the midterms?
In the midterms, I'm going to be voting for Thomas Massie, my local representative.
Okay, what about everybody else? Are you going to vote Dem down the line?
It depends on the candidate. I'll have to look at the individual candidate. I'm not going to vote purely off party lines. Voting purely on party lines is what led to the Republican Party to be in the bullshit in which we were willing to engage with candidates that were against conservative principles.
At this point, you literally should be voting on party lines in the midterms for a Democrat, because what's happening in the current office is insane.
No, I will be voting for Thomas Massie, and I will also be voting for Rand Paul.
Well, Godspeed. You're not an ally. That's good to know, though.
Okay, well, have fun with that.
Cool. Anything else?
Look, if Marco Rubio or J.D. Vance run in 28, I think both of them probably should be crushed by Democrats.
What about J.D. Vance?
I said J.D. Vance.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said Rand Paul.
No, Rand Paul is who I said I would vote for in the midterms. If he's... Yes.
Okay.
I think I'm just going to head out then, if there's nothing else to contribute.
Have a good one.
Yep, have a good day. Enemy, apparently.
Yep. Steve's way too nice. I don't know. I'm of the opinion if you have to waffle right now to think about, like, if you would vote Dem, yeah, you are complicit and evil. I don't know what to say. Who's Steve talking to next? He's debating Lakacia Jane, a renowned Nazi who just converted to Dems. Oh boy. To be fair, I think he meant that there's a 1% possibility that there would be a good Republican, not that he expects it. I don't give a shit. All of the Republicans in Congress right now are complicit in this administration. They absolutely shouldn't be allowed to have the presidency again. It's insane to even think that. Trump appoints Erica Kirk to Air Force Board. I heard about that, yeah. Problem? What, you don't think a strong woman can be in a big role? Why are there so many people in stream disagreements? Fuck. Was it Destiny that disavowed you earlier? Well, he disavowed my messaging, yeah. Based.
Yo, Moot, you here?
Hello?
What's up?
Radiant, you're lighting up, but your mic isn't working.
Are you serious? Wrong, wait. No, you're lying. I can literally hear myself on stream.
But you checked, didn't you?
Yeah, I did check. Okay,
You
no,
fool.
but I can't listen. Have you guys heard of the game Marathon?
We're not playing that.
You gotta play. No, listen. I think you have way more fun. Okay, listen. Arc Raiders is like drained. Okay, like there's nothing to do in that game. Like it's literally been the same content since the game came out. Marathon
We're
is
not
so
playing
fun.
that.
I promise. Moot, you'd love the game. I really think you would. Like it's way more like in depth, like PvP wise, and like people talk and stuff.
We're not playing that.
Sorry, I
Just trust me,
want to
alright?
talk about the debate.
I think Steve's about to be busy, but you can talk while he's not here.
Okay, just like a couple of minutes just to reflect on it, because I think like it's a spectrum of kind of non-cooperation that's required, right? And you have to push people to say, well, okay, we need to cooperate a bit less here, right, and be a bit more abrasive in terms of with these far-right parties and the one that you've got in power in the States. And when you get people to accept that, then you need to find that middle ground with people of how far do you go. And like the
I'm good on middle grounds. Nah, I don't need that.
No, but I mean, it is this. We are talking about the middle ground, right? Because it could be really, really extreme what you could suggest, and we're not. No one's suggesting that, right? Like the goofy suggestion that Stephen made is the middle ground. The point is we're not even approaching that, and it's the same thing in Europe. That it's not seen as serious a threat as it should be, and it's crazy in the States because you actually have it in power, right? But the middle ground is what we're suggesting, right? People are being too cautious, but that cautiousness is actually the most dangerous decision to make, to just follow the status quo and, try and stay to the letter of the law and, be very cooperative with Republicans. And I mean, I understand from a Republican perspective, right, that they're gonna, like this guy, I feel kind of sorry for him, right? Because he's in denial and he's like, yeah, maybe, we regain the Republican Party. Like, no, the Republican Party needs to die and then come back again. What remains of it right now cannot be allowed to live. And this guy can't admit it to himself because he wants to pretend things are still as they are. There's been a phase change. Something dramatic has changed in America. Right? That's what I think Stephen means by like the death of the republic. It's like entering a very different phase, and the old rules don't apply anymore. And people just don't seem to be getting that. But I think it's.
I've talked to him before. He's
me?
like
The previous guy, I think.
Oh.
Yeah, the previous guy, North. I talked to him before. He's just like he's very attached to being a conservative, and he really wants or he sees the Republican Party as like the only conservative party, and he thinks if they're gone, like conservatism as in general will just die out. And that's the main reason why. He's just like he just really likes the label. But yeah. Anyway, yeah, I asked.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's bad intent, but like that gap will always be filled in politics. But the version of Republican Party that exists now, you can't just let that continue. It has to die. And Republicans need to realize that. Like Connor, for example, I've never heard Connor, waver on the fact that this Republican Party can't be voted for. Maybe he privately thinks so, but I never heard him say that.
Wow. Well, I see you bullied North out of here, MOUTON. How does that make you feel?
He said he wouldn't vote blue no matter who, and that if there was a good Republican, he would vote them. So then that sent me.
That sent you.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think he's just in denial of how much it will take to change the Republicans.
No, I think he's gonna vote Republican in the next election. And
Damn, so much bad faith
gonna care.
accusation.
No, you're too nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, you bring these people come in here and they just say a bunch of fucking retarded shit, and you're like, oh, okay, well, that's your opinion. No, they're fucking retarded.
I think you said much retarded shit. I feel like reforming an entire Republican Party would be a tall order.
I also don't think there's enough responsibility taken, and this is probably a difference actually in my politics with you, Destiny. But I think that the history of right-wing governance has also set the precedent for the extremism that we're seeing now.
Potentially, but I mean, like, damn, how old is that guy? Wasn't he like 22? Like, how
He's
much?
like 19. Yeah.
Is he 19? Oh,
Apparently,
okay, yeah.
someone said first year in college. So
what am I? How much responsibility am I hoisting on his shoulders as an 18, 19-year-old?
Well, don't get involved then. Shrimp ass.
Damn.
I mean, he came in good faith, but he is in denial of like just what it's going to take, like the open heart surgery in the Republican Party. I mean, it would be a new Republican Party again. But the Tea Party took it over, and ever since then, it's been kind of inevitable what would happen with it.
True. We can bring it back to the Tea Party. That's when the Republic fell.
I think yeah, that was a big aspect of it. Actually,
My parents were Tea Partiers.
So were mine. Based.
And like what Bush did with like especially with the Iraq War. I mean, it was that wasn't good faith use of the military, and it cost the states huge amount of money. I mean, he's now outdone by Trump, but yeah, like you can't just trust anybody that's been anywhere near this administration. So who else is going to gain the reins of power in the Republican Party, or any of those people in the administration right now are anywhere near it? And then they say, I'm sorry, like I didn't understand what was going on behind closed doors, and Trump had his Epstein book still and was enjoying himself, and I didn't know about, like they make all these excuses. You just can't trust them. Once a liar has lied, even if they say that they're a liar, you can't trust what they're saying, right? And that's true with so much of the power brokers in the Republican Party now. You can't. No Republican should trust them anyway. They should be convinced to vote Democrat in the next election. On the other hand, this guy North, like he came in with good intent. Like I feel bad for him because he's lost his party, right? But he is still nevertheless wrong. And he's young, so fair enough.
I don't know what you mean by he lost his party. I don't think this guy ever. I mean, hasn't he been around since like Trump's been elected nonstop?
Basically, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but
so he wants like a party that he never participated in, which is fine.
He likes Reagan Republicans.
So does your mom. Oh.
True. Actually true.
I I'm just waiting for Hutch to call me, guys.
Ooh.
Wait, okay, real quick before I leave, Destiny, do you still believe that AI is like
I
stagnated?
believe that
and,
your
like,
mom is.
a
Nope, I
whole-
never said it's
it's a failed-
stagnated ever.
What? Wait, what? That's not according to the subreddit post I read.
Well, maybe you should actually see clips or videos of me talking about it rather than what the retards in the subreddit or some reason my view is.
I mean, it's like a 3-hour-long combo. That's why I didn't want to like
Oh.
dive into it before.
I said I don't
figured it
feel
out.
like I don't think that LLMs are ever going to approximate like human thought. I think it has to be some kind of different model or whatever. That's all I've said. But even that opinion is like there's like a low confidence opinion I have right now, but because I just don't know.
Yeah, that's a really complex opinion.
Cool.
But okay, yeah. Well, I just wanted to talk to you about that. Maybe
Complex
sometime
for you,
later.
maybe.
Ooh.
I'll probably, I'll go listen.
Maybe for you. True.
Got his ass.
You got me. You got me, Moot. I love you, Moot.
It'd be nice if you could just be on people's Twitch streams without streaming on Twitch. Sure would be. Kind of weird that Twitch has that weird rule that I don't think any other platform on the internet has. But, you know, what are you going to do?
By the way, not to massage Dan's ego too much, but there is actually a study from last year about some statistical anomalies in the 2024 election that point towards possibly something going kind of wrong.
I think if it's that
and
one guy, the group or whatever, I think I talked to the guy who was behind this a while ago, and I had a few important questions that he needed to tease out, but I don't know if they've done the work on that yet. If it's the same guy, there was a big deal about it for a while, but...
From Michigan University, I think?
Yeah, people are saying I did. I spoke to the guy, I think, who was behind this, yeah.
Okay, because I mean the methods are pretty commonplace in analyzing election data, so it's not watertight evidence, but it's certainly suggestive, and it's then worth looking at how causally such a thing could be implemented. So
sure,
it's definitely something that people should be a bit more aware of, I think.
Dan's never been wrong. Trimple.
I mean, I didn't mean to massage his ego because it's reasonably sized already, but
damn.
Anyway, that's all I had. But yeah, cool to talk again.
Yeah, I love you. Be careful.
Take care, man. Bye.
DGL.
Shut up. Got him. Wow, Moot the caller bully.
I
Really?
didn't even
Wow.
want it, but he brought me into it. He asked me my opinion.
And you were like, I'm just going to be a fucking stream bully now.
Well, what are you going to do? When he said he wasn't going to vote blue, that pissed me off.
Oh, so you would vote blue no matter who, even if Trump ran
Yes,
as a Democrat?
I don't care.
Got him.
It's, well,
Oh! Fucking got you how quickly I fucking
if it was Jeffrey
destroyed.
Epstein, I'd vote him in. And I'd
Really?
say, all right, well, don't give this guy an island. Let's see what he can do.
Wow. Somebody in chat is screaming at you. Please stop saying shrimple.
Hey, Triple Az? I'm not gonna.
No way. Would this guy come running up here? Try to with me, right?
Do Collins while we wait? You got time?
No, he's supposed to be calling me as soon as this guy.
Bro, he's not gonna call you. They're all laughing at you in a secret Chase Dog Discord right now.
True. Hutch joined them. True. King.
Look at how he's waiting. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, for you.
Ooh.
Got him. Uh-oh. Who joined?
Oh, I just wanted to ask, do you think Radiant has stagnated?
Yes.
Okay. No, the real thing I wanted to ask about was that have you like added a boost to the entire stream or something in terms
Yep.
of gain? I'm sorry, it's an audio thing.
Yep, I
but
boosted
like
the whole
every
fucking thing
video
because
that you
everybody.
played,
Yeah.
everything is clipping.
Good.
Like not
Nobody's
not
complained
just
about
your
this but
microphone,
you.
but
They
like
all wanted it
everything.
louder. They wanted everything louder, so now everything is loud.
Okay, so it's intentional.
Yep.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. So you. Okay.
That's how we like it.
Yeah, sounds like shit. I
It's
agree.
kinda
It should,
horrible, but
apparently
I
it's
guess
literally
that's the-
impossible
that's
for
the-
people to change the volume on their computer. So now everything is just loud as fuck.
Okay, because I wasn't sure, because like when I pulled the volume slider on both Kick and YouTube, like I don't know if like putting it off 100% is like the way you stream it, or if it has a built-in boost or something.
Don't know. Don't care.
But
everything is
and he's
loud
gonna
now.
do it again.
Everything. I need everything to be as loud as possible.
You know, turn it up more.
Maybe I might actually. Thank you. I'll think about that.
Okay. Yeah.
If they're asking about it, that means they couldn't tell. So it needs to even go louder. So we don't get
True,
questions.
actually. Yeah. If you were curious, then thank you. Shrimple as, MOUTON. Shrimple as.
Shrimple as.
You know, I think that's right. Like, you probably want more people complaining before it's really settling in.
Good. Okay. Be careful.
Okay.
Bye.
All right. Bye bye.
I'm joining this Discord. Bye.
Bye.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you hear me there?
Loud and clear.
Okay, perfect. Is there a way for you to turn on your camera or no?
I can do whatever you want. Hold on.
Yeah. Why don't you do that? And I'll do the same. Show Bob's, I'll show Butt.
Got it.
All right, we'll do that. He's just getting some water. Let me pop this out. So he has about an hour, just so you know.
Okay.
And then if you wanted to like stick around afterwards and follow it up, or if you have some other thing going on, then all good as well.
No, whatever you want to do.
I saw the thing with the Constantine and Rogan.
Yep.
Is that the first time that you've been mentioned on Rogan, or has that happened before?
No, he brings me up in stupid ways sometimes. I think he's referred to me also as the Wikipedia guy and as the bisexual guy.
Has he ever indicated that he would be open to having you on, or has that never come up?
I'm here.
No, this is
there you are.
their struggle session.
Okay, Laksha, is it possible for you to turn your cam on or no? Can you see his cam, or is it blank for you too?
Well, I mean, unless he looks like a floating 8x8 blue pixel in real life on a gray background, I would say I cannot see his camera. But I don't want to prejudge what he might actually look like. Oh, there we go.
Oh, there he is. Okay.
Now it's 16 pixels.
Yeah, slightly more pixels, but that'll work. Yeah.
Oh,
okay, so
good to
we'll
see you all.
Good to see you too. So let's just go ahead and jump into it because Laksha, you said you're good until about 4. Is that
Hutch, in
right?
true boomer fashion, you're muted.
Uh-oh.
I don't think I am.
Oh, no.
I don't think I am.
Maybe he thinks we're both muted.
Oh, dear.
We're already demonstrating some bad thought processes. I don't know about this one. No, I'm just kidding.
Sorry. We can hear you.
Hutch, I can't hear you. I can hear Destiny. I can't hear you.
Oh my god, that means he's got you blocked or muted. You need to right click him and turn his volume up. You probably turned it to 0 because he's fucking annoying.
Hey, whoa,
just kidding.
chill.
Just kidding.
You're going to have to.
Well, wait, he can hear me. Wait, you can hear me, right?
I can hear you.
Yeah, just right click on
Can you hear
Hutch's
me?
picture. Yeah, and then where it says user volume, make sure that's at 100 and make sure.
No,
you don't
it's
have
at max.
Oh, if you right click him, can you see like add friend, ignore, block?
Yeah, dude, he hasn't accepted my friend request yet.
That's bullshit. You did not send me a request.
Wait, are we friends?
No, I can't. I'm not friends with you on Discord, no.
Or no, I was
But
asking
I can
Hutch.
hear you
I'm not
just
friends
fine.
with Hutch on Discord. I just noticed that.
Oh wait, maybe he doesn't have the kind of perms that he needs to hear? How do I do this? What the fuck? Mute soundboard, disable video. I don't know how to. This is weird. It's weird that he can hear you and not me. I don't understand.
You don't have him blocked, right?
No, I don't.
When you
Wait,
right
hold
click
on.
each other, both of you see block under ignore, right?
Yeah. All right,
yes,
Destiny.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
You can hear me completely fine, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what it is? Just
I don't know
leave
what
and
it is,
rejoin.
Hutch.
That's what always fixes it. Leave, rejoin.
Yeah, why don't we do this?
Me or
Hold on.
Hutch?
Here, watch. I'll do it for you. Boom.
Damn, Jesus.
And then, boom.
Okay.
Can you hear me now? Laksha?
Yes.
There we go.
Okay. All right. Okay, Laksha, you said you had about an hour, right? Are you good until 4 or an hour from now?
I'm good till 4, but we'll get it done by then. Don't worry.
Jeez.
Okay.
I'm confident.
Well, why don't we jump right into it? First of all, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself to Destiny? I'm not sure how much he is aware of you or his community.
Yeah, I'm a pollster. My name's Laksha. I run the surveys for the Argument magazine. I also co-founded Split Ticket, which is the election modeling site. So that's me.
Cool. I'm glad to meet you.
Meet
Thank
you.
you for connecting us. Yeah, I stream and scrim with people on the internet and do politics and stuff sometimes. Yeah.
Okay, since we are limited on time, what I wanna do is ask you guys like kind of rapid fire questions, and then we'll land on the fifth question here, and we'll kind of let you guys sort of go back and forth. I'm not framing this as a debate. If you guys want to debate, that's fine. I just was curious to see this interaction. And then we'll do it again the second time. We'll do another rapid fire sequence and then land on the last questions, and then you guys can have whatever conversation you want. I'm not here to give my input. I'm here to just keep the conversation flowing. If I do, issue like a red flag, and I'll stop. But yeah. So the first question I want to pose to both of you guys, and Laksha, why don't you go first? And just briefly, if you can, what is the current state of the Republican Party electorally?
Bad. Like, just bad. I mean, they're almost certain to lose the House. The Senate, which has an R+5 bias, is like, they have a 40% chance of losing that thing, which you should never be in the position to lose. And truth be told, the electoral situation's only getting worse for them thanks to the war in Iran. So bad, but not catastrophic because they're still slight favorites to hold the Senate.
Okay. Destiny?
Yeah, I would probably agree with all that, I think.
All right. What's the current state of the Democratic Party electorally?
Electorally, it's all right, I would say. It's not great, it's not terrible. It's all right. It's what you'd expect from an opposition party with a high turnout coalition against a very unpopular president, but it's nothing special.
I would say, I guess I would just exaggerate that and say kind of abysmal, and that it's cool that we're hopefully going to win. But I said this for Kamala v. Trump. Like, winning all 7 swing states in my mind is still a failure. I feel like it should be an completely unprecedented blowout given how absolutely terrible the opposition party is right now. But I mean, yeah. But I mean, like, we're going to win the House at least, so it's okay, I guess. Yeah.
I think that answer dovetails quite nicely with this question, which is maybe we can pause on this question, actually. This one would be a good one to kind of get more into the substance. But the question is, what messaging strategy broadly is most likely to yield optimal election results for Democrats, and what strategies are working best so far? If you want to go ahead and start, Laksha.
Okay, I'd say 3 key things: anti-war, anti-culture war, and anti-corporate.
Can you get into more detail and flesh that out just a little bit more for me? Like, what
Sure.
candidates are seeing the most success right now, and what do you attribute that to?
Sure. So I think anti-war to start with, anti-war has always been like the key plank of the success behind the Democratic Party in, the 2000s. That's what brought them back from, the wilderness. That's what got Barack Obama to the presidency. War really was the first left-wing rupture in the Biden coalition in 2023, the war in Israel and Gaza. Regardless of what you think about that war, it is undeniable that it basically split apart the Democratic coalition. Anti-war has always been something that gets the working class pretty supportive of you, because basically the interventionist side is mostly a lot of elites and heavily college educated NatSec type of people, which generally vote diametrically opposite to what most people actually want, and it's viewed in times of economic strife as a resource drain. The second point then to bring to that is economic strife, right? At this time, real wages are not nearly growing as much as they were in the mid 2010s. You have inflation, which is persistently and stubbornly making it harder for people to afford things. The costs of buying a house are higher. Survey data shows people, especially young people, feel like there is no financial future. It ties directly into anti-war, and a key pillar of this that blends with it is also anti-AI. People really are worrying about their financial future because they think that AI and data centers and really corporations in general are making it harder for them to afford a good life, to be employed. That's why I would say those are the two main things. And then anti-culture war, really the thing that goes against the Democratic Party is that they keep getting suckered into culture war after culture war, right? Like, people don't really agree with the Democrats on cultural issues that they've adopted over the last 8 years, but the economic planks that they have, the populist economic planks, which personally, I actually don't agree with a lot of those economic planks, but if we're talking about what's electorally effective, that is electorally effective. Focusing on that gets you the working class back. Focusing on the culture war drives them away. So I would say those are the key points.
Okay, I'm a little bit curious to ask you more, but I want to let Destiny jump in here.
Okay, this guy is the fucking, this guy's the poll guy. Okay, I'm gonna agree with everything he says. I'm not gonna fight him on any of these topics right now. So, broadly speaking, everything he says seems like it checks out to me. But yeah, I'm not gonna disagree with this guy. Are you crazy?
Well, I guess, I mean, just to get into it a little bit deeper, you recently came out, Laksha, with an article kind of exploring the trans issue for Democrats. How do you, you know, what if you were advising a campaign, like how would you advise them to respond to questions like, you know, should trans girls play in sports?
You say no if you're in a swing state, and if you're in Manhattan, you say whatever the hell you want. It's just like, this is something where, like, outside of like Manhattan, San Francisco, like, you know, the bluest of blue areas, people just straight up do not agree. It does not make sense to make this a flashpoint. I understand that people say if you give an inch, you cede a mile, but the truth is, at this point, you've already ceded the mile. Now you're trying to get back a little bit of that ground, and by insisting on something that even your own base doesn't agree with, you are basically just endangering everything else associated with that issue. So I would say there are times at which you literally have to triangulate and say, no, I'm not for that. That's what Rob Sand did in Iowa, and that's also why he's in part really avoided being suckered into the culture wars, and he's polling very, very well there.
What about a presidential candidate?
I'd say the same thing for a presidential candidate. You have to win the swing states.
Okay. All right, so then the next question that I have for you guys is, are there even strong or mild indicators? And I think, Laksha, you're going to be coming at it more from a polling electoral results standpoint. I think, Destiny, you're more tapped into kind of the online discourse. But the question is, are there strong or even mild indicators of a left-wing Tea Party moment for Democrats? Or does it appear as though the party will remain center-left or even move closer towards the center?
I want to hear Destiny say this first, because I have a bunch of poll data, but I think I really want to hear his perspective.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'd rather talk first because I'm just going to copy this guy, or I'm going to be a contrary and I'll be a whatever. So, okay, so the feeling that I have, okay, I'm curious what his poll data will say. The feeling that I have is that while there's a lot of online rhetoric about when you say a Tea Party, you're implying that kind of like the more socialist wing is going to form some kind of electorally plausible thing inside of the Democratic Party?
That's right. Yeah. Or begin the process of maybe starting something like that.
The feeling I have, and a lot of this ties maybe less to hard numbers, but just like the general feeling I get when I look at the way they conduct themselves online and the types of things they talk about, is that it's not a coalition of people that are as interested in political power. They're not trying to necessarily win elections. They don't make like electoral choices. They make choices for kind of like rhetoric and marketing on online platforms. So as a result of that, I just don't ever see them having I don't ever see them operating in a way that is strategic enough to form that type of thing. Like, I feel like when the Tea Party started, like I feel like the Tea Party moment for the Democrats would have been the Justice Dems, that they had their 4 people who got elected. Yeah, you can send them up. You're good. They had their people that got elected, but then I feel like they never built on that. Like, the Justice Dem movement kind of died in the next few elections. Like, I think at some point people thought there were going to be 20, 30, 40, 50 new Justice Dems that were elected as a result of this movement across the country. But instead you get 4 new Dems in very blue areas, and then that was kind of it. Whereas it feels like for the Tea Party, I believe, did the Freedom Caucus come from the Tea Party?
I believe so.
And then you had like your Michelle Bachmann, you had like arguably like Sarah Palin, I think was like a Tea Party. Like, it felt like they were geared towards kind of acquiring or assuming political power very early on. So yeah, so I guess the short answer is no, I don't see there being a Tea Party moment, at least not from the socialist types, because they just don't seem to be playing the game of politics. It seems like they're doing a different game, and without having that strategic electoral focus, I just don't see them being able to build a movement like that. This is my feeling.
Oh, I see an anti-establishment movement in the Democratic Party. I do not see an insurgent socialist wing that is about to take over. We are conflating an incredibly unserious group with absolutely no theory of how to assemble and hold political power with serious and talented young politicians that understand how to triangulate, how to make compromises, how to tell their base to pound sand when they need to, and with voters who are broadly sick of the same old from the Democratic Party, which they associate with losing to Trump twice now. That is meaningfully different from a left wing socialist Tea Party. What I see is that Democratic base voters absolutely hate their party. They are really, really, really mad at the Democrats. Keep in mind, this does not swing over to independents liking Republicans more than Democrats. Independents still favor Democrats. This is basically just Democrats hate themselves. Which, honestly, like, if you spend any time talking to, like, any Democrat, you'll come out of it pretty quickly that, like, they're pretty happy with their own lives. They just hate the Democratic Party. And what happens here, Hutch, is that, like, if you're looking at an insurgent movement, there's two ways to look at it. Is there something that is remaking the policy plank of the Democratic Party? No. There's nothing that I can point to that says, like, the Democratic Party has wholesale remade itself. There is something I can point to that says the Democratic Party is throwing out old politicians or politicians associated with the old guard or politicians that have a lot of establishment backing in favor of insurgents. So Zoran Mamdani, one of the best examples, right? Like 2016, he never had beaten Andrew Cuomo. Even with all of this scandal, he wouldn't have leapfrogged the other, like, you know, Brad Lander, Adrian Adams, all these people. Like, it wasn't just Cuomo that he beat. He lapped everyone. That is part of it. Graham Plattner and Janet Mills. I mean, I've said I think Plattner's a moron, but, like, he's leading, and he's leading because Janet Mills is a weak candidate with the Democratic Party's voters right now. So that's a big thing, and that is like an actual insurgency from voters, but it is not a socialist wing insurgency.
What would you say? Because there's a lot of claims that are made by, I would say, like the leftist media space. That
oh wait, can I say one quick thing on that real quick, just to add to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
One thing that I really appreciate that the answer for, how do you pronounce your name again?
Laksha?
Wait, say that.
Laksha.
One thing that Laksha said earlier was that there are different campaign strategies that operate depending on where you're at, which I think people lose track of a lot online. We all just view basically the entire election as just one massive poll between the entire population. The people that have one power, I think on that more kind of like populist or anti-establishment or anti-institutional front like Zoran Mamdani also publicly acknowledge that, which I really appreciate. Like I think Zoran has done a really, really good job at saying like there's a place in the Democratic Party for different politicians to win in different areas. And that's rhetoric that you never hear from that insurgent left ever. Holy shit. Yeah.
What would you say, Laksha? Because there are a lot of people in leftist media spaces that are insisting that the ground is very fertile right now for an insurgent takeover from the leftists. Like, how are these candidates actually doing? I know Mamdani is a very notable case. And there was also a semi-recent election, special election in Texas, where there was a progressive candidate, I think, overperformed by like 32 points. How are those types of candidates doing so far in the off-cycle election and special elections? How are they poised to do going into the primaries and the midterms?
Everyone loves a winner, okay? So, like, you could say, like, that I could sit here and I could make the argument that candidate overperforming by 32 in Texas was really just a Democratic candidate rather than like a socialist insurgent that owes their victory to like that, right? Socialists are going to say that Afton Ben, who is like defund the police type of person, right? She's extremely liberal, extremely left-wing. They could say, oh, it's because of her platform that she overperformed. I would personally say she overperformed just like every other Democratic candidate with the Pulse did, because Democrats have a big turnout differential advantage right now. They're just fired up to vote, and they will vote for a dog catcher, they'll vote for a rock, they'll vote for anyone over a Republican. I think the better way to assess this is to see which left-wing candidates have won their primaries against the more establishment candidates and see where do they break down. So I don't know that Tallarico is especially left-wing candidate, right? Like, Tallarico's, the divide here did not come between DSA and establishment Democrats. It came between black Democrats and establishment Democrats. And everyone else, like the Obama wing, right? Mamdani was more of the socialist left. That is one clear example of the socialist left winning. Since he's won, the online spaces seem to have since Zoran has won, the online left seems to have turned against him, which is really funny. Like, I don't get why. He's more popular than ever. He's doing a really good job, and everyone is just like, on the left-wing online spaces is now disillusioned. And I'm like, what? Like, are you people serious? But Hutch, I don't see enough evidence of specifically the socialist wing winning a lot of primaries to say that they have enjoyed any special electoral success. They're not even at 2018. You have maybe your AOC and Zoran. Where's your Rashida Tlaib? Where's your Ilhan Omar? Where's your Cory Bush? You know, like these types of people.
I also think of the right now, the Democratic primary, when we look at the list of hopefuls, there's really only one name that comes from that wing, and it's AOC. And it's not really clear that she's going to run for president. And so I don't know who is going to be there, Bernie, in 2028, but we'll see. I want to get...
I also feel like presidency talks, I think, are still, even though we're all like really obsessed with it, I feel like the presidency is a really, really long ways away. Like 2 or 3 years in U.S. politics time is like, or 2 years, it's
forever.
Yeah.
Okay, let's keep this train going. Okay, so this one I do want to kind of pause on, and Destiny, you go first here. Has Donald Trump made the Republican Party weaker or stronger on balance, or has he had a neutral impact?
There are a few ways to evaluate this, but I would say that Donald Trump has made the Republican Party incredibly strong in the very short term in the way that maybe only like a culty kind of dude can. But I feel like once he's gone, I feel like overall, it's going to be quite a bit of damage, assuming there's any Democratic candidate that could step up or a Democratic Party that can step up and put forth a strong enough policy and messaging platform to seize the ground that MAGA is going to be retreating from. Because I don't see them having any like spiritual leaders after Trump is gone. Their policy platform is just a fucking mess. I don't know what... I know debates don't usually move the American public, but like I just can't imagine in the media, like Republicans used to harp on things. You know, we have the president of peace, no new wars, and, you know, obviously who knows how long we're going to be around for. I don't know how Republicans could ever use the deficit or debt talking point like for the next like decade. I'm sure they will, but that's just going to be so hard. I mean, like the ICE stuff was just, despite all the money spent, I mean, all the numbers are in fantasy land. We had the claims that eventually got to 30 million illegals came in, and they've said they've removed maybe 2 million, if you believe that. I just feel like the thing is going to be in disarray after Trump is gone, because you've got so many MAGA politicians that don't have their MAGA leader anymore, and I don't see like Vance or even Rubio stepping in to fill the gulf of Trump. So yeah, I think it gave them short term, I think, a lot of power, but at least kind of electorally where that party is, I feel like they're going to have to find their footing over a couple of years.
Okay, let me ask you guys this: do either of you two watch sports?
Just back to Destiny. I want to stay neutral here.
All right, Destiny, do you watch sports?
Hell no.
Okay, true Democrat. All right, I do.
I'm from Nebraska.
So
I used to watch college football a little bit. Okay, because I'm just from Nebraska.
Okay. So let's say this, right? Like,
okay,
let's say you have a coach of a pro sports team who inherits an incredibly talented roster because the old coach just decides to resign or says, I'm old, I'm going to retire.
Osborne
and this
leaving.
new coach comes in.
Gotcha.
Yeah, right? Like this new coach comes in, he's got a stacked team, right? And he guides them to the playoffs and they get bounced out in the first round. And you say, right, like, yeah, okay, this coach has definitely taken his team to the playoffs. Did he do better than another coach would have? It's not, the question is not, did you make the playoffs? The question is, did you do better than another coach would have? It is totally possible for a coach to be successful, or a coach to be a good coach, to do a good coaching job and miss the playoffs because your team just sucks. It is possible for a bad coach to make the playoffs, to even win a championship because your team is just that good. This is the way I evaluate Donald Trump. I do not think he is anything near what people think he is in terms of electoral strength. I think he's taken a party that, keep in mind, in 2016, anyone would have beaten Hillary Clinton except for Ted Cruz. So if you want to say he's a better politician than Ted Cruz, you won't find me arguing. But if you want me to argue that he's a strong leader for the Republican Party, that he's put him in a strong position. I would say Donald Trump took a party that was on the verge of securing 60 seats in a 2018 type of midterm, right? Like, let's say Hillary had won. Republicans would be at 60 seats in 2018 if Hillary won. Donald Trump took a party with that many structural advantages. He took a party that was poised to basically have the most advantageous state legislative situation in American history in the modern era, right? Like, the Republicans were controlling state government after state government. Delaware was a tie, okay? He took that party and he's turned them into this. He's turned them into a party that is literally a 40% chance to lose Texas. I just can't look at this and say that this is a strong president. He beat the vice president of someone who presided over 8% inflation, and he beat the most unpopular nominee the Democrats had put up in 35 years. What are we talking about here? How can we say he's strong? How can we say he's made the Republican Party strong? Look at where he is. Look at where the Republican Party is. Look at everything they're about to lose. Look at his favorables. How has he made the Republican Party strong?
I don't know if you wanted to jump in there, Dustin. You look like you were mulling.
No, I think I feel like I broadly agree. I guess the only disagreement there you would say that in the short term, he actually made them weaker. I guess it depends on what we mean by made strong or weak. One of my criticisms of, well, I shouldn't say criticism, I guess, but an observation of Trump is that I really am grateful at how stupid he is and how like incompetent and inept him and the people around him are, because they just don't believe in legislation. He doesn't know. Like, I genuinely believe, gun to my head, I don't know if he could have named the 3 branches of government coming in 2016. I really don't think so. I don't think he had any idea what he could do or what was within his power to do. And as a result of that, he was largely ineffective when it came to doing legislative stuff. Even the huge victory they got with abortion was granted from the Supreme Court. Like, it's just procedural stuff that he won so much on, holding onto the presidency, nominating Supreme Court justices. And then, yeah, coming around this time, man, he just doesn't care about Congress at all. I guess so. I do agree with that. Maybe it could have been that another Republican president would have won. I actually don't know the answer to that, though. Are you talking about, like, because you saw, like, head-to-head polling between, like, Rubio and Hillary, or?
Yeah, I'm talking about the head-to-head polling between Rubio and Hillary, but also the head-to-head polling between, Nikki Haley and Joe Biden. Like, Haley in the New York Times polling was leading by way more against Joe Biden. We're talking about Nikki Haley. By the way, with Nikki Haley and Joe Biden, we are talking about like states like California coming down to 5 points. That's how bad the polling was for Joe Biden. I don't think it would have gotten that bad for Biden, but I am saying like we are talking about Biden versus Trump was always, even at the very end, like in the grand scheme of presidential elections, still like a relatively close thing that
For
Biden
sure,
was going to lose. Like it was still relatively close. If it was Haley versus Trump, it would have blown out. And that's why, like, I think crediting Trump for it when I really think it was a failure of Joe Biden, I think that's the thing where I kind of say, like, I don't think that's down to Trump, because I think another Republican would have won and would have won by more.
In 24 or in 2020?
In 24 and in 2016. In 2020, I think it's tough, right? Like, I think another Republican would have lost by less in 2020 because every incumbent had a global incumbency bounce, basically. Every government got more popular except Donald Trump. Like, this is the one guy that managed to blow it. To Destiny's point, like, sometimes I'm incredibly grateful for just how stupid Donald Trump is, because, like, a smart Republican could probably have locked the Democrats out of power much more cleanly.
One thing
with Trump, like,
one thing I'm kind of curious about, I guess, for your thoughts on this is, like, in 2016, I'm understanding what you're saying. So one thing I don't like about head-to-head polling between people that didn't actually make it is people's feelings and attitudes. I'm sure, right, they change a lot when the election is actually happening, right? That if I were to poll for this guy, like polling Destiny against Trump, like, people might have feelings about that. But if we would actually start running the race, you've got opposition research, you've got the media cycles and everything else, that might change dramatically. I wonder if the same Republican Party, I know you're saying that head-to-head other people would have obliterated Hillary Clinton. Do you think there would have been as much motivation to turn people out, though, with the same base that ended up voting for Trump and supporting him so wholeheartedly? Do you think those same people really would have come out for Rubio, or I know Cruz you said would lose. I don't know who else there was there. Do you really think they would have? I'm just, I know it's a hard, Kasich was at 2016? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, Bush.
Yeah.
Never
That one might have actually been. That one might actually genuinely been worse. Yeah. But leaving a Bush aside and leaving Ted Cruz aside, yeah, Destiny, I do believe that one of them would have gotten more votes. They would not have had the same exact base, but I would say that Donald Trump has picked the single least efficient base in modern American politics. He has picked the idiot demographic. The people who do not show up to elections, the people who do not remember what elections are, the people who think that every 4 years America has one election for president of the United States and that's that. That is the group of voters Donald Trump has picked up. Okay? And
You're not beating the coastal elite allegations there.
I live in California. I'm definitely a coastal elite. You know what? I'm proud of it. I see the palm trees from outside my backyard.
I mean, to his credit though,
come
right?
at
Like,
me.
I mean, haven't the off-season elections always been like historically, like abnormally terrible for the Republican movement under Donald Trump? Like, it feels like people just don't care. Like, these are Trump or MAGA fans. They're Trump fans. They're not Republican voters. They're there for Trump, and they'll vote down ballot maybe, but they're not going to show up for midterm because what the fuck is even a midterm? And who the fuck cares about Congress anyway? You know, from their perspective.
Exactly, right? And like, this was not a thing under previous Republican presidents. This was not a thing under George Bush. This was not a thing under Ronald Reagan. This was not a thing even under the Obama coalition when Mitt Romney was their nominee. They had a pretty high turnout coalition. The Republican Party won white college educated voters. They won generally, they were doing very well among educated elites, and they were doing well among high engagement voters. And this whole thing about like, you know, oh, well, Trump picked up more voters. Yes, there's no denying that Donald Trump did better than Mitt Romney did electorally. But that was more of a function of the circumstances that they faced and the fact that Mitt Romney ran against Barack Obama and, you know, Trump ran against Hillary Clinton and then an 82-year-old Joe Biden and then his vice president, basically.
I do think we are limited on time, so I kind of want to cut to the chase a little bit here. Destiny, you go first. So, did Donald Trump's more aggressive rhetoric on pledging to go after his political enemies, and has that sort of messaging helped him in elections and helped him overall, or has it hurt him?
It's tempting to say, so I'm going to say that it helped him massively. I think it's tempting to say that it hurt him because there were other strategies that might have been better. But I'm going to say that it helped him because I don't think Donald Trump is the type of man that could have pursued any other strategy. So if we were to imagine that like Donald Trump is an aggressive piece of shit, he talks about lock her up, all these aggressive things, and we're like, well, you know, if he didn't do that, imagine all the other things he could have, right? Done. Maybe there's a Donald Trump that comes out and he's the one we remember in the primaries from 2016 who was like, I'm going to bring the parties together and get rid of corporate inversions in Ireland and all that. I'm going to do all these things. Maybe that Trump could have like been more successful, or actually I think that Trump had the potential to be very successful. I don't think that person exists though. That was a mirage that we saw for days at a time in the 2016 primary season. So I feel like the only thing that fires him up are, like earlier we heard, you said the three things that were energizing the Democratic base the most were the things that I feel like Trump has harped on. So culture war stuff, I feel like carried him quite a bit because that's like a nebulous, policyless world where you can just say whatever. You've kind of got your whole anti-establishment, deep state rhetoric stuff that I feel like he can push his voters towards. And then I don't remember what the other motivating thing was, if it was the economy or affordability or something. But yeah, I feel like Trump being like an aggressive asshole piece of shit, I think ultimately ended up benefiting him quite a lot. But just because I don't know if this is a person who would be capable of engaging with his voter base or the population in any other way.
I think there's merit to that point, to be clear. Like, I think Trump is who he is. He's only capable of doing this. Like, there is no other Trump. There is no tone shift that, like, incredibly gullible journalists who are desperate for an invitation to the White House Correspondents' Dinner keep falling for, right? Like, there is no other Trump. This is Trump. This is all he is, and being who he is has helped insulate him to scandals. This is the one thing where I really agree with Destiny. Trump is not strong in the objective sense of the term. Trump is actually pretty weak objectively compared to another politician. But another politician is not in the Epstein files. Another politician is not like this scandal plagued. Another politician does not have this much garbage floating around that he has managed to basically deflect. Another politician wasn't on trial for like inciting an insurrection. So like relative to all that, just to be fair, if we're saying relative to baselines, Trump is absolutely incredibly strong compared to the amount of scandals that he has weathered. It's done damage in the absolute, but it would have destroyed any other person's career. For Donald Trump, it's basically just made him the most unpopular president in modern history, but like only a few more points unpopular than Biden for being old. So I actually agree with Destiny there. I think that Trump being who he is, it didn't help him be popular, but it has helped prevent him from sinking to a point where the entire party abandons him. And this is because, as Destiny pointed out, the Trump base is so like rapidly in favor of their candidate, of Donald Trump. They make it very clear to every Republican politician that if you cross Donald Trump, you will pay the consequences. And all of them are scared shitless. This is not about appealing to the average voter. This is about appealing to specific slices of educated Republican voters that are, you know, terrified by Trump now.
Real quick, just to bounce on that, because I hear a lot of people, the Keys guy, Lochner? No. Fuck.
Oh my God.
The Keys guy. Oh my God. Lichtman, yeah.
Lichtman.
Something that he brought up in a conversation I had that I thought was a really good point is, you know, people were talking about the charisma key, or is he a good speaker? For some reason, Trump gets a lot of credit for things that he's not. Trump is not a charismatic president. He's like kind of funny, but his popularity is unbelievably low. For I think the lowest ever, and then the second lowest ever is like Trump's first term. He is not a historically super popular guy. He's just because he's very, very, very polarizing. So his support amongst Republicans is always at like 80 to 95 points for whatever reason. But independents or moderates and then Democrats hate this guy. Like he's not comparable to, he's not like a right-wing Obama, which I think is worth noting sometimes.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, we only have 15 minutes left, and I wanna get at really the heart of it. But before, so I want to ask the question: should Democrats emulate Trump's strategy of aggressive rhetoric of targeting political opposition? But before we get to that, I want to ask: how much of politics is shifting public opinion significantly or meaningfully in terms of a party or a president? How much of politics is shifting public opinion significantly versus meeting voters where they're at and running campaigns and governing in ways that accommodate the voters? And Destiny, you go ahead and go first.
So this is a really hard question to answer. Like even psychologically, this is a hard question to answer because there's a bit of, I think it's called like stated versus revealed preference. So when people talk about the Overton window, sometimes people talk about politicians shifting the Overton window, but sometimes I wonder if it's more like discovering the Overton window. So people will say things like Donald Trump managed to change the entire Republican Party and move them in this direction. And I do think he's done that a bit. But I think a big thing Donald Trump was discovered a Republican voter base that was hungry for stuff that so many people in the United States didn't know that they would be hungry for. So I think that, so for instance, one of the big disagreements that me and Hutch have had a lot, obviously, is how aggressive should the Democratic candidate be that's running for office next. And oftentimes I say, well, I think that it's up to the Democratic candidate to convince Americans that he should be aggressive. But part of this convincing, I think, also is partly like discovering. Like when we talk about like the hatred for the Democratic Party, and I don't know if this comes out necessarily 1-to-1 in polls or if you can Proccesses with other issues. I feel like one of the reasons why people just don't like the Democratic Party that much is because you don't have any strong fighters that it feels like are willing to go to the mat for you. You know, say what you will about any Republican leadership, like it feels like they're pretty passionate about whatever the fuck, whatever they're just, if they want to kill young women who are pregnant or whatever, they want to kill immigrants or whatever, like they feel it pretty passionately. You know, they've got politicians that are racist and do all this stuff. And then Democrats are like constantly kind of acquiescing to the gentlest rhetoric on, unfortunately, it's usually appealing to kind of the more radical left-wing people who are not electorally minded. So much of your media messaging apparatus is designed to engage with people who aren't electorally effective or voting. And then for the rest of the normal voters, you're like, well, fuck, I feel like there's just not much here for me I don't feel like you're fighting for me that much. And then the big issues that it feels like they do fight for are issues that are sometimes the 80-20 losing issues. So all that to be said, like in the conventional term of like where can a politician move a party, I think they can move them a lot, but sometimes those big movements aren't them moving it, but it's like discovering like where they actually are. And I feel like there's an appetite in the Democratic Party right now for somebody who's a lot more aggressive towards the Republicans. We just haven't had many people come out and explore that ground yet. That's my feeling.
So, Hutch, it's interesting because I thought this was going to be a debate between me and Destiny, but I don't really think we're disagreeing on all that much. Like
yeah, just to be clear, I'm not wanting you guys to fight. I just wanted to listen to you guys talk because I thought it would be interesting.
Yeah. I mean, I appreciate it. To Destiny, I think to your point, I'm going to build on that. I think a politician and really leaders don't really shift I don't think politics and electoral politics are the same thing, right? Like one is a subset of the other. Elections are not about changing people's minds. Elections are about following public opinion and figuring out how to win within the constraints of public opinion. Politics in general, the wider practice, some of that does involve changing public opinion, but a lot of that changing public opinion happens among your base. So Donald Trump has managed to meaningfully change the Republican Party's opinions on foreign policy, on free trade, right? Like, can you imagine in 2010, like the Republican Party being pro-tariffs? Like, this is insane.
That was gonna be my example,
And-
yeah.
Right? Like, and most of the voters who voted for Mitt Romney voted for Donald Trump, okay? Like, yes, there have been substantial changes, but on the whole, this is still structurally, in a lot of ways, a very similar Republican Party, right? They both get like 62% of the vote in Alabama, that type of thing. So, like, it's Donald Trump shows, in my opinion, that you can change the opinions of your own supporters tremendously. That's the value of changing public opinion. Then, to intersect with that, in my opinion, it's about figuring out and discovering what the rest of the public wants and how malleable they are towards your point of view. But really, when it's not about your base, it's about like discovering and following the wind of public opinion towards, while fitting within whatever constraints you really want. The real shifting of public opinion power lies in changing the minds of your supporters. That's the part of politics that's like changing public opinion.
I think it's
To
also
that end-
on building just a little bit on like I think that so when I talk about the revealed preference thing, I think sometimes we talk about a lot of proxy issues. So for instance, it's traditionally been just said that Republicans don't like taxes, right? But I don't think that it's just taxes. There's something built into the idea of taxes that you are redistributing from people who are working hard and then giving to people that aren't working hard. Like that's actually the idea, and it's just best kind of crystallized in a progressive tax system. But there's a world where Donald Trump, if you can identify the correct enemy, Republicans are totally willing to throw taxes on them because they just see taxes as some kind of like punitive punishment thing. And if you've identified the rest of the world as trade enemies, well, now you can tax them. Like, I bet there would be an appetite in the United States for Trump to have like an immigrant tax as well. Like, if you're coming from another country, especially if you're brown or from South America, you've got to pay 5% more on your income taxes to pay for this great America that you're now welcome to. I bet you could get a surprising amount of Republicans on board with that, especially if he does it via executive order where he doesn't even need Congress's support for it. So yeah, I think that sometimes the when you push for things and you kind of cause these changes in your base, I think you're not even really changing them as much as you think, but you could be changing them in terms of policies they're willing to accept just because of the way they're phrased and because you're hitting at some other preference that they had before that you're just like figuring out by navigating political environments with policy speeches, whatever else.
Yeah. To that end, we can just get to the meat of it here. Would it benefit Democrats electorally to shift to a more aggressive rhetoric, to be specific, rhetoric about prosecuting the current administration, taking extreme measures?
So you want to go first?
So maybe we'll disagree here. I fully acknowledge, and I think that at this point in time, I don't think that would be a popular opinion among the Democratic Party, but I think there are good meta reasons for why we should message and fight for that in ways that are politically viable. Like, if it comes down to, if we message on this and, we're a month out from the election and Gavin Newsom's going to lose, assuming he's the nominee, right? Then I would say, okay, fine, I guess we drop it. But I think this is a point for the health of our republic. And if it were to be made as a strong enough argument for the American people, I do think a lot of positive stuff would follow afterwards, like even electorally. I think the idea of like trying a lot of these people and just showcasing in an irrefutable format, like this is actually what happened. I think there would be a lot of value to that. I mean, morally, ethically, liberally, but then also just like for electorally as well. I think that, yeah, I'll put a pin on that there. That's what I feel. So right now, I don't think it would be as popular right now, but I think that it's part of our job and politicians' job to start making the argument for it and to find a way to message on it to build the popularity for it.
Yeah, so I think it's pretty dangerous to adopt a whole confrontational, we hate the other party approach. I would note that basically every popular candidate in American history has outwardly adopted a pretty conciliatory tone, right? Like, most Americans, swing voters who you need to win over, do not really care much for politics. They don't love the whole idea of over politicizing everything, right? Like, Trump actually won swing voters by a surprisingly small amount considering how expensive things were and how like high prices were. So I don't think it's a great idea to double down on partisanship because generally people tend to win more when they look above the fray, like when they look like they're just too good for the whole partisan mudfligging. What I would say is I think that the way for if Democrats want to talk about prosecuting the current administration, there is a way to do that. The way you would have to do that would be about corruption. You would have to go heavy on the angle of corruption, and you would have to say, like, look, these people are literally just enriching themselves. They're making your personal economic situation a living hell just so they can insider trade with their buddies. There is a potent angle to go on that, but that does not go among a Republican Democrat line. That is not the Gavin Newsom version of like, string up all the Republicans. It is basically a way of saying it's us, the working people, versus them. And I don't care if you're Republican or Democratic, you shouldn't be profiting off the American people. And that will also involve throwing members of the Democratic Party under the bus, right? Like taking free shots at Bob Menendez, taking free shots at existing Democratic politicians, even making fun of Hunter Biden if it comes down to it, right? Like, and all of that. But there is a way. Look, the Democratic base is pretty smart. They're going to get it, right? Like they're going to get what you mean. But if you want to talk about prosecuting the Republican Party, you really have to go for a heavy corruption approach without necessarily targeting Republicans explicitly in rhetoric. People know what that means.
I don't know if you wanted to jump in there, Destiny.
Yeah, I guess the only problem, there are two issues that I have with the corruption rhetoric. The first is that when people start talking about corruption, I'd be curious if you had polling stuff on this. The thing that scares me, all of this is going to parallel the Epstein conversations as well. The thing I don't like about when it comes to talking about corruption is that it's so broad and vague that I feel like any voter that cares a lot about corruption is going to think that both sides are about as corrupt as the other. Do you think that's true, or do you think that's not as true? Or do you think maybe it's largely true, but it's like there's enough of a meaningful difference that like it's still worth focusing on?
It is not only absolutely true that the average voter thinks both parties are equally corrupt, it is actually the case that sometimes Republicans in our polls end up like straight up winning the vote of the people that rate corruption as their top issue, which is hilarious.
Yeah.
But like that is the thing. But the thing is, right, like this is one of those things where you kind of have to skate to where the puck is going and not where the puck is. You have to look at the fact that who's in power right now, right? Like corruption has not gained heavy salience. Yes, the Epstein files are big online, but like the average voter actually is not caring about the Epstein file. The average voter does not listen to stuff about the Epstein files. They don't really pay much attention to it. They find it kind of gross, distasteful, and out there. If you choose to elevate the salience, you would have to make meaningful rhetorical shifts to throw portions of the Democratic Party under the bus and say, I'm separate from them, I'm for you, but look at this administration, look at how they're in cahoots with everything that came before them to make things hard for you. I think there's a way to do it. I actually don't disagree with Destiny that like the average voter does think both parties are equally corrupt, but you can change that based on the ground circumstances that we have in front of us and based on the material that we have. This is something where you actually can elevate the salience because it's a low salience issue. And when you raise the salience of issues, the ways in which they break tend to be more unpredictable. And there it's about using meta reasoning.
Yeah, I guess the salience issue would be scary for me because of things like when corruption was talked about so much, like the whole Pelosi stuff and the whole, like even Bernie Sanders has 3 houses and Ilhan Omar married her brother and is now a multimillionaire. Like, I guess it's hard to trust Americans when it comes to corruption because you've got the criminal aspect, which there can be a lot of corruption technically without any criminal aspect at all. Like arguably like that Qatari $400 million jet to Trump or the whole Bitcoin thing, everything he's doing. I don't know if these things are actually violative of any criminal statutes. So you'd be talking about corruption in a more abstract way. And then, yeah, I don't know. This is why I like crimes and criminal investigations. I feel like you can get a little bit more like meaty in terms of like these are bad things that people have done or other creative things. But I guess
that's
it's hard
what I wanted to.
Yeah.
But that tends to exhaust people. Sorry, Hutch, go on.
No, you go ahead. I think you're going where I was going to try to steer the conversation.
Well, actually, wait. You can answer. Wait, you can answer this, and then because I know you have to leave soon. Because this is going to be my response, and then just tell me how you feel about this. The only thing that scares me right now, the big issue I have, is that if we don't go adequately hard enough on Republicans in the whatever elections are coming up, that two horrible things will happen. One is the American public is going to walk away from the last decade thinking that the mRNA shots actually were killing a lot of people. And, 2020 really did have a lot of really shady, horrible stuff that was happening. And yeah, the whole Russiagate and Ukraine stuff, there was a lot of bad stuff that a lot of Americans are going to have that in their mind walking into the future, number one. And then number two, when Republican lawmakers, if they ever were to see another type of Trump figure come up, rather than looking at him and go, oh man, this might be some short-term gain, but like long-term, like really destructive to the party, or we might be able to write off this, but like, I don't know. Instead, they're going to look at it as like, oh shit, like I'm just going to jump on that train again because there was no penalty for doing it last time. And if this guy's even smarter than Trump, or is smart at all, because Trump has no political mind whatsoever, then they're going to be like, well, why wouldn't we just jump on board of that? Like most Americans don't even believe on the Republican side of the results of the 2020 election. So why not? These are the two huge fears that I have that if those were alleviated, then I'd be so much more on board with more like politics as usual. Yeah, go for it.
So I can stay for a few more minutes, Hutch. I would say, Destiny, I see that point, but you should look at 2008 for a very good parallel of this. Okay, so I want to take us back to 2008 for a second, where George Bush was waging a very unpopular war. The Republican Party was downright toxic electorally. They had really lost their way. They nominate a smart guy. They nominated John McCain, who, by the way, 4 years ago was so strong that he was being considered for the Democratic vice presidential nomination. Right? Like the Kerry McCain ticket was a very real speculation bit that came about. They nominated a smart guy. It was not enough to overshadow the stench of the Bush administration. One of the biggest things around the Bush administration, well, two of them, were corruption and incompetence. Incompetence with Katrina, incompetence with Iraq. People were like, this is, what the hell are these guys? Like, they're actually stupid. Like, stupidity is a defining American trait here, right? And then beyond that, there was also the corruption angle, where people really started thinking that the Bush admin was just in it for themselves. Scooter Libby was one instance of it, but really it was more about thinking Dick Cheney and the others were enriching themselves in the Iraq war, right? Like the weapons of mass destruction, Halliburton, etc. Right? The Iran war has a lot of similar parallels here, because right now, this is one of the most unpopular wars at its outset compared to any action the Republican Party has taken militarily. People keep saying, oh, Venezuela, whatever. No, Venezuela was not unpopular. This is unpopular.
Can I
this
ask you,
is the
though,
type
just
of thing.
on that?
Yeah.
Because the thing that scares me is that you just gave a historical example in 2008 of all the bad things Bush did, but now I feel like Trump is rerunning that ground, except even more. So I feel like, doesn't this make me feel worse for like a 2032 or whatever? Like, why would there not be, or 2036, another guy that comes around and then runs that gamut even harder into the most horrible ways possible? Because as corrupt as Halliburton or whatever it is, I don't think that holds a candle to the world liberty financial or whatever, and Wyckoff and everything else. And yeah, for whatever the excuse for Iraq and Afghanistan, I still don't know why the fuck we're even in Iran right now for the second time. So it's like, yeah, why would I not be afraid of that happening even worse in 10 or 15 years if that's what came from Bush that was unpopular and led to two huge Obama terms?
I think that's making a causal link where none exists, because I don't think Donald Trump came about to the general American public as a direct response to George Bush. Donald Trump came around to the Republican Party as a direct thing to George Bush, but really it was about the Republican Party felt like they were lied to by their leaders and they wanted someone outside the system. They picked a guy who was extremely corrupt. They picked a guy in Donald Trump who was basically playing to all their worst instincts. But it's not the case that George Bush laid the foundation for Donald Trump by setting him up for XYZ. Similarly, I don't think it's the case that Donald Trump is laying the groundwork for a smarter Republican to come around in 2036, because the thing is, a lot happens in 8 years, right? Trump was 77,000 votes away from really just being consigned to the ash heap of history forever in 2016. It was a really close election that the Comey letter probably actually swung. We have real data on this. Yeah. So to me, I look at that and I say, focus on the next election. What happens in 10 years is unpredictable. It's a fool's errand to try to guess that now. And in the next election, it is an incredibly potent thing to just take the anti-corruption angle, to run that lane, to win it, and then Now you have to avoid the mistakes that the Obama administration and the Obama coalition made, right? And you do have to figure that, yeah, you have to guard against the Republican Party's next big hope, because they're going to win an election again at some point, right? Like, no party wins one election forever. But I don't think that attacking Donald Trump on corruption meaningfully sets Republicans up for success in 2036. I just don't think there's a causal link to be made there. I think Trump happening in 2016 does not mean that attacking Bush on corruption in 2007 was bad. That's where I'm going.
Or I guess I'm thinking if there would have been, I don't know what these would look like in terms of domestic, or it would be domestic law, not international law. If there would have been real consequences for the Bush administration after Office of Special Plans lying about WMD, whatever, for the Iraq War, do you think that the Trump administration would be as gung-ho about the things that they do in Iran or other foreign policy adventures that they go on? Like I said, what I'm looking at is I feel like there was a lot of lack of accountability. Like if Gore v. Bush had played out differently, of which I think Stone himself, was involved in, like, on the ground riots and stuff in some of the offices, I think, in Florida related to recounts, and then was again in January 6th, right? If that media environment that was allowed to come up in that time period, I don't know how old you are, but like I'm 37, and the meme was always like NPR are like the boring people, PBS are the boring people, and Fox News and Rush Limbaugh and Glenn Beck and Michael Savage and Billy Cunningham. Like all of this stuff was growing and fomenting this feeling of Republicans at the time. And then there was basically no accountability for any of it coming from there. I understand that you're kind of making this argument that, well, Donald Trump maybe won or had electoral successes either despite the Bush setbacks or just unrelated to them. But I feel like I see just a lot of early seeds planted there that feel like because there was never this huge reckoning, people were like, it wasn't as big a deal, so I don't have as horrible of a feeling about it that I'll be held accountable or something in the future. From the lawmaker and the media side, I guess. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, it was absolutely a huge mistake. It was a huge mistake from the Obama admin to not prosecute the bankers. It was a major mistake to the point where I would actually say you can arguably say that was Barack Obama's biggest mistake, because there was really an inclination from the public like we should go bigger on a lot of the things that Obama chose not to go for. That was his mistake. You should have prosecuted the bankers. I do think that set up a lot of what came down in the future, because the precedent was set that you can do whatever the fuck you want and get away with it. I think that was a mistake. I do think that setting the precedent of corrupt people pay the price you don't have to be overtly partisan doing it, right? Like, let's say John Ossoff somehow becomes president, okay? Like, let me dream for a second, and let's say John Ossoff becomes president in 2028. I don't think anyone thinks that John Ossoff is personally going to be arguing for the arrest of Donald Trump when he gets to office. He's not going to say, like, I hereby demand Trump gets arrested. What's going to happen is he would basically put up a Department of Justice person who would be like a special counsel, investigate, actually recommend serious crimes for XYZ in a way that Merrick Garland actually failed to do when there was the appetite for it. And you could make progress on that front. That, however, if it's done properly, is not something that anyone can just easily mimic. You can't just say 8 years down the line the Republican Party would mimic, because here's why. Here's the world in which President John Ossoff could do that. The world in which President John Ossoff could actually say, we're setting up a special counsel to look into this, is one in which, like, Trump and his cronies are all like -30 in popularity. That's to the point where even a future Republican president says, fuck these guys, I don't want anything to do with them.
Lockshot, I don't mean to interrupt, but like, can you do it improperly and then still have a mandate from the public? So if Donald Trump pardons himself and Newsom decides to take extra legal measures, can someone like that, or Ossoff, can someone like that do that and then not just collapse with the public? Is that plausible?
That's where my expertise stops. I don't know if I can even speculate on that, because I don't know how it would play out. At that point, we're just shooting in the dark, right? Like, I do know that if Trump pardoned himself, it would be the most unpopular move done by any president since Richard Nixon. That I can tell you. I don't think there would be as much of a consequence for Newsom saying that I believe these pardons are null and void, and I will be asking the Supreme Court this question. I don't even know what type of scenario would lead to, like an extra legal measure, or like what those measures would be. So I can't say that it would or wouldn't work. But anyways, I think that basically wraps up my time, but it was a pleasure to be here with you guys. So thank you for having me.
Thanks for coming on, buddy.
Yeah, thanks a lot, man. I appreciate the talk.
Yeah. Yeah, what are your thoughts? I mean, I don't know if you have something else going on.
No, not right now. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I feel like I agree with most of what he said. Yeah.
I mean, listen, I enjoy those conversations. I like sparring with you and screaming at you and everything like that and going back and forth in that way, but I do like those conversations a little bit more. So,
sure.
I just he was much more qualified than I was to get into the like the electoral specifics. And so, I just wanted to see you guys bounce back and forth.
Yeah.
But
yeah. Also, I think there are some fights that are worth having. I think it's okay to scream about some things, and then I think there are some fights that aren't worth having. So yeah, what does a future Democratic administration look like insofar as how does it approach the prior Republican one? I think that's a fight worth having. I don't think there's necessarily, despite sometimes how my community or maybe even you might feel. I think it's not like everything you say is stupid, and I disagree wholeheartedly with everything. I think a lot of these are kind of like edge case or like narrowly decided arguments where there are things that could shift my opinion. I imagine there might be things that could shift your opinion a lot more than like we need to argue whether or not tomorrow we need to instate Medicare for all and abolish all private insurance and also do a 50% wealth tax or whatever. I would consider that like a pointless argument. This is a stupid thing to even discuss. Yeah.
If you had to give odds, I just want to know like right now in this moment, if you had to give odds in terms of the Republic surviving past 10 years, what would you say? Surviving as it is. I mean,
I have no idea. There was a saying that I don't know if it was Marx or Lenin or somebody said this, but like an American can sooner imagine the end of the world than the death of capitalism or something. Like it's really hard for me to even say. There was also a discussion I had earlier with do you know the guy at North, a Republican guy, kid? 22?
He's come in my Discord a couple times. Yeah.
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 There's also, we were discussing earlier, and I was saying that, like, I think when there's, like, the death of a democracy or a republic, it's probably like a recession. You know how you have to be 2 quarters of negative GDP growth in order to declare a recession, or maybe they've changed it, whatever. But, like, you don't really know until it's kind of already happened. Like, there's not going to be like, oh my God, tomorrow the republic is dying. It's going to be like, tomorrow something terrible happens. You're like, ooh. Like if Trump were to, I think the argument I made was that if Trump were to stop the midterms somehow, he finds a way for 3 or 4 states to just not have their midterm elections, then people would look and say, the republic kind of died in like, maybe it started in like 2015 when Obama had his Supreme Court pick robbed from him. Or maybe it even started all the way back with like Bush v. Gore when the Supreme Court found a way to stop a lawful recount. Or maybe it was 2016 or 2020. I think they would look back. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I try to have high hopes, but I'm also kind of naive in that I can't really fathom a world where we don't live in a democratic republic. So yeah.
Yeah, maybe you're talking about something like Hungary. I don't really know too much about them, but my understanding is that they kind of slowly backslid more and more. And, it's not like a full-on dictatorship, but not the healthiest democracy. Yeah. I guess the reason why I feel a little bit more bullish on America is because, frankly, there's a lot of people like you right now that are I would argue are a little radicalized in this moment, but certainly hyper-vigilant. And so, I don't know what Hungary's domestic situation was. Like El Salvador, for example, that guy is a dictator, like just a full-on dictator, but he's super popular. My fiance has family in El Salvador and they love that guy. And it kind of makes sense. Like he consolidated power and aggressively took on the cartels, at least optically, although I think there's some reporting to suggest he might be working with the cartels in some capacity. But in America, I see a very, very hyper-polarized country where there are tens of millions of people that are like really primed right now and really energized. And I think if he were to do something like an aggressive move to try to steal the midterms, I would never say that he would never try to do something like that. I think maybe the difference between you and I right now is like, I do have, as much as the courts have been compromised by Trump, I do have faith that they would not let him just steal the midterms. And if he did do something and he did get away with it and he did just, tell the courts to get, I do think the American people would respond very, very forcefully. I think they would shut everything down.
Yeah, that might be the case, but again, I think we're hitting on this fundamental disagreement. Like my issue is that I feel like by the time you're testing those boundaries, you've already kind of lost yourself. Like something is already, I'm not going to say irredeemably or fundamentally broken, but it's just like, that's just not a world where you've got a healthy functioning democracy. Like, oh, like why is your democracy so good? Well, because the American people by popular vote elected a president that literally tried to like actually literally prevent midterms from happening. It's like, how the did you get there? It's like, well, the last time he left office, he tried to coup the government, but it failed. It's like, what the like by the time we're winning these small battles, it's like, yeah, we managed to fight this thing off. It's like, bro, the fact you're even having this fight means you've already completely lost. You know, maybe not completely, but that's kind of how I view it. Like, I don't want to rely on the judiciary to protect my elections, and we'd be relying on them with like not good rulings, but with like preliminary injunctions or temporary restraining orders. Like that would be the hope there, because rulings take years, and by then the damage could already be done, like it has been for things like USAID or the Department of Education or all the people who are deported now that are never going to come back, even though they weren't supposed to have been deported, or you know, people like Renee Good or Alex Preddy or our treaties or relationships, other like all these things. Like the damage has been. Sorry, I'm getting dimmer, but yeah, you know.
No, I mean, I was just talking to Soypill right before we started this, and he was expressing similar things, and I guess in a broad sense, and I definitely don't want to mischaracterize anything that anyone says. I would appreciate if people didn't do that. I'm not saying you do, but
okay.
But in an effort to understand your position on a more macro sense, it does kind of sound like you're suggesting that because of whatever reasons, the media environment is fucked and blah, 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 and there's just not enough disincentivizing factors for things like just outright lying in the media. In fact, you can make millions of dollars lying. It's really, and it sounds like you're saying that we can't really trust the voters to make, to not make this mistake in the future, or not perhaps elect somebody even worse than Donald Trump in the future. Therefore, the current system right now is not tenable. And so we need to consider the possibility of scrapping the system, at least temporarily.
Yeah, I would say that's almost exactly what I believe, what you just said, yeah. I think that there's, I think there are fundamental aspects of the nature of like how media works. I'm starting to write some things down for changes I think would have to happen, but the media environment is a whole other thing in and of itself. Like if somebody were to spitball a law that would say like by tomorrow, we're going to make special classifications for like news things, so like news entities, news organizations or whatever, and from now on in social media you're no longer allowed to algorithmically generate news. That's just banned. You're not allowed to do that. You can do it for culture stuff or whatever else, but no more news related stuff. Like I think we need to start taking drastic measures like this to claw our way back to sanity, because the reality is that the average voter has never been able to navigate all of these issues ever. We've always relied on kind of the media to do it for us, because the average person is working 9 to 5, is not coming home and it's like time for me to read up on the Shah and the Ayatollah and what's going on with them, right? Like, they're just not going to. But like when you turn on the media and the people who are giving you the information about this are, you know, Ketamine Musk and Joe Manlet Rogan, these are the people who are informing you about the world. Like that situation is untenable. Voters won't survive, not because they're bad people, but just because you can't. And we know this intuitively when it comes to building environments for us, right? Like if you had cookies and everything all over the house 24/7, you're going to get fat. You just have to not have the cookies in the house. And that's true of our current media environment as well, I would say, yeah.
But it sounds like to me that you're making the case for reforms.
Yeah, that's on the reform side of things. I do think there have to be big, brave reforms done with our media stuff and everything, for sure. Those are all reform things.
But before we get there, you would entertain the possible remedy of maybe suspending like the system almost entirely to make sure that these bad actors can't hold office again.
Well, I mean, it depends on how you view suspending the system. But I think there's another fundamental disagreement. I don't think you don't have to suspend the system. You can do whatever you want in the current system while following all the rules. It would just be a bad faith engagement with the rules that you would consider suspending the system, but they wouldn't be. But I don't know how to ever convince you of that. For some reason, there's like a 1-box, 2-box thing. For some reason, they're like in your brain, you cannot. I don't know why, but I feel like you cannot comprehend that thing.
I comprehend it theoretically, and I think.
Okay, let me give a concrete example. Tomorrow, let's say I know the Supreme Court has to write a ruling on whether or not abortion is going to be legal everywhere or whatever. And I, as the president of the United States, decide to send federal agents or marshals or whatever else to go kidnap 6 of the Supreme Court justices, the conservative ones, and then hold them in a jail cell while I know that Supreme Court decision is being written. That's completely and totally within the purview of my job as president of the United States. The Supreme Court has guarded and ruled it as such. There's absolutely nothing there that violates the current system of legal protections we have in the United States. But that would obviously be a bad faith engagement with the system. But you admit that would be a wholly legal thing to do, right?
No, I don't, because those Supreme Court justices have constitutional protections. So you can't just
I'm not talking about
arbitrarily
what
detain
constitutional
people.
protections. We would be using the intelligence services to round them up and hold them for a little bit. We could say they're national security issues that we think we're going to investigate them for, and then you wait till the ruling is out, then you release them.
I mean, sure.
This is the thing that gets so. Listen, I don't. This is so frustrating. You're laughing at this. You're not theoretically. That is the current norm in the United States of America. Is decisions that the president of the United States makes that is exclusive and preclusive within his power is beyond review from any court or any other person in the entire United States. This is the whole Trump v. USA or whatever case.
Well, exploring his like what he can do, sort of like immediately with his authority. He can order people to do this thing or that thing, but it is certainly not the case that the current norm is that we arbitrarily detain judges if we suspect they're going to hand down a ruling that would hamper our agenda.
Well, sure. I'm sorry. When I say no, what I mean is that you're not violating any type of, like, there's nothing illegal about that. It would be perfectly within Hutch's, like, liberal framework. That's totally allowed by the current system. There's nothing illegal about that. The Supreme Court has issued a ruling. This is beyond, he's got plenary authority when he's acting exclusively preclusively within the role of the president. It's beyond judicial review.
Well, I imagine within the boundaries of our system, these Supreme Court justices would challenge this detainment in a court, and it would then be deemed as invalid. And at that point, you would have to release them. And they would just hand down the same decision, right?
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have used the word jail or prison. They wouldn't be arrested. They would just be kidnapped. You're not arresting them, putting them in jail. I shouldn't. When I say jail, I just meant like some temporary holding.
Like rendition them to like a CIA black site or something like that.
Or it could just be Trump's basement in Mar-a-Lago. I don't know. Just hold them there for a while. Not an actual formal arrest. You just get the intelligence agents to round them up for a little bit. Or it could be for a black site, but not a formal arrest. But whatever it is, it doesn't matter because the president has the ability to conduct himself in a manner that is beyond judicial review for any of those actions that are within his exclusive purview as presidency. And they can't even be probed for, you can't even probe him for his motivation on any of it. Even that's illegal. So.
Well, I think the issue here is that you're characterizing that as, perfectly fine within the current system. And I would argue that that is definitely well outside of the system. Like he can try to assert certain authorities and declare that he's above any kind of judicial review.
No.
But at that point,
that the president has already been declared above judicial review when it comes to actions that he's taking. Exclusively, you can say that this is maybe this would be above Hutch's system, but I'm talking about for American liberal democracy as it exists right now, that would be allowed and unreviewable in our current system in the United States of America. Maybe not in what you would prefer, but that is the letter of the law right now in the United States of America.
Well, like a fundamental pillar of American liberal democracy is you have these co-equal branches of government that serve as a check against concentrated power. And so if your remedy is to assert presidential authority and then rendition, possibly rendition Supreme Court justices to a black site, what mechanism can the court constrain the president then?
None. What do courts typically constrain the president with? Is it through criminal review? Or through Congress could pass a new law. No, it would have to be a constitutional amendment. But if the Supreme Court themselves wrote themselves out of the judicial review aspect of that, so then the only alternatives you would have would be maybe impeachment by the Congress, although the president could just rendition Congress members that were going to vote for his impeachment, or you could have a new law or a constitutional amendment being passed that would allow you to write legislation to inhibit the powers of the president. But with the way the Supreme, or you could also pack the court and then get them to do a new Supreme Court ruling, I guess. That would be another thing.
Well, that would be, I think that would be vastly preferable to renditioning to, Alito to a black site in Guatemala.
My point is not like these are ideas that I think would be amazing or great. I'm just saying that within our current system, all of these things are completely and totally legal. There's not a hint of illegality in any of the things I just said. All of this is like, you can bring on Pisco, or you can bring on that one loser, any of Pisco's lawyer fuck friends that are all conservative crazy people. The Ryan Mullally guy, like he'll talk around it to try to not admit that it's as bad as it is, but this is all completely and totally allowed in the United States.
Right, but I guess when you propose these kinds of things, my mind wants to flesh it out as much as possible. Sure. And while these might seem like things that would, effectively get you closer to your goal or accomplish your goal, I don't see them surviving very long. Like, I don't think that this would be something that would like play out in a way that is that provides these permanent solutions or semi-permanent solutions. I think that would very logically mean that the president would just like lose their grip on power pretty quickly, I think. And you're just back at square one. And so I think
I kind of agree with that. Like these, like I'm like, there would be some things I think that should be exceptionally done for the current administration, but the vast majority of the work, and realistically, what all the work is going to be is just going to be on reforms going forward. Ideally, yeah.
If that's the case, then, you know, it seems like we agree.
Well, I mean, I've said this before, like any reform that you're going to push for, I would want that, I imagine, but I just a little bit more to hold the past people accountable. But in terms of like real reform environment,
a little bit more.
Well, I'm saying I would push past to do, the reforms that I would want would be massive. So I don't even know if the crazy actions as president would even be much compared to, but I think you would maybe even probably agree. Like we need like crazy massive changes in how our media environment functions, right?
Yeah, I agree. 100%. Yeah. I mean, typically the mechanism that you would use for what's provided for in the system would be, you know, I think in the case of the media stuff, it might be a constitutional question. And at that point, it's about building consensus. And, you know, that is probably a long-term goal. I mean, Locksher kind of touched on it a little bit. If Donald Trump did something that dropped him down into like the teens of approval and, you know, it really was just a massacre, then you can have, that's like an FDR style mandate, and you can permanently change the system pretty much right away. But
maybe, but like, I'm curious. Oh, this would make a good question for, I keep wanting to call him Lochner. What's his name? Say it again. Pronounce it again.
Locksher.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or Lochner. Too many people on YouTube. I'm curious what he would say. I hope I'm wrong on this. Just vibing it right now. I don't think the next presidential election, I don't think it's going to be a blowout. I think it will come down to swing states again. Unfortunately, I think we'll win, and it'll be a thing where people are like, oh, we swept, but I think we'll sweep like Trump swept before, where it's like we win, maybe like even all the swing states, but man, I would have hoped it would have been like a Reagan tier landslide victory. I don't think we're going to get that. I think that the institutions are too powerful right now that protect Republican governance, like the way the Senate works, the Electoral College, or whatever else.
I think you're right. I mean, I think that the odds are better that it's going to be another kind of close-ish election, but I wouldn't rule out the possibility of something kind of transformative, because I genuinely think that Donald Trump is sundowning, and I genuinely think that he's surrounded himself with incompetent sycophants, and that administration leaks like a sieve. So, you know, if they do get into some like real, I just feel like everything leaks to the press, you know, and right now we're a bit hamstrung because Republicans are the Congress is supposed to serve an oversight role, and they're just abdicating that role completely because they're, you know, cult of personality now. But when we take back the Congress and can actually use congressional powers to subpoena this administration and highlight, like, I do think like it is possible that you could end up with like rebuilding a pretty massive coalition. That's an outside chance. I think what you're proposing is probably more likely. It'll be swing states and, you know, like
sure.
Not necessarily a modest victory, but
yeah. Another thing that sucks about the big coalition you want to build, or not you, but that we would want to build, is it does feel like a lot of those issues that are kind of like bipartisan, those moments end up just hitting both parties, which is very annoying to me. Like the Epstein stuff or like corruption stuff, that like people that feel strongly on these issues. But then, you know, like I said, maybe if we raise these to salience, maybe you can message on it better. I'm not sure. But
I think that touches on your media problem. It's because there's this sloppulism is just really ascendant right now. And
yeah, but you would have to win the elections before fixing the media problem, because whatever media solution that I want to implement, it's going to be heavily partisan in appearance, right? Like, remember when Republicans used to complain all the time, like, why do we get hit for so much stuff related to misinformation and blah, blah, blah? The thing that nobody was ever brave enough to say was that it's because you must lie more. So whatever reforms I'm talking about implementing is going to hit them way the more than it would hit us. Yeah. And then to the average American, it seems like, oh, you're just being politically biased or partisan. It's like, well, or maybe these just lie more, like we don't want to say. But it would be you'd have to get the coalition first. Yeah.
I mean, nothing about this I think is fair. I do think that institutionally and the media environment is slanted in favor of Republicans like that. And that is like a really difficult thing to contend with. But I don't know. I feel like we're touching on something that Ezra Klein was. I mean, I'm curious, did you watch the Ezra Klein discourse play out when he was proposing, like his whole thing on top of the abundance stuff was the idea that he's actually, like you, he's not content with small majorities. Like he wants a big enough coalition to, do transformative legislation and do transformative reforms. And in order to do that, you do have to sit down in a room with a bunch of smart people and think, okay, what does that coalition look like? You're probably going to need states like Ohio and Iowa and Texas and Florida. And so then it becomes a strategy of how do you rebuild that coalition? And he got into some hot water because he proposed the hypothetical pro-life thing. Yeah. But that was just, it was a throwaway example. I don't think he meant to.
I agree. I think his argument there was good, but the abortion example was just the worst example. It was like he picked literally the worst possible thing that he could have ever picked. It's like, we need to build a coalition with libertarians, guys. We got to be able to give on something. What about the age of consent to 0? It's like, why, of all the things, why this is the one thing?
It should have been. It should have been fracking
literally
or
anything else.
Gun control.
Could have been literally any other issue, and he was like pro-life. It's like, Jesus Christ. It's like one of the most salient, most popular, easiest issues to mess around. But no, I agree. It's just sorry, go ahead.
Well, I don't know. That's curious to me because you say that's a good argument, but that involves kind of the opposite of what you're saying, like moving away from the hyper-partisanship. So you think it's a good argument, but
I'm not trying to be partisan in terms of supporting like just one side or the other. Like, I view the whole MAGA thing in this administration. These are like uniquely bad things that are it's above partisan politics. These are like evil, anti-democratic, illiberal people. But I mean, whatever you build in the future, like, does have to have, like, you need to have a broader party that can message to different cohorts, like what Zoran Mamdani says or what AOC says. Like, these people have gotten much better at picking up, or Zoran has been good since he's been elected, and then AOC's gotten better at like saying we need to have different politicians around the country to build stuff. I agree with that. Anything that Ezra says or anything that you believe on that, I'm going to believe with that. But I think that I don't know if that's mutually exclusive with saying like everything associated with this current admin is so unbelievably corrupt and tainted. And if there was another thing that I think could sway me from my position, is like if there was just some way to make the American people realize that. But I think that I feel like escaping without consequences, it just vindicates so much of the behavior, and it sets it up so much in the future for like, well, if they can do it and get away with it, like if we have the chance to secure some wacky and wild and crazy shit, why not do it again? Like, you would agree that like a current Republican Senate majority would absolutely steal another Supreme Court pick if they had the ability to do it, right?
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, to be fair, I mean, wouldn't you want the Democratic Party to do the same at this point? If the roles were reversed, if it was a Republican president, and let's say they win the midterms, they win control of the Congress and both chambers, and Alito dies, would you want Schumer to hold that seat open for 2 years?
I mean, I would say 100%. Yeah. I don't know if you would feel that way. You really think you'd be on board with that?
1,000, 100,000. I would be on board if it was 4 years.
Okay, based. Yeah, I mean, I would, but that would be a hugely norm-breaking... Wait, hold on. Ready? Would you be in favor of that if it looked like there was a midterm coming up and it looked like we were going to lose Senate seats?
That depends. How many Senate seats? How many Senate? I mean, the Supreme Court's really important. So, I mean, that's an interesting question. Mm-hmm. But are we talking like a blowout, like 30? We lose 30 seats, or are we talking we lose 3 seats?
I mean, just the majority, I guess, to play the game of not packing the. What if the SCOTUS nominee for us was going to be Epstein, but if the Republicans won, it was going to be Hassan Piker? I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
I just made it past that discourse. The replies stopped trickling in, and you're going to rekindle the whole thing. No, I mean,
it really bothers me that like in 10 years, in 20 years, like I think people are going to speak about the COVID time, that there was legitimately like a one world order government. And it's not going to be like the crazy Illuminati people that were like the Alex Jones fans like 15 years ago that were like 1% of the population. It's going to be the Alex Jones fans that are like 50% of the population. That people are going to say the 2020 election was legitimately highly contentious. Like that's like, because like when people come into power, when dictators come into power, when you listen to Putin talk about Russia, when you listen to when Hitler, was advertising for his little Nazi group and they were all trying to come to power in Germany, like controlling history is so important because history is where you can derive all of your moral authority from, and then it gives you the stories and it gives you the right to act in whatever ways that you want. So if you can, cast somebody as the villain historically, then in modern day they're your villain now. If you can cast somebody as being wronged in the past, they have righteous anger now. Like you'll see this even in contemporary politics where they'll say, well, the Democrats always did this, so that's why, we can do this and everything. And yeah, I worry that all of that history, if we don't pursue something aggressive, that it's going to be seen as like, it'll be remembered as genuinely contentious when it wasn't contentious. It was just one-sided wholesale corruption. That bothers me. I don't like that.
It bothers me too. The thought of that very much bothers me. It sounds like you and I are fully in agreement that probably, I mean, arguably the biggest problem in this country right now is we have an electorate where a lot of people, and I'm not going to judge them too harshly, okay? Because some people are lazy. Some people have all the time in the world, and they just, they have no excuse. But there's a lot of people that have families and they're working full time, and I don't have kids, and so I genuinely don't think I have the right to judge people for not being super informed. But like, how do you incentivize the country, the electorate, the people, to pay more attention and to parse their information through more reliable sources? And it seems like that question is becoming more and more challenging to answer by the day. I think the alternative media landscape right now is like 100 times worse than, you remember when all the anti-mainstream media stuff like reached its peak during 2016, the corporate media, like the situation right now with alternative media, in my opinion, is like literally 100 times worse, because there are no guardrails there. There's no editorial standards. There's the opposite incentive to lie. People like Tim Pool knowingly lies every day. He's just fully lying. He's doing it for money.
Even
it's
about
obvious.
Friends, that Charlie Kirk tweet, sources tell me he's stable. That was a fucking lie. He just did it for clicks. There's no universe where anybody said that to him. Like, maybe,
yeah. But that, I mean, that is a very, very vexing challenge, and I agree that there would have to be some significant systemic change to address that, because I don't know how we could survive. I'll join you in saying I don't know how we survive as a republic if this problem just keeps getting worse. And so I leave it to better minds to figure out what those reforms look like and how to get there. But that is, I mean, if you can figure out how to make 50-60% of the country just pay attention, it doesn't even need to be a lot, like 1 or 2 hours a week, just reading the news from reliable sources. And we would have like that meme, society if like JFK was never killed or whatever.
To be fair, though, on that point, like Americans could probably consume a lot less media than they do. But like they could consume the same amount now. If it was of a higher quality, we would probably have the most informed voter base on the planet. Like,
true.
I don't have a way of proving this, but it wouldn't surprise me if Americans consume more news-related media now than they ever had in the past. Like, could you imagine back in our day trying to get like an 18-year-old to listen to like a 4-hour politics, literally anything? Like even the Daily Show, was the Daily Show 30 minutes or an hour long?
It was 30
minutes. But now you've got young men, 15, 16, 17, listen to 4-hour Joe Rogan podcasts on essentially politically adjacent issues, right? So we consume so much media today. It's just so horrible. But I think that like, not that I would, or gone.
Well, I was going to say, like, I think there are times in the past where maybe more people were paying attention than even now with our phones, because they had only, 2 or 3 sources for the news. Like everybody watched like 1 or 2 anchors. And when there was some big thing going on, like landing on the moon or the Cuban Missile Crisis or, like radio broadcasts during the war, you probably had a very high level of engagement. There's certainly probably like people are probably spending more time engaging in political stuff these days, but the quality of the stuff that they're engaging with is just utter and complete trash, and it's making people dumber. Yeah. It's like actively making them dumber.
Yeah, I agree, because it's dividing our world more and more and more into these unrealities that both sides exist in. Yeah. Or because it's so hyper curated to just exactly what you want to see. Whereas like in the past, there might have been something that upsets you on the news, but like it's the news, it's what's going on. You kind of have to watch it, And so, there might be different flavors of it, but for the most part, you kind of have to see the same events. Whereas these days, you remember the January 6th Select Committee, right? Fox News didn't even broadcast that. So if you were a Fox News viewer, you wouldn't even know that, you would have never even seen that on TV. And then, when it comes to online media, it's this issue times a trillion, right? You've seen I'm sure the memes from my community and in front of the media and everything else where you go the whole like, I haven't heard of that. I've never heard of that. I don't know anything about that. It's like, how the fuck can you not know anything about that? Donald Trump, when asked about the tomahawk that hit the school, it's like, oh no, I don't know anything about that. How can you not know anything about that? This would have never been an acceptable answer before. But yeah.
How much of this problem do you think necessarily needs to come from politics or policy? Like, or in other words, is there a different way to incentivize people to not only become more engaged, but be more diligent about the sources that they go to for information? Is there some kind of social consequences that we could start to, like how much of it can come from culture or the arts or, things outside of politics?
I think there are cute things you could do culturally, but for the most part, you're going to be a slave to the system you're in. But Americans especially, nobody really likes to think that, but Americans especially don't like to think that. But I mean, it's just true. If you put somebody in a bad environment, and when you're talking to your kids and everybody else, everybody knows this, garbage in, garbage out, you are who you hang around. What do these grind bros say? You're like the sum of your 10 best friends or whatever, or the average of your 10 best friends. Like it's not your net worth, it's your network. Right? Like everybody has sayings for this, but for some reason when it comes to politics, we shut our brains off and it's like, actually, the human mind is capable of swimming through an infinite sea of intellectual garbage to find the nuggets of truth. I was like, why the f*** do we think that?
Don't you think when I look back on the first Trump term and the beginning of Biden's term, it seemed like we were kind of moving closer to that, where you had these social media platforms that I don't think they were doing it because it was the right thing to do. I think they were doing it because, they were getting pressure from their corporate sponsors. But, we did have social media platforms that started to implement policies of, banning people for misinformation and these kinds of things. And now we find ourselves in this pendulum swing away from that. Like where I don't know if that avenue to do it in that kind of way is going to open again anytime soon.
The issue, and I think I agree, unfortunately, with Laksha, is that Americans like to feel, I make fun of the centrists for this, but really all Americans like to feel like they're above partisanship. And having a political leader who's just like constantly attacking one side, I don't think plays well with a lot of Americans. But the issue is that like any information or any conversation that we have about information, truthfulness on the internet or whatever, this is going to be it's going to be hyper-partisan. There's no way to get around that. So like you said before, like, well, weren't social media sites starting to crack down on misinformation? Yeah, but what happened, right? Most of it was coming from the Republicans. So as soon as Trump comes in, all these conservatives are like, I can't believe that they banned me just because I said that I think COVID was created by people in a lab to infect all Americans except for the Jews for some reason. And I don't know why they made it in China, but whatever. Like that, like almost all of this, or a lot of it, not all of it, but a lot of it was targeted towards conservatives, so they felt like they were being targeted. So any new system that we implement to curb misinformation is going to dramatically fixate on one side, because right now conservatives are just on the wrong side of like factually of so many things in reality. Holy fuck.
Okay, I'm going to give you my cringiest take yet, and I want you to give me your thoughts. Okay, what are your thoughts on AI? Do you use ChatGPT or Claude or anything like that?
I guess I accept it a little bit more now in my Google searches, but in general, I don't think I'm opposed to it. I'm just a lazy adopter, I think. Oh, you're going to say that AI is going to get us out of a lot of this, maybe?
To be clear, like AI, there are a lot of, like, this is a perilous kind of path we're on. There's tremendous potential for really massive disruption that can hurt a lot of people. And if we don't aggressively address this with policy, then, I mean, the results could be very dystopian. However, you'd agree that like millennials and older, we're probably going to be more resistant to AI than the younger generation, right? Like they're just kind of raised with this. And so they're not questioning it in the same way that we are, because that's just normal to them, right? Like
depends on what you mean by resistant. I think I would disagree, but I think we would agree at the end based on how you phrase it. Like, I think older people are more susceptible to newer technology. They just are later adopters of it. So like, yeah, like I would look to the boomer generation right now. I feel like the number one consumers of fake bullshit are fucking boomers and Gen Xers on social media platforms. Holy.
Yeah, but they're getting their bullshit from, I think, Facebook. I think we do have polling that younger generations are more open to AI, but I could be wrong.
They might be
about
more
that.
open to AI, but I bet they're less likely to be tricked by it because they either don't believe all of it or they're just a bit more adept at picking out like the fake news. Whereas for boomers, I don't know if these guys have any idea of what's real or not real for anything anymore.
Just a bad LSD fever dream for boomers now. My dad just stares at his phone for probably 10 to 14 hours a day, like literally.
Yep.
Just
yeah,
like
I've heard you say that before. Yeah.
So,
I remember 10 years ago, 10 or 15 years ago, I remember telling my chat this story, or maybe it was like 10 years ago. My mom told me, because I asked her about like, oh, did you see this on Glenn Beck? And my mom was like, oh, I don't really watch Fox News anymore. And I was really happy for like a week, but I didn't realize until about a week later that she'd completely replaced all of her Fox News consumption with just Facebook consumption.
Just freebasing, like boomer Facebook memes and stuff.
Horrible Facebook things. Oh my God, yeah.
But I think the potential for AI, like acknowledging all the potential catastrophic outcomes, is if they are truly perceived as nonpartisan, that might be tricky because, just like maybe your dad might dismiss an article you send him because it's a CNN article, you might be able to program people similarly to be as distrustful of AI because of, that's owned by Sam Altman, he's a big lib or something, like whatever, but I do think that there's potential there to facilitate fact checking in a way that doesn't have the same kind of partisan baggage that certain mainstream media outlets or now alternative media pundits have. And so that is kind of interesting to me. That is kind of interesting to me.
But I think, unfortunately, it's a more fundamental question of, I talk about friction. Like in life, we just try to reduce the amount of friction and discomfort we have, which in some ways is good, right? You want to wear shoes so you're not cutting up your feet every time you walk outside, and you want to have like a blanket so you're not shivering in your sleep. But when it comes to like challenging yourself intellectually, sometimes we choose frictionless environments too quickly.
Right.
And AI can facilitate that, or AI can counter that. So it really, no matter how sophisticated the AI is, given the opportunity to choose between an AI that caters to my desire for a frictionless news media environment versus one that creates a lot of friction, people are just going to gravitate towards the algorithm that favors what makes them feel good, which is the same as the algorithms that are now, unfortunately. I do agree there's a potential for good fact checking, but like you see how much people fight with Grok now, whereas before Grok was like the fucking Holy Roman Empire of fact checking. Yeah.
You have to address the underlying motivations. And so it's difficult to, I think maybe it gets easier as you get older and life humbles you a little bit more, but I think it's generally good practice when you hear some claim to rigorously check the claim. And if you're going into an argument about policy, it's a good idea to like look up what the counter arguments are. And not only that, but like try to have an open mind, which is like, you're not going to be able to do that perfectly because everybody has bias, but you can do a good job of allowing for new information. And if you have somebody who is motivated purely by a desire to confirm those biases, then it doesn't matter if it comes from AI. So I take your point. So like, then that becomes a different challenge. Like, how do you incentivize a change in the culture? How do you create a culture where that kind of curiosity and that kind of open-mindedness is rewarded? Like, I think like the podcast space, they claim to be doing that. It's bullshit. It's like very nakedly partisan in a right-wing bend. But I think that appeals to people, right? Like I think a lot of people that listen to Rogan's podcasts or some of these other like intellectual dark web people or whatever, I don't know if they even still call it that. I think they do think that they're satisfying that kind of like nonpartisan curiosity without knowing that they're just like,
But think about how they were able to do it. They do it by creating frictionless environments. Now they wear the aesthetic of being a challenging environment, but like I just listened to Joe Rogan, Constantine, and the mute retard next to him, like they were crying for like 20 minutes because I asked Constantine how to define a word. And Constantine has blocked me now on Twitter as of today because I roasted him over it. And these are people who pride themselves on having open conversations with anybody. The one guy, the Muppet guy, even said on the show, he's like, well, we wish that we could find leftists to have good, challenging conversations with, but it's literally just impossible. And it's like, you guys have created the biggest hug box in the world. Like Joe Rogan just had Andrew and Rachel Wilson on. Like, one of these people is literally a delusional satanic cult believer, and the other is Andrew Wilson. I'm not even joking when I say that. Like, these people are crazy, but they have like this allure of being like the centrist people, but they did it by creating a frictionless environment. People like Hassan are the same way, right? Like, he doesn't really platform views that are opposite his. The only time he addresses criticism is when he's screaming at like one person in chat. Every now and then he'll drag a 14-year-old Israeli into debate because he thinks he can win that conversation, or a commentary YouTuber. But for the most part, frictionless has just been the way that everybody has been trending. Trump is the same as well, right? Like, they don't go on news media outlets and answer questions they don't like. How many times now is Trump how many times has Trump just full out like insulted a journalist because they actually ask him a hard question? Right,
thousands, literally
it's
thousands.
It's insane. It's unbelievable, right? Compared to Obama going on, all these different Fox News shows and doing interviews and stuff. It's just like it's just incomparable. But people love those environments.
I think the through line between everybody that you just mentioned, Constantine, Hassan, and Trump, is all three of them are just blatantly dishonest. Like, there was a moment in your debate with Constantine where I think you were pressing him on like how many left-wing voices.
Oh, sorry, God.
No, I think you were pressing him on like how many left-wing voices have been on their platform in the last few years, however you framed it. And he mentioned somebody, and your instincts were immediately correct because you were like, well, what kind of person is he? Just like an anti-liberal party, like anti-establishment left-wing kind of person, and then Constantine just like lied, And I was like watching that I think live. Did that debate happen live?
No, but it was premiered on YouTube. So
okay, so when I was watching, I just immediately looked up the person that he was referencing, and you were correct. He was just like this anti-establishment, populist lefty type person who serves their interests, but he just lied to you. I mean, he was just like, no, he's like a faithful Labor Party voter for this many years or whatever. And Hassan similarly. Well, I mean, that guy is just like, bro. I mean, like the last couple of years, I've really begun to understand the depths of his dishonesty, and I'm at a point now where I'm kind of convinced that he's like a psychopath, like an actual psychopath.
Yeah, maybe.
Like, I'm not even kidding. Like,
but think about the reason why it works, though, is because of the algorithms that people consume and the content, the way that they consume content, that they're only being shown that makes them feel good about things. They're only being shown things that make them feel good. They don't ever have to actually confront the lies. Like in a traditional environment, like I can't tell you there is no Cuban Missile Crisis, and then the next radio program that comes on or the next TV news segment that comes on is showing you, like satellite images of, boats or stuff being set up in Cuba, right? Like I could never get away with that lie. Whereas today, whatever I say, when you turn off
deepfake that shit.
Well, not even. I don't have to deepfake it, because when you turn off my program on Joe Rogan, the next program you're going to watch is going to be Tim Pool, and then the next media segment you watch on Fox News is going to have Lutnick or Besant lying about the same thing. And then when you go on your social media feed, you're just going to see 50 million clips. Like have you ever watched, bro? You want to get fucking radicalized? You ever watch Asmongold doing news on his stream? He's just scrolling his Twitter feed, and it's like, holy shit. It's like, I watched him do this once. It's like, I don't even feel bad for Asmongold anymore. Like, I understand exactly where his brain comes from. It is molded. He's the machine god in in the Matrix. It's like, Jesus.
Do you think he is like kind of high on his own supply, or do you think he's just chasing clicks? Do you think it's just about the money?
I mean, the nice thing is that both of those things always end up aligning themselves 100%, right? So you have a social media algorithm that's feeding you exactly, because think about it, you're making money, but why? Because you're being fed a certain social media algorithm. What's that social media algorithm doing? It's also making money, right? So all of you guys what is the incentive to buck the trend on literally any of this? Like, there's so much disincentive for doing anything like that, Jesus. And then it's all reinforced from the very top, from Donald Trump himself.
Yeah. I remember one of the biggest concerns I had during the first Trump term was, and this might sound cringe and, silly, but I was really worried about like the influence that he was going to have on young men. Like, I remember thinking about that on the night that he won the election. I remember thinking like, oh my God, like there are millions of 10 to 14-year-old boys that, this is going to be their first introduction into like the being familiar with the president. And so their idea of what the president is going to be this like bloviating, dishonest, fragile narcissist. And I feel like those fears were 100% confirmed. I do think that Donald Trump, just through his example, has set back young men in this country by we might have lost like an entire generation. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, or even young people's impressions in general of what it means to be a man or what it means to be a president. Like I catch myself sometimes when I bring up Obama and I'm on some of these college campuses and I'm literally arguing with like 18-year-olds or 19-year-olds, and I'm just like thinking, I'm like, okay, when Obama was elected, like there's a chance that the person I'm talking to hasn't even been born yet, and that's like just such a weird thing, because Obama was elected when I was an adult. Right, like he ran against Ron Paul. I remember this, right? And it's like for these people, their whole political lives have been Donald Trump, because Donald Trump came in 2016, and then he was, even when he wasn't in office in 2020, it was all Donald Trump all the time, and then 2024, now we've got Donald Trump again. So if you are 20 years old now and you were born in 2006. That feels insane to say. You were born in 2006. Donald Trump is elected president when you're like 10 years old, right? So like your whole life has been this. And so sometimes as I tell people, I'm like, it's not normally like this. It's not supposed to be like this, that we can't take anything the president of the United States says seriously, because he's just obviously lying about everything. Like, it's obvious. Like when he says, like, what this would be one of the most groundbreaking news stories ever, that Iran has somehow got a hold of an American Tomahawk missile and shot it at their own population. But it's like, oh, no. The U.S. president said that. So it's probably just not true at all. That's just a very bizarre thing to say.
And I do think he kind of opened the floodgates a little bit, because, he just dared to, he showed, I think, what is possible if you just have literally no scruples, and you don't even pretend to have scruples. Like, if you just don't give a about being honest at all. And if you just commit to that 100%, anything less than 100%, I think will be perceived as inauthentic. But if you just fully commit to it, he showed a lot of people that you can just lie your ass off and build an intense following, an intense kind of fandom. And so that inspired, I think, a lot of people across the ideological spectrum, frankly. I mean, I think he showed everybody that you can make a lot of money and build a lot of influence and power just by committing to just not giving a single flying f- about being honest.
Committing to the bit. People do a lot of the same analysis now of not Corbyn, the Brexit guy, the reform guy now. Oh my God, British guy. Farage. There's a lot of like analysis of like how Farage works too, because that guy just skirts from like one weird corrupt thing to another, to one weird friend guy who gets arrested to another, to one weird scam thing to another, and like nothing sticks to him. But it's because he's like also completely and fully hopped on the Trump mentality of like you just keep on rolling. You don't apologize for anything. You just
literally
accuse
never
the other
apologize.
side. Just get over and over and over again. He was one of the largest figures involved, I would say, probably in driving the whole Southport riot thing. Do you remember that in England?
No.
There was a second generation immigrant child who I think stabbed somebody or 3 girls, I think, at a school. And he basically just like hops on that night. He's spreading information about how like this was a fucking a small boat arriving, illegal jihadist immigrant who's committing jihad and all the shit. Like none of this is true. He was like a second generation, I think, from like Christian from Rwanda or something. It's just not even remotely true. But there's just like zero accountability for any of that. Nothing mattered. And there were huge riots and everything. I think they burned down a mosque. It was like crazy shit. Not good. A very big moment in like recent modern British politics. And there was no accountability. No one cares. It's just crazy. It's insane.
Right, yeah.
Meanwhile,
or like Hassan.
You have
Or
to
like
argue.
Hassan.
Yeah, sure, like Hassan, yeah. But then meanwhile, whenever you go to argue with any of these people, it's like, why don't you trust the FDA and the CDC? And it's like, well, I think one time Fauci might have lied about masks. Like, what the f? And they're like, well, you have to understand, trust is really easy to lose. And I was like, really? Why the f don't any of your side ever lose trust? Bullshit. Like, I don't believe it. Yeah. But yeah, sorry. Yeah,
I don't know. I think this conversation gets at what you were talking about before on a more systemic level, where we need to figure out a way somehow, either culturally or politically or both, to disincentivize lying again. Like that, I think that is kind of at the core of like probably one of the biggest problems in the country right now. It's just like there's just no meaningful consequences for lying. In fact, there's like a lot of incentives to just lie. And I think Donald Trump opened that Pandora's box wide the fuck open. I gotta go feed my pets and stuff. But did you check out did you see that there's a Netflix documentary on the Manosphere? Did you see this?
With Louis Theroux, I heard about that, but I haven't seen the Melania documentary yet. So, I don't know which one I'll prioritize, but did you watch it already? The Louis Theroux thing?
Yeah, you should watch it. It's crazy. Yeah,
pretty good.
Sneako's in it, so I don't know. It's very, very, very good. Yeah, but it's dark. It's really dystopian. Like I don't want to tell you anything, but it made me pretty black-pilled when I was watching it. So
okay. Also, one quick policy thing. I'm curious how you feel about that. Somebody suggested as a joke, but I think it's actually kind of interesting. If a politician is making a public appearance, so if they're on a podcast or if they're on the news or whatever, anytime they are there, like as a politician, so like if you were to bring AOC because you wanted to talk about cats, it wouldn't count. But anytime they're there as a politician, they should have to be under oath. Like when they
I think that would fix a lot of. I think that would fix a lot of problems. I think that would fix a lot of problems. Yeah. I mean, I like the creativity. I'll say that. I like the creativity.
Okay. All right. Well, I love you. Be careful. Stay safe.
Did you enjoy that conversation with Laksha? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's always good when there's people who have like more real life attachment, because in our little online world we can get like super detached sometimes. So it's good to have people that are grounded in real polling data and stuff that can kind of check you if you're getting too far into the boonies.
Yeah, check him out on Twitter. It's like LXE Eagle 17 or something like that. But he's a good follow. He works. He does polling for a group called The Argument. He just came out with a. You should look at that polling, by the way. It's really interesting. He just did a comprehensive poll on how trans issues have affected the Democratic Party in the last like 5 years, and there's a lot of data there, so it's interesting. But yeah, take it easy, man.
Wait, can I ask you one more quick thing? I'm so sorry because you commented on because I had my little fight now with Taylor Lorenz. What did you think that or what did you think I was trying to get across? You either didn't understand or thought I was incorrect about, or if this is too long a conversation, we can just do this later.
About what now? About just like holistically?
The Taylor of the Rent, because I think I saw some guy, one of Gistigal's Dick Sucks, made a compilation on Twitter, the Substance, that guy. And I think you were saying something like, oh, I think Destiny's incorrect on this or doesn't understand this thing or whatever. Do you remember what point that was? I feel very strong about all the Taylor Lorenz stuff.
They must have like really, I mean, when I was watching that with my stream, I was very much... Like, I already don't like Taylor Lorenz, but I was very much on your side, as it were. But I think there might have been one particular thing, and I don't think I phrased it in a way that's like, oh, he's definitely wrong. I honestly don't remember.
Oh,
like,
okay.
but
You might have tortured the
overall, I was glad to see somebody take her to task, because I've never seen someone aggressively confront her on. I mean, it would have been nice to get her to, like, if I were you, I would have wanted to ask her, like, how do you feel about the fact that, you know, a lot of people, most notably Hassan, will weaponize your article to, like, basically slander people. Like, if he wants to discredit people, he will say that, you know, oh, you're probably chorus paid, or, you know, or imply that you're being paid to do Israeli propaganda. Like, do you have any thoughts on, like, would you want to, like, stress to people that nothing in your reporting suggested that these people were, you know, but I mean, I thought you were pressing her in a lot of really important ways. And, you know, that was the first time I just saw somebody go that hard. I don't think she's used to that, but yeah.
Okay. All right. Was just curious. Okay. Well, thanks a lot for the chat. Your cats are very beautiful, and
okay.
Have fun. Bye.
Have a good weekend. All right. Bye-bye.